Now let's load up the actual save, which is this one. I think my buck cheeks may need to poop. Oh, that's right.
セイバーもいいな。ここでバーサーカーを迎え撃つ。
So instead of pooping for a weekend, I pooped for like a week. Oopsie poopsie. Oopsie poopsie. That was an accident. I didn't even mean to say oopsie poopsie and time that with the fact that I was talking about pooping. I just say oopsie poopsie, and it was talking about pooping. So it's a fun coincidence. Hey everybody, Renegade 67 and/or 8 here with some more Let's Play Stream Fate Stay Night of the Blind variety. It's fine with you too, right, Saber? We'll take Berserker on here. What's going on right now? It's been a week. My bad. Let's see here. No, right. Okay, yeah. So, Archer's dead. Berserker killed him. Berserker's immortal. Ilya came after us in the forest. We were prepping. Saber got naked. It got me all hot and bothered. Shiro went inside Saber. There was a dragon in there, which is kinky. They had a bonding moment. Saber now has magical power, but Shiro still has magical power and apparently didn't lose anything practical because, you know, plot convenience, whatever. Right, okay. I'm telling you it's no good. There's too much space here. Saber can't stop. Right, and Rin's getting all flustered. Rin's getting flustered because she's not, like, she's the one who has to, right, because Shiro's gonna bankroll Rin and give her, like, $1 million when this is over if she uses up all her gems because she was being, you know, petty and not using them all up. Although that might be more due to a certain sense of not wanting the fight to be over, and when she uses them all up, like, the fight for her is over and she has no excuse to continue the fight, possibly. Herc is kind of not at full power and Ilya's off balance. That's why we have a chance, but we don't know that we have a chance. But we also don't know that he's immortal, so it's like we both don't know, but the player knows that they both don't know. Shiro is acting like his senpai Archer. Right, he's finally using archery now that Archer died. Not even bringing up at all that relates to... Well, I mean, he does bring it up, but... Anyways, he doesn't... Okay, he brings up that he's copying Archer's bow, I think, but he doesn't, you know, at all go, it's funny, this whole time he was an archer and I never learned... I don't know. Anyways, you'll be in his range no matter how far away you are. So, Shiro's going to try to back up Saber with his archery that he's not been practicing at all for a long time. Hopefully he's not rusty. Be in his range no matter how far you are away. I know you're worried about me, but everyone's in danger now. And besides, there's no escape now, right? Oh, that's true, but... It's fine with you too, right, Saber? We'll take Berserker on here. Gotta be confidence. Confidence, Rin, confidence. Confidence is power. I mean, knowledge too, and actual power. You know, courage, power, knowledge. The three, you know, the three squares of the triangle of the Triforce or whatever. Saber nods quietly. Jeez, fine. I'll be pissed if you die so easily. I feel like loading this sent me back a little bit because I'm pretty sure that we were in the blue veins, but or Berserk had already showed up. Whatever. Maybe we weren't sent back. I don't know if we were sent back. It's been a week. Let's see if this high school tier archery can help in a fight against Heracles. Well, maybe because he's so weakened. Maybe if he sees spots that Archer shot and he shoots those same spots, they'll trigger old wounds. If Shiro is, you know, instinctively good enough, because he's obviously not going to be mentally good enough to shoot those spots. She must have agreed as she disappears into the fog. Oh, we haven't been set back. Oh, because you know better than I do, wise fool. She must have agreed as she disappears into the fog. Once she goes into action, she's super fast. Okay. I mean, hopefully she doesn't disappear from our vision. I'd assume we would want to see her. I think. Well, I guess not. I guess it's fine if we don't see her, because then there's, like, you know, the enemy of my enemy. No, that's not the metaphor. If the allies don't know, then we can't get the information out of us if we get brainwashed? You know the analogy. Whatever. She gets away from the clearing and goes up a tree in the forest. Oh, no, we saw that. Okay, we're seeing it happen still. They're coming, Saber. Are you ready?
あなたも戦いが始まったら決してここから前には出ないように。何があろうとバーサーカーをここには近づけさせません。
You too. Please do not come any closer than you are now once the fight starts. I'll not let Berserker near you no matter what. This feels folly. Well, I guess because Ilya is in a bad state of mind. But theoretically, if the enemy was in a good state of mind, like, the pro move is just, okay, go after Shiro, and Saber will have to waste her energy protecting Shiro, making Shiro a burden. Saber would theoretically be better off if Shiro wasn't around. But then there's the other thing of the power of love and hormones, and Saber clearly has the hots for Shiro, so the urge to protect Shiro is going to make her stronger because emotion power go, which I guess is a real thing in this case, but theoretically, practicality speaking, Shiro should just get the fuck out and not even come near, but I suppose he can only get so far away. Even if he did get far away, Ilya can probably track him and kill him and just probably sneak around Saber. Not that she would because of her mindset, but theoretically speaking, if we were theoretically talking about theoreticals, the pro move would to wait until just attack Master. Yeah, but like attacking with arrows from the back, I don't think Shiro's gonna accomplish much, but we'll see. The pro move would be to wait until Herc is at full power, then rampage through the city. Yeah, because Shiro would not like that because of his his morals and all that. Herc will lose because he loves Shiro. What? And will get a boner when fighting and won't be able to kill Shiro. Okay, that's some next level theorizing, Tom. I don't think I'm on that level. I think I missed that foreshadowing clue. Anyways, the thog thickens. I thought I saw a pussy cat. I did. There she is, and Herc too. That's a nice picture. I like it. It's a well-drawn picture. Not at all like a 90s picture. I mean, it could be a 90s picture. That's not to insult the 90s. I don't insult either decade. It's just a good picture, okay? Shut up. From the morning fog. Herc will lose because he's gonna get PTSD seeing Shiro use the same bow as the man who's killed him multiple times. That's a fair point. Shiro using the bow will give Herc PTSD. That might have actually potentially happened if he wasn't insane. From the morning fog. As if a black darkness is seeping out, the mad warrior appears along with a white girl. I mean, the way the picture portrays it, it's like the white girl appears along with, a casual mad warrior, but the white girl is the more intimidating one, which I would usually agree with, but with her mental state, maybe not. Then again, he's also physically fucked up, so they're both fucked up a bit, which is what's going to give us a potential fighting chance, I would say, because otherwise, I think these guys would just have it in the bag.
意外ね。てっきり最後まで逃げ回るとばかり思ってたのに。それとも、もう観念したの？お兄ちゃん。
I'm surprised. I thought you'd keep running until the very last second. Or have you given up already, Oni-chan? Well, you see, we did run, but then Saber got tired, so we had sex first. I mean, no, I shouldn't say that because you want to have sex with me. I mean, how was your day? I mean, what am I saying? I know how your day was. This is the same day. No, technically it's not. Yesterday was the day she kidnapped me because we had sex with Saber. So it's a new day, which means, how's your day been, Ilya? Casual talk. There's about 40 meters between us and Ilya. We're facing each other on opposite ends of the clearing.
セイバーは治ったんだ。そっか。だから逃げ回るのはやめにしたのね。
Oh, so Saber's recovered. I see, that's why you stopped running. Uh-huh. Miss on top of everything realized Saber was weak, so she now knows that she's recovered. Because you've got a very good sense of magical auras, I suppose. Do you sense that Shiro's weaker? He's not much weaker, but... Magical organ transplant sex. Uh-huh. It's the most kinky type of That's the most kinky type of organ transplant. Or Ilya becomes even more off balance, that Shiro's using the same man as the one who fucked her pride up that much. I don't think that's gonna get to Ilya very much because Shiro's the one using it, and she already has a very specific type of grudge against Shiro, that Shiro then using the archer bow probably. I think Ilya would care more about Shiro having magical organ transplant sex with Saber than Ilya would care about him using the Shiro bow because of the jealousy factor. But I think if it was Rin or Saber using Archer's bow, it would probably fuck with Ilya more. But because it's Shiro and she already has a specific kind of vendetta, the Archer bow thing will probably pass right over her, I assume. I mean, not in an actual practical sense, because she's generally smart. I don't know how off-kilter she is right now, but she probably is smart enough to realize that the bow is going to do some damage. But, like, I don't think the emotional... I don't think it'll be emotionally very damning to her. Anyways.
欲しいな。そんなことで私に勝てると思うのは可愛いんだけど。
That's disappointing. It's cute you think you can win just because of that, but...
残念ね。シロはここで死ぬんだもの。
I'm sorry. Shiro's gonna die here. Oh, so you're not gonna take me as just ahead? That's kind of comforting, because that's probably the scariest universe. Her laughter echoes through the forest. You're saying that just to gloat, but maybe it's not. It's probably not. Okay, who she really probably wants to kill more would be Rin and Saber. Does she want to kill Shiro? Is that where her mood has taken her? Debatable. She definitely has complex feelings for Shiro, but I doubt she wants to kill him right away. She probably wants to... if she gets a chance, she probably wants to usher in it a little bit. But she's probably in the mental state that she won't mind taking a quick, fast kill if it becomes inconvenient to not do so. But she probably doesn't think Shiro is enough of a threat that it will ever become that inconvenient. Oh, fuck, hello! The villain behind glasses, thank you for 15 bits. Sorry I haven't been able to watch my streams lately. Well, that's okay, because you gave me money. I mean, what? 15 bits, that's like one more than 14. So thank you. I don't know what's special about 14, but if you gave me 54 more bits, it would be 69. Not that you have to give me 50 more bits, but I'm just saying, you know, I'm pointing out a sexual-ish fact. It's okay, some streams have been canceled lately. Some streams have been canceled? Oh, my streams. I thought you were talking about how people have been canceled because of cancel culture, and that gets me thinking about Johnny Depp lately, but that's a whole other thing. Her laughter echoes through the forest. Does it irritate her? Saber, standing beside me, is so worked up that she could attack at any moment. Oh, Saber standing beside me is so worked up she could attack it at any moment. I get it. So, like, Saber's all, you know... Huh. So it's like there's the emotional thing of Saber... Okay. Interesting. Now, I wonder if Saber's probably doing that just out of the loyalty thing of liking Shiro and, like, having magical organs transplant sex with him. That she doesn't want to... we gotta have a quicker word for that. Magical organ transplant sex. Mots. Having Mots with Shiro. After having Mots with Shiro, Saber probably, you know, feels, you know, a more horny connection of wanting to protect the horniness as well as the loyalty. There's also the jealousy aspect, but I don't know if she's jealous towards Ilya because I don't know if Saber's realized that there's needs to be jealousy or not. I don't know if she's wisened up to that fact. I don't think she's quite at that point yet. She's wisened up to the point of being shy about Shiro seeing her naked, but I don't think she's wisened up to being jealous of other females and their potential attraction to Shiro. Oh, fuck! Thank you, Villain Behind Glasses, 54 more bits! 69, just for me, Renee. Thank you! You actually did it. You didn't have to, but you did. So, thank you. I got 54 plus 15, that's 69 bits. Sexual math! That's great.
もうつまんないな。ずいぶん無口になっちゃったのね。もしかして殺されるのは怖いの？そんなのもったいないよ。今命乞いをすれば私も許してあげないこともないんだから。
Geez, this is boring since you've gotten so quiet. Are you scared of dying? This is a waste. That's a waste. If you beg for your lives now, I might consider forgiving you. She's obviously never gonna forgive Rin or Saber. Those are gonna have to die. I don't know if she's being genuine about Shiro or not. If Shiro is very, very forgiving right here, right now, I think she probably would be okay with making him her familiar still. But he'd have to do it right here, right now. Any more waiting around and she probably wouldn't tolerate it anymore. Tosaka must have finished climbing the tree. If she's gonna place herself, it'll be near the center of the clearing. Nobody would notice if she was right where the branches are overlapping. And they should be strong enough to support her as well. Okay. I mean, let's hope Ren hasn't secretly been putting on the pasta, because otherwise...
そう、あくまでそういう態度なんだ。なら、もうおしゃべりはここまでだね。
I
リ
see.
ンともども殺してあげ。
So that's how you're acting. Then I guess there's no more point in talking. I'll kill you too, and Rin. Uh-huh. And what's with the dashes? Who's gonna interrupt?
待ちなさい。リンはどうしたの？シロ。
Hold on. Where's Rin, Shiro? Oh, you're asking me? Like I'm gonna tell you? Do you want me to say that she ran away and abandoned me? Maybe that'll make you feel, bad because you still kind of like me in a weird way. And so you're like, oh, nah, I think you're in the wrong state of mind to want to team up with me instead. If I worded it very carefully, maybe, but Shiro's not that kind of person. Both, A, he's not emotionally the kind of person to abandon Rin, but B, he's not savvy enough to abandon Rin in that way and to make it a convincing argument. But, I'm surprised that you can't sense her, because I thought you were very good at sensing. Oh, right, she's hiding her stuff because she's got a pendant or whatever. Because I don't know if she's talked about it much, but she must have some kind of thing to hide her magical energy that she's picked up recently. So Ilya's not able to sense her, which means even Ilya, with her strong magical sensing, can't pierce through magical protecting items like the one Rin has, I suppose. Okay. I guess that's what you expect from Berserker's master. She has a complete understanding of what can be overlooked and what can't be.
遠坂はここにはいない。あいつと俺たちはとうに別れた。
Tosaka isn't here. She left us behind a long time ago. I want to analyze this tactic for a second from both players' points of view. Both players. Ready Player One. I have not seen that movie. I want to at some point. So, from Ilya's point of view, Shiro's being like, oh, Ren left. And so, would that mean anything to Ilya? Not if she's doing this in an aggressive tone. Ilya would likely just take the idea that Ren is hiding somewhere into consideration and be like, okay, I'll kill you first and then go after her. If Shiro was in more of a pleading tone, like, oh, please, will you please forgive us? Rin abandoned us like a bitch. So she's the worst bitch. You're a good person, Ilya, or something like that. But they're not doing that. On the other hand, from Shiro's perspective, he's trying to convince her, desperately trying to convince her, that it's true that she abandoned them because they want the whole ploy of Rin hiding to work. And from Ilya's point of view, is this a convincing plan? What's the most convincing way? Not that Shiro would think of this, but what's the most convincing way? He wouldn't think this far ahead. Or think it the most through. It's not about far ahead, but think it the most through of what's the most convincing way to convince Ilya. That would also involve psychoanalyzing Ilya, which I don't think Shiro's very good at, but Ilya's POV, Rin abandoned Shiro because it was both Shiro's fault and Archer died, now she's out of the Holy Grail War. That's one stance on it. There is rational thought to that, but Rin's also a competitive, petty person. I think Ilya would know that because of all the looking into personalities and people she did for this Grail War. I think Ilya is good at psychoanalyzing. She just needs to take time to do it and gets caught off guard by people who she hasn't prepared for, like Archer. From Shiro's point of view, though, that is the bluntest way. That is the most Shiro way, is to just say, Tosaka's not here. She left us behind a long time ago. But how do you sell it? How do you sell it to Ilya? How do you actually convince her to let her guard down? Because that's the trick. That's the tricky part here. Because she's going to keep her guard up, and if you try to oversell it, she'll keep her guard upper. And you want her to lower the guard, which I think the best way of lowering her guard in this situation is making a fumble. Making it sound like, making it clearly obvious that she didn't run away, but that has a contradiction in his statement that she's able to figure out, but that would involve some forethought and planning, which she didn't do. I don't know. She was just not that kind of person, but it's a fun thing to think about. Toe Soccer, you're the reason my Archer died, so smell you later, losers. That's very Gary Oak of you. Ilya may not trust her own abilities now due to Archer. It was Berserker's abilities, not her abilities. And maybe she's doubting them a little bit, but we'll see if that's enough to actually sway her battle prowess. Because the one unknown archer is out of the equation, I think, so as far as she knows, she should be fine, maybe. But, I don't know. I don't think... I think... What's the expression? Once is a fluke, twice is a coincidence, three is a charm. The point is, if it happens at least one more time, then she might start getting paranoid. But the one thing of someone she didn't expect, and then dealing with him and him being weird, I think if it's just that one occurrence, it's not going to shake her too much, but we'll see.
別行動を取ったの？そっか。セイバーを連れてるシロは足手まといだものね。リン一人ならもっと遠くに逃げられる。
You guys went your separate ways? Oh yeah, you two would just be a burden to her. She'd be able to run away faster by herself. But would she actually believe? Would she want to? Because she might be petty enough to get revenge on for Archer, and also mages in general tend to be very proud. But secondly, you're like a psycho bitch. I don't know if Rin knows this, but you'll probably go after Rin and kill her anyways. You know, just because you don't like her very much. I'm not sure if Rin has realized that yet about Ilya, but I think you could potentially piece it together based on how she acts.
そういうことだ。もうとっくに森を出てるだろう。今から追っても間に合わないぞ。
That's right, she should be out of the forest by now. You won't make it even if you go after her now. On the one hand, I feel like this is Shiro overselling it. On the other hand, this does feel in character for Shiro. Because Shiro is the kind of person who would say, your fight is with me, don't worry about Rin. That's what he should say, in fact, I think. Don't worry about Rin, your fight is with me. She's not part of the Grail War anymore now that Archer's dead. She doesn't need to be harmed. He probably should say something like that, because that's exactly the kind of thing he would say, but...
そうかしら。この森はアインズベルンの結界よ。
Is that so? This forest is Ainsburn's boundary field. So you'd notice if she left the forest completely?
誰が入ってきて誰が出ていったかぐらいはわかるんだから。あれから外に出た人間は一人もいない。リンはまだ森にいるわ。探し出すのはこの後でも十分よ。
I can tell who enters and who leaves. No one's left the forest since then. Rin's still in the forest so I can look for her later. That's about what I figured. Although, I would assume you're smart enough to realize that Rin could easily be still close by if she hasn't left the forest. Depends on how big the forest is. Because Rin could be resting elsewhere, it's not impossible. But the fact that she hasn't left the forest means the likelihood of her secretly being close by to help in the fight is rather high, I would think. Dash, dash. Thank God. Thank God what? If Ilya can only sense the boundaries of the forest, she doesn't know about Tosaka yet. I think the goal is to actually... The ultimate goal would be to do some next level thing of actually triggering someone exiting the boundary field to make Ilya think someone did leave the boundary field, to make her think that really Rin did leave the boundary field if we could somehow fake something like that, but I don't know, I guess we'd need more time and prep to do something like that. Actually, she completely believed what I said. How do you know that? I mean, just because she's acting like she believed it doesn't mean she actually believed it. There's this thing called inner monologue. Forest is pretty big. It takes hours just to go from one side to the other. I suppose that's fair. Ilya is certainly a cold-hearted master. I mean, yeah, you learned that with when she told you about, you know, killing Shinji and all that. Then again, Shinji was a pretty big dick too, so... Still... Can't that cold-heartedness still be recovered? Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Shiro wanting to be the hero. Wanting to put the hero in Shiro. If you think like that during this fight, you're gonna die, I feel. You gotta focus. This is one of those things where... No! How dare you, villain behind glasses? Accidentally... wait. I'm sorry. You donated 1 bit. You cheered 1 bit. Now I have 70 bits. How dare you? It was supposed to be 69. How dare you? It was supposed to be 69. You ruined the 69. How dare you give me more money? Unacceptable. Still, can't that cold-heartedness still be recovered? I can only chat through bits. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I still have my timer on where people have to be followed for a while. I never turned that off. I think it's fine for the most part, but in a few minutes you'll be able to talk, you know. But, right. So, the thing is, Shiro wanted to recover this cold-heartedness. That's how, you know, I, as Renegade, have been thinking this whole time of, yes, get with Elia and recover the cold-heartedness. But the best way to do that, I feel, was to try to get her out of the war in the first place. I suppose you could still do it at this point, but you'd have to, like, beat her in the fight. And there's also the mentality of, you need to be stronger, I feel. Like, you would actually need to be... There's that idea of, if you want to beat someone passively, you have to be strong enough that you can hold back. Because sometimes you holding back will just be your death, because you're not good enough to not hold back. Therefore, if you don't hold back and get lucky and she lives, then that's one thing. But if you hold back, that may cost you the battle because you're not good enough. Damn it, Shiro, with this mindset, we can't do the archer strat of just sniping her. Well, I mean, there's that too. Not that I think he'd be able to, because Berserker's right there and could probably react fast enough. Don't worry, I'll eventually get to 69 bits. Wow, that's a decent amount of bits. Oh yeah, 420 bits would also be decent. And 777 bits isn't bad. Just making all the numbers up. Also, let's not sell 666 bits short either. Anyways,
イリア、戦う前にもう一度だけ聞くぞ。
Ilya, I'll ask one more time before we fight.
マスターを辞めて、こんな戦いをやめることはできないのか？
Won't you stop being a master and stop this battle? She can fucking say the same thing to you. Won't you stop being a master and stop this battle? You're just being like, oh, you're a little girl, you shouldn't be fighting. Sure, you're only like, what, a couple of years older than her? And just because you're a man, because of your freaking sexist mindset of girls shouldn't fight, only boys should fight, even though you got over that with Saber. But what, it's okay because Saber's a servant, but it's still not okay for non-servants, but you let Rin fight? But that's because you don't think of Rin as an actual female, which is sexist in its own right, that you think tomboys are... Anyways, sexism.
できないよ。おじいさまの言いつけだもの。
I can't. It's my grandfather's command. Your grandfather? I don't know if we ever met your grandfather in Fate Zero. I met your mother. Is your grandfather your mother's father or your father's father? I don't... Well, no, of course it can't be your father's father. Never mind. I forgot for a second who her father was. Only people with death wishes should fight, Ilya. Well, I mean... Rin doesn't... Does Rin have a death wish? I think an argument can be made that she has a death wish. Like, she'd rather die than have the Grail War end without her doing anything meaningful. Because she doesn't know what life is going to be after... maybe on some level. I don't think Shenji has a death wish, though. He's like the exact opposite. Super cowardly. But he does enjoy killing other people, it seems. It seemed. Rip.
バーサーカーがいる限り、私はアインツベルンのマスターなの。イリアは他のマスターたちを殺して聖杯を持ち帰らなくちゃいけないんだから。
As long as I have Berserker and the Master of Einsburn, I have to kill other masters and bring back the Holy Grail. The whole killing masters part was probably drilled into her by her ugly, her at least emotionally ugly, I haven't seen his physical appearance, he might be beautiful, emotionally ugly grandfather. Because, you know, you don't have to kill masters. We can do this, you know, by just killing servants. But killing masters is easier, so I'm sure her grandfather drilled into her head that it's okay to kill the masters. But, fight because there's a fight. Yeah. It's a shame. I mean, I don't know. I feel like turning her back at this point, this is... Doing it mid-fight always seems awkward to me, but... People die when they're killed? Well, usually. Except for fucking Berserker, he doesn't die when he's killed. The cheater.
それに、もう一度だけ聞くのはこっちだよ。
Besides, I'm the one that should be asking you. That's fair. That's very fair. Because Ilya hasn't been... Ilya... That she makes a very good point. People like Ilya and Rin were brought up with this Holy Grail War in mind. Shiro is a nobody who got thrust into this without wanting to. So you'd think, you know, if anyone, he should pull out. Then again, you know, in the ending where I did pull out, you just killed me anyways. Are you telling me you won't kill me now if I pull out now? Is that really an option? Will you let that be an option? I highly doubt it.
私はアインツベルンの当主だからあんな言葉二度は言わないわ。けどシローが答え直すって言うんならちゃんと聞いてあげてもいいんだよ。
Wish in Shiro, Rin's father's wish in Rin, and now Ilya's grandfather's wish in Ilya. I suppose there's that, although it's different because Kiritsugu definitely would not have wanted Shiro to participate in this Grail War. I think, in fact, it's Kiritsugu's wish of being a superhero, and Shiro wanting to carry on the wish of being a superhero that relates to the Grail War, but the Grail War specifically is not something Kiritsugu would have wanted. Besides, I'm the one that should be asking you. I'm the head of Einsburn, so I won't repeat my words. I can still listen if you're going to give me a different reply. I think we're kind of past that. I mean, because of the mots that I did with Saber, you know, magical organ transplant sex, we're kind of past the point of, I'm kind of past the point of just letting Saber fizzle away. So I kind of just need to win the Grail War so I can wish for her to be a real girl, because otherwise, you know, it's going to be kind of a long-distance relationship with her, you know, only existing, you know, back in time or in the Grail or something, so. She has a little hope in her voice. I might believe it. I think she's innocent enough that I wouldn't doubt that she actually does want to get Shiro to bow out of the war and be hers if it's an option. But, and that she doesn't want to believe yet that she has to give up on it. We could potentially use that to our advantage, but is Shiro dick enough to do it? As long as Saber's beside me, I can't nod to her words. No, Shiro's far too earnest, which, you know, is just gonna make the fight inevitable. Because Shiro's like, Ilya, you should bow out. I'm sure you don't want to have sex with your servant. Herc doesn't look very attractive in this light. Unlike me, I want to have sex with my servant. That's why I'm not bowing out. What? I mean, pretty much. This is totes a way to torture Shiro emotionally. I mean, sure, this would be a way to torture Shiro emotionally, but I think that she's being genuine. I think she's being genuine. Hashtag Ilya did nothing wrong. Hashtag blame Shiro, or blame Yosuke. You know.
答えは変わらない。俺はセイバーのマスターだ。
My answer won't change. I'm Saber's master. Also, shout out to my boy Yosuke, who I have not blamed in a while. I'm doing it again. I'm getting back on the blame Yosuke train. It's like, I don't know. It's like how you lose the game. If you haven't heard that you've lost the game in a while, you say you've lost the game. I forgot that I was supposed to be blaming Yosuke for everything. I remembered. Anyways, my answer won't change. I'm Saber's master.
お前がマスターを辞めないって言うんなら、バーサーカーを倒して辞めさせる。
If you won't stop being a master, I'll defeat Berserker and make you quit. Okay, that is one way to potentially, you know, defrost her defrostedness, is to force her into a situation that she doesn't want, and then have her cope with that afterwards. But that's going to be a hard sell, I think. Hard sell, especially if you're trying very purposely not to kill her. I declare so while looking at Ilya and Berserker. In that instant, well, I guess it's fight time. The air in the clearing freezes.
そう。なら、本気で殺してあげる。
I see. Then I'll really kill you. I believed what she said when she wanted him to bow out. And I also believe that she's kind of sad, feeling that she actually has to kill him. Because, you know, her grandfather seems to have drilled it into her that, you know, you have to kill the enemy masters. And then she's like, oh, wait, Shiro's a cool guy. What if he just stops being a master? Then loophole, I don't have to kill him. But if he keeps being a master, I have to kill him. It's been drilled into her. And so she's sad that she has to kill him, but she really thinks she has to kill him. She doesn't consider the idea of not doing this whole song and dance.
その思い上がりと一緒に粉々に砕いてあげるわ、シロ。
Which makes her even more angry because she was starting to give in to the idea that she liked Shiro earlier on. So the fact that she has to kill him despite liking him when he could bow out but is choosing not to bow out is making the sadness mix with the anger into a bunch of disgusting emotions that makes it even worse. It's what you call an unhealthy breakup. I mean, we weren't really together, but, you know, close enough for her probably with how little interaction she has with other people. I'll disintegrate you and your conceited thoughts, Shiro. Oh, shoot. She's powering up. She's going super, Ilya. The outlines are kind of sexual. I can sort of see your boobies a little bit. I mean, what? What is this? Magical tattoos of magicness. A pattern is appearing on her face. No, it's not just her face. That thing is all over her body. It's a huge command spell compared to the ones we have. Oh, is that whole thing a command spell? That's some big fucking command spells. Is it the command? Is this what she's using to fully control Berserker despite him being crazy? Does she just have big command spells because she's got lots of magic? Is that like all one command spell, or is that a combination of a few of them?
遊びは終わりよ。蹴散らしなさい、ヘラクレス。
No more playing around. Tear them apart, Heracles. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay, I think that's why it's glowing. This is probably a command spell she used to get total obedient. That's another way that she parallels Archer, I'd say. Sorry, not Archer. She parallels Rin. Because they have, they're both the very proud nature that would clash with their servants. But especially in Ilya's case, because she got Berserker, she felt, no, I'm having full control. So she used a seal. But unlike with Rin, who just used a command seal on, you know, any old servant, and only got some obedience, maybe a little bit, but more than anything just got respect than obedience. With her, she actually got full obedience with one use of the command spell, I think. Because she's just that powerful. So, do you still have 2 left, or 1 left, or what's the dealio? A million command spells on here, and she's just constantly using them at every word? I think she's got some... I mean, yeah, Ilya's definitely the best master. I think that's very clear. She's just, you know, emotionally not the stablest, I don't think. And her mental fortitude is very pure, too pure. And I think it can be very easily taken advantage of, but... Tear them apart, Heracles. A dead voice. Didn't sound very dead. This is, again, the whole thing of the original VN wasn't voiced, and, you know, the voice didn't sound very dead to me, but now Shiro's saying it's a dead voice. I personally disagree, but if it wasn't voiced, I would have no choice but to agree. Anyways, that's my whole thing about not liking voices all the time, especially in games where originally there were no voices. Yeah, that's a whole can of worms. As if to answer it, the giant behind her roars. Garble garble. I wonder in New Game Plus if we can actually read the garble garble lines. A scream that shakes the earth. Wasn't very loud. Is Berserker in my list of character voices? Because I don't think so. Let's see. Saber, Rin, Ayako, Sakura, Shinji, Taiga, Issei, Shiro, Kuzuki, Kirei, Archer, Lancer, Ilias, Veal, Rider, Other. Nope. Berserker's just kind of quiet. His roars aren't that loud. Like, for a scream that shakes the earth, they didn't bother actually making it very loud. The giant screams as if going insane, and its every ability increases as it deforms and swells. You can only read max text at New Game Plus Plus. Oh, jeez.
そんな理性を奪っていただけで凶暴化させていなかったというのか
It can't be. You were just taking his reasoning away? You've not been using his Berserker abilities? I'm sorry, what? Have I missed something? You were just taking his reasoning away. You have not been using his Berserker abilities. I mean, I know that she was fully controlling him, but taking his Berserker abilities of making him stronger, so she was purposely not making him stronger. If she was purposely not making him stronger, it could be a fight tactic to make people think that Berserker is not as strong as he actually secretly is. Which isn't a terrible idea. Or it could be a pride tactic. If I'm strong enough, I don't even need Berserker's whole strength. That would make it too easy. It's only natural for Saber to feel a shudder. Because she had such a fun time the last time she fought Berserker. Even I, unable to tell how strong a warrior is, can sense it is not to be messed with.
行け、近寄る者はみんな殺しちゃえ、バーサーカー。
Go! Kill anything that nears you! Berserker! Gobbly 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 go! It's an explosive roar. Was Herc not at full power when fighting Archer? I don't know. I feel like after a few deaths, Ilya would have unleashed his full power, but maybe not if she thought it was just tedious. If she never thought her life was actually in danger. because I don't think that Archer's the kind of person that would have just targeted Ilya, probably. Well, maybe. I don't know. He probably never got the chance because Berserker got in the way. He is a practical fighter, so he probably wouldn't have bothered. The only reason I for a second, I'm like, maybe he wouldn't have targeted Ilya is because there is that pride, and there is that, because he sees Shiro in himself, so maybe there's some sexism too in that light. And he was sexist towards Rin so I think there's some overlap. But practicality, he should have killed Ilya if he got the chance. So, hard to say. It's an explosive roar. It roars out, not even a howl now. Not even a howl now? What kind of wording is that? And that giant jumps in. Oh shoot, fight music! A silver light dashes forward in reply. Protecting kids isn't sexism. It is if you wouldn't protect the kid if they were a boy, then it's sexism. Berserker lands in the center of the clearing. The ground trembles. Archer would have totally sniped Ilya if she was a boy. Yeah, I can kind of see it. After all, Archer doesn't like Shiro very much, so... The ground trembles. As if stopping a meteor, Saber attacks Berserker. Oh boy! Stopping a meteor. Let's go. Big clashing. Much fighting. Swords, axes, lances. It is the return of legends. Is it? What legends? I mean, when did they ever leave? King Arthur and Hercules? We don't know enough about the fight to judge anything. You're being sarcastic, Rennie. Well, you know what? Shut up. Because maybe I believed you. I had faith in you, wise fool. You're a wise fool. Very epic visual novel fighting. Very epic, much epic. Am I dropping any frames? 81 at some point. That's okay. In this forest filled with the morning mist, the two shadows clash without ceasing. I mean, it's a visual novel, so, technically the time is stopped. You could argue this is a cease, but... Lancer hasn't been around since the fucking prologue. Well, technically, I guess he was in the beginning of this when we saw him, where Saber clashed with him, but chronologically, after Lancer ran away at the end of the prologue, since that point, since taking over from Shiro, from the moment after that, Lancer's not showed up again, so whatever he's doing. He probably got killed off screen. Berserker's just overwhelming. Overwhelming is a keyword in the new hit game Runeterra that I've been enjoying. That means that it would be dealing direct damage directly to your health, even if you have someone to block it. Which in theory means he would be doing damage to Shiro, if he's the player, even when Saber is blocking it. In which case, that'd be very bad. It'd be very bad if Berserker had the overwhelming keyword. He died because Shinji died. Time paradox. Wait, who died again? Oh, Lancer. Right, that's right, my theory about how everyone is someone. Everyone is someone, guys. Did you know everyone's a person? F. Berserker's just overwhelming. Swords and clashiness. If his horizontal blow is a whirlwind, his descending blow is a waterfall. That's pretty. I think waterfalls generally aren't as dangerous to whirlwinds. Well, I guess if you're standing on it depends. If Saber takes such an attack, it would prove fatal even for her. I mean, if she's, like, getting knocked off the cliff into a waterfall, that's bad. But if she just casually stands under a waterfall, it has to be pretty bad of a waterfall. Oh, I guess we're getting some Fs in chat for apparently Lancer, who's dead off screen now. Apparently I've said it, so it's canon. Saber repels such attacks straight on without faltering. Oh, that's right, because if everyone is someone, Shinji being Lancer in the future. No, Shinji's not Lancer in the future, so why are we even talking about this? Shinji, in the future, Shinji becomes assassin, clearly, because if Shinji's womanizing and an assassin, now he seems to, I feel like Shinji becomes assassin, hashtag fake news. Lancer being dead is fake news. It must be assassin that died off screen, guys. Get it right. Because Lancer is clearly, like, Ryudo? I don't know. Saber repelled such attacks straight on without faltering. Against storm-like blows, Ultimate Ninja storm-like blows, she deflects them with all her might. If she doesn't, she'll be slashed in half along with her sword. The infinite blows that continue without pause are in fact a blow diverted with all her might. The continuous sound of clashing. Their ranges are different. Every blue hair character was at one point Shinji. Of course. Everyone with blue hair. Ryudo, even not in Fate. Everyone with blue hair in existence. Even females. Like, what's a blue hair character off the Ike? Marth? All of the Smash blue hair characters are Shinji. So clearly, Fate is the problem. Too many Fate characters in Smash, guys. There's too many Fate characters in Smash. Their ranges are different. Their speeds are different. Their strengths remaining are too different. And yet Saber's keeping up somehow. Because power of sexual organ transplant love. The only thing possible for Saber is to smash her sword into the unavoidable attack and stop it from slashing her by offsetting it with her own blow. Oh, that looks green. Green's my favorite color, as I think I've said in the past. Therefore, I'm contractually obligated to say that this is now a cool fight scene, whereas before, it was kind of lame, if I'm being honest. To speak metaphorically, Berserker is a broken rock drill. To speak what kind of metaphor is that? A fucking broken rock drill? Hold on. People want Saber in Smash. I'm not surprised. That'd be lit. I think that'd be cool. She'd probably just be a Lucina clone. What? Lucina's a Marth clone. Hold on. I need to look this up. What the fuck kind of metaphor is a broken rock drill? What is a rock drill? And what does it mean to be broken? What's a rock drill? What's a rock drill? Hold on. Okay. Rock drill definition. Give me the Google definition. Come on, give me the Google definition of a rock drill. A machine as a hammer drill or piston drill for making holes in rock. But it's a broken rock drill because Berserker is a broken version of Heracles? That's a weird metaphor. I don't think I've ever seen anyone say, metaphorically speaking, X is like a broken rock drill. People want everything in Smash except Fire Emblem characters. That's the fucking thing, though. I want more Fire Emblem characters in Smash. I just don't want fucking sword users, and I don't want Avatar characters. Not there could be any more Avatar characters. They're already in Smash. Grumble, grumble, grumble. The blade spinning in all directions will mercilessly destroy all that approaches. We got enough Animu Fire Emblem characters, but I only want more Animu characters. I can't help it if I'm horny for all the Animu waifus and husbandos. I just want Animu characters, and... Shit, I was trying to think of something that wasn't Animu, and then only anime was popping into my head, and I'm like, well, fuck, that's anime. Never mind. No, I'm fine with non-anime, but you know, they don't get me as horny, so... Factually... Herc is Roro Fight the Power. I understood that reference. If one reaches out even a little, that's it. One would get entangled in the blade and be shredded into pieces, unable to even run away. Well, that would be bad, because Shinji mustn't run away. Well, of course, Shinji did run away, which is why he died, and would die now, because he wouldn't be able to run away. If he was still alive, he would double die. More F's in the chat for Shinji. He died again, apparently. It just happened. Shinji died in every timeline just now, because he's someone who runs away. He will pierce the heavens. Ah, I know that reference too. Smash is for good boys and girls. That's not true. Even pervy boys like me can play Smash. Shut up. A normal human can't go up against such a thing. This is a nice song. I like this. It's a nice little battle song that's like triumphing over someone who's too strong or whatever. But that would involve triumphing, which would be too much of a, oh yeah, and Saber just won this time, so there's got to be strategy to it. Of course, Rin's trying to get a good shot in to use her jewels. But if it's simple as Rin uses her jewels and succeeds, that's also too simple, so we'll see. If approaching it is fatal, you can only run away. But Saber places herself within the blades and does not retreat. So she will be cut down bit by bit. FSN OST myth revived. There's a myth? What's the myth? I don't know what the myth is, but I'll believe you that there's a good myth. The sword makes sparks. It's only natural for her armor to splinter bit by bit. Don't get splinters in your pretty armor. How will I jack off at night? I mean, how will Inu Hanyu jack off at night? Gosh, what do you take me for? You think I'm a pervert who jacks off to armor? I jack off to the women underneath the armor, not the actual armor. Gosh. Oh, name of the song is Myth. Okay, Myth revived. That makes sense because Saber was like hurt and stuff, but now she's less hurt. I understand. Is song name spoilers? It kind of depends on what the name is. In this case, the name makes sense. Myth revived because Saber was just revived from not being able to really fight. So, and if it does have another spoiler meaning, I can't think of it because it fits so well with this meaning that I wouldn't think that it has a spoiler meaning. It's kind of case by case. Sometimes a song name is a spoiler. You just got to be a little tactful about it. She is constantly putting herself in fatal situations. Dash. I just hold my breath. So yeah, where's that archery shots that you're helping from the background with? That's you're just not gonna do it? In ancient times, having a flashback now, the heroes that went up against dragons must all have been like her. Well, no, she's special because she is the dragon. I think most people are not the dragon. I think most people that fought the dragons would not have been like dragons. And in fact, I don't think... Oh, I mean, okay, the heroes would be like her, yes, but not specifically like her. They wouldn't make you as horny, I don't think. I think she's special in that regard. They wouldn't be dragons, and they probably have different weapons. I think being just like her... I think that's, stereotyping, if I'm being honest, but... Goku should show up and invite them both to eat. Wait, well, I don't know. Is Saber the classical shonen eats-a-lot protagonist? I'm not sure. Heracles seems like the kind of guy who'd be the typical shonen. Heracles seems like a Goku. Well, Heracles came first. It should be the Goku seems like a Heracles, but, The whole Heracles is... What is it? Heracles is... Hold on, no. No, it's not Heracles. It's not Heracles' foot. It's Achilles' heel, but Achilles is from the same mythos as Heracles. And the whole idea of Achilles' heel is a big trope used nowadays. And Goku is an example of, having the kryptonite of the tail. Kryptonite in itself is an Achilles' heel, but it's not one built into the person, so I guess it's not an Achilles' heel anymore. But Goku's tail would be his Achilles' heel. So I think the question we need to be asking is, what is Heracles' heel or kryptonite? Because I think we need one of those. They know well enough their strengths are different. Saber loves eating, but can she eat as fast and hard as them? Sane Heracles is really like Goku. Sane. Is that his first name? Sane Heracles? That's funny because he's insane right now, and his name is Sane? I did not know that. Okay, that's neat. That's a neat little joke. His only sane line was... Wait, what? This fight deserved better, referring to his fight against Archer. Oh, sorry, Sane Heracles is really like Goku. Not that his name is Sane, but while he was sane, he said this fight deserved better when he was regenerating from... I see. I thought that was a neat joke. That was not a neat joke. It was a neat joke in my mind that didn't actually exist. I understand. Okay, they know well enough their strengths are different. But still, they bet on the chance of a lifetime. A great violence surpassing human. They defend until the only opening appears, and many warriors died when no such miracle occurred. Jokes are cool, unless they're hot. Get it? Because that's a joke. Is it cool? Oh. Many warriors died when no such miracle occurred. Because there are two timelines, you see. And Link went back in time to the young Link timeline. Therefore, the old Link timeline from Ocarina of Time had no Link to show up in Wind Waker. That's the mythos, guys. Get on top of your shit. Their fight is just that. A miracle. I feel like this is sort of repetitive. This feels like the same I don't know. Just to be honest, it feels like this whole thing of, oh, this fight is so cool, man. This fight. It just feels like sort of what we got with Archer versus Lancer, just to a different extent. Feels kind of repetitive. A dazzling battle that takes my eyes away, but... Not to mention Saber and Berserker themselves has already fought, but in that one, Berserker was winning hardcore, so it's a little different, but... There's only one end prepared, with it being Saber's defeat as she is hurt more by the second. What if I don't want to keep reading Inu Hanyu? Don't you know the type of person I am yet? If you tell me to keep reading, that's exactly what's going to make me stop and talk more. So, about the broken rock drill. Let's talk more about the broken rock drill. Like, gosh, there was a... Okay. So if Berserker's the broken rock drill, what is Saber? The pretty anime princess who you have a boner for? Well, I mean, Shiro has a boner for her, so... That's not really, that's not really a fitting metaphor, but a Berserker being a broken rock drill, that's a weird metaphor too, so... The roar shakes the ground! Berserker's whirlwind cuts through the wind and flings back the defending Saber. Saber's armor chips away with every blow, and as she hits the ground, she charges bravely at Berserker without falling to her knees. That's good. But she's already at her limits. Saber's breathing wildly, and her movements are slowing down even to my eyes. She's not even trying to create an opening in Berserker. Saber will be slashed by him in a few more blows. Dash, dash. In my clenched fist is a bow. Oh fuck, this is gonna be a choice. Provide backup with the bow. What's the point? Archer curse, let's go! So, I'll provide backup with the bow, or what's the point? What's the bow? What's the point's a funny joke. We gotta do emotional power, right? This is just give up, Rennie. Just give up? Oh yeah, what's the point? I'll just, this is like Ace Attorney. What's the point? Yeah, I mean, sometimes if I tried to fire, I might be exposing my location, to be honest. But I think they kind of already know my location. So yeah, I should try to fight back. I think what's the point is an obvious die flag, unless I'm crazy. Unless it's a fake out. But it seems like I should definitely say I'll provide backup with a bow, even if you think it won't help. It's like Gurren Lagann, where you just gotta believe, and then you'll suddenly be, magic is emotions too, because it's magic. To be fair, if you can quantify everything, then it's more science than it is magic. Even if it is magic, the science of figuring out how the magic works is what makes it science. If you can't figure it out, then that's what stops it from being science. So if emotions can power it, which is fucking bullshit, then again, if you can figure it out through emotions, there could be the science to how emotions work, but I'll provide backup with the bow. Gurren Lagann, suddenly be super strong shooting the bow, even though this shouldn't help at all. Go! Oh yeah, maybe by shooting her switches targets and killed Shiro. I mean, at least that way Saber will live. I mean, not, but she'll live in my heart, for the 5 seconds before I die. Ha! The instant Saber is flung away, I fire at Berserker. This won't hurt him, but it should at least take his attention off Saber. Why would it? He's fucking insane and doesn't even think. So how would this at all work? Nani? The arrow that hits Berserker's temple does nothing. I mean, I don't think that's too surprising. I can't even get his attention. I don't think that's too surprising. The giant does not block. No, he doesn't even care about my attack. I don't think that's too surprising. That's right, Berserker. Forget about Shiro. After all, we're gonna save him for later, for dessert. Lick lips. We can work on him nice and slowly after we kill Saber. Ilya's laugh echoes through the forest. Damn it. Kuso! I can't do anything. Saber's about to collapse in front of me and I can't do anything. I'm too weak. I can't hurt Berserker no matter what I do. All I'm doing is distracting Saber. Are you distracting Saber? I don't think we've mentioned that yet. A strong blow. Saber, repelling that attack, has her feet driven into the ground up to her ankles. The blows are heavy and fast. The axe sword flying above Saber's head comes down. The sword shaves off some of her armor as she flings herself away and breaks the ground. Oh gosh, emo powers. I feel like I'll grind my teeth down. What'll die first, Saber or my teeth? Cavities, oh no! Am I unable to do anything at all? I can't protect Saber nor fight alongside her. There's nothing I can do. Was our magical organ transplant sex for nothing? Mott's, rip the Mott's! Mott sounds like a pasta sauce. All I can do is... Right, make the second sword, of course. In that case, at least imagine it. Oh, is that what's gonna happen? So the archery was fucking pointless? What was the big fucking thing about? Oh, that will be an archer. Fucking nothing just for you to make the sword? It was just so you could get down about yourself when nothing happened, when nothing was gonna happen inevitably? That's kind of stupid. Maybe by shooting her, Ilya's pride might be her downfall. She can probably just kill Shio right here if she wanted. Well, if she tried to do that, Rin would intervene, but that in itself would prevent her from getting caught off guard by Rin later, I suppose. Let's just hope Shiro's death wish won't rear its head and he repeats the first fight with Herc. I mean, yeah, at least this time, though, as long as he doesn't run in the middle, like, that's the big problem. Or if he does, he actually gets killed by Saber this time, because that's the funny part that I wanted to happen last time. It didn't. After all, that's the only thing you can do. You're so shit, you think you can actually fight servants? You can only make swords magically. Which he can only do now, all of a sudden, in the midst of a battle, because, adrenaline. Adrenaline's a real thing. Epiphany is a real thing, I'm not saying it's not. It's just Shio's too stupid that I get mad when the epiphany happens for stupid people. I prefer it when smart people have smart plans, but then they fail, but then in the moment an epiphany comes for them. I don't know, just, you know, justice for smart people. Shio didn't have any avenues back then. I prefer his archery being hyped so much being useless rather than Archer being somehow useful. I mean, I guess, but I think, like, why even have the archery? I don't know. It, like, maybe the archery's gonna go somewhere later on, but it just feels like, did you even, like, stop to think if you do anything at all with the archery? Like, Rin said, oh, you probably won't manage much, but it's something. And that's true, but it's really not something. So unless you have some kind of plan... Renegade loves Sasuke characters? I'm sorry, what? Because if we're talking about Naruto, no, I think Sasuke is horribly written. But unless you're talking about some other Sasuke. Dash. Oh, you mean as in characters being smart. Okay, that's fair. But I think I'd rather say someone like Shikamaru. But, you know. That guy said so. You do not need outside enemies. For you, the one you need to fight is none other than your own image. That's right. What was he saying? It wasn't his usual harassment. Harassment? You harassed him the first time you saw him. You said, I don't like this guy to yourself. Anyways, the harassment was mutual. Are you really calling it wasn't his usual? You even say that in your inner monologue? Rude. Can't you respect it? Anyways, those words held an importance that I need to understand right now. I couldn't have possibly understood it before this. I have to understand it now. No, saying that. Weren't all of his words a warning that I shouldn't have ignored? Yes. Saber's body is flung away. And because it's most dramatic, if I think about them now, I'll think about them right now in the midst of battle. Even if that's kind of, you know, mentally that might be stupid, it's dramatically cooler, so she didn't jump to get away. She was flung. She took a blow. That storm-like blow landed right on her side. Saber totters. Concentrating strength into her numb finger, she faces Berserker again, coughing violently. The giant will not miss the opening Saber has finally shown. Don't! My voice won't reach them. It's useless for me to say anything, and it's useless for me to have a bow mimicking archers, unless it actually, you know, mimics archers in strength. But you never even saw Archer use it, so you can't even think of what that would be like. So it makes more sense to mimic Saber, whose sword you can at least sort of comprehend how strong it is. Because, you know, if you can comprehend it, you can make it real, maybe? Do I still not understand? Am I still that stupid? What can I do? What I can do? What I should be doing? Magically making a sword with my mind. That's right. What do I need to do in order to save Saber? A bow won't do, even a lance won't be able to pierce him. And that doesn't mean I should have the same weapons as the enemy. Okay? I mean, if you just make a sword, that is sort of the same weapon as the enemy. Unless you're trying to go outside of the weapon triangle. This makes sense, since his love of Saber is now overweighing his inherent death wish, so now he's thinking of how to save her. That's a very fair point. That's when he cares the most about the fight, is when Saber's involved. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not a huge fan of the cliche of, I mean, look, I'll be completely biased. There are some cliches that'll see them, and I'll be like, oh my gosh, yes. But then there are other cliches that'll be like, oh, I've seen this kind of thing before, not a fan. Whereas if it's like, I've seen this kind of thing before, I'm a fan, I'll enjoy it a lot, usually. But, you know, this is one of those cliches. I'm not a huge fan of the dumb character getting the emotional power up in the fight. I understand why people like it. It just, you know, not a huge fan. That doesn't mean I should have the same weapon as the enemy. That giant... I like it when people fight through facts and science, with emotion being secondary rather than primary. That way, when the emotion does come through, the emotion feels more real, as opposed to every fight is always about emotion, which kind of weakens the emotions to me personally, and makes it harder to take seriously, if that makes sense. You know, it's like too much of a good thing. If you know, to defeat the mountain, I'll need a sword. Sure, to slash a mountain in half, I need a sword, that makes sense. A sharp and gorgeous sword of the king that will defeat the enemy in one blow. I get you, I hate the cliche of a smart character being in a bad situation being like, all according to Keikaiku. I like that cliche, so, I prefer that any day over, you know, emotional power up because of emotions, I mean, here's the thing, I also generally prefer... I prefer it, even though I like smart characters being like, all according to plan. I prefer it when smart characters are like, no, it wasn't all according to plan. How do I adjust? How do I think on the fly? Oh, that's right, I should use that element and win with that. I prefer the thinking on the fly smart element cliche than I do to the all according to plan, because that means I were in control of the fight the whole time. Which is okay sometimes, but if it's a climactic fight that I'm supposed to really be invested in, if they were in control the whole time, it's harder to be invested in it, and that kind of thing. But it depends on the situation. Anyways, a sharp and gorgeous sword of that king will defeat the enemy in one blow. Like that golden sword so suited to her that I saw in my dreams. My head hurts. Bearing my nausea, I still stare at Saber. But ironically, an indescribable discomfort assails me the more I stare at her about to collapse. I'm not supposed to get discomfort when I look at her. I'm supposed to get horny. What's going on? Saber and Berserker's movements seem to be in slow motion. He's getting a super power up. Wherever everything, you know, everything is slowing down for him to maybe the rate of how they see it. Because for them, well, I don't know. Do they see things in slow motion? Well, I think they kind of do, actually, because of their status. Because Saber has the whole... skills, she's got instinct, and Berserker has like fake instinct or whatever it's called. So, yeah. The reason this sword thing might even work because he had organ sex with Saber. That's always good. It's always good to think the solution is sex. I don't mind that. I don't mind that cliche. Is that a cliche? I guess it is for some people. Many switches are arranged in a row. Oh shoot, red text. Superhero Shiro is coming out. That's right. There's like, I had a theory that Shiro's, like, secretly Wolverine, because his magical healing of himself is maybe not entirely tied to Saber, and, like, maybe he was always a magical person who he never had any parents, that's why he never talks about them, is that he's always been a magical person, just doesn't realize he's a magical person. And so when Kiritsugu saved him, Shiro lost his memory of being a magical person, which might explain how he's able to do something so stupidly crazy, like making the sword, etc., etc., etc. But many switches are arranged in a row. Also, maybe that's what the red text is? I know we've seen the red text before, but I forget what it was for. Coughing, Saber bends her body in pain for an instant. Berserker smashes down his axe sword with all his might. As if making a line, the firing hammers move into position one by one. It seems like knocking down dominoes. The triggers are pulled all at once. Oh, we're speeding back up. We're roaring. What is Rin doing in all this? Is she nervous? Is she nervous this whole time? Because it feels like Saber's on the back end. Once Saber loses, she'll lose any chance to get a good attack at him. So I think that's what it is nerves. Or she's still waiting for a good shot. Maybe she's waiting for Shiro to somehow help out. But it's just interesting. It's an interesting character idea is that she is just really nervous about it. Because maybe she's out of the fight technically with Artragon. And now she's really thinking about it that way. Hello, Optic Chitwick. There is some repressed Shiro. We saw him repressing his anger problems. That come up when fighting Shinji. Oh, yeah, maybe the repressed anger also relates to the red text. Like his Wolverine superpowers might relate to a super evil side. That something, something, something. Oh, here's a crack theory. What if the Grail created Shiro? What if Shiro was a hero? Okay, here's a theory. Let's throw it out there. What if Shiro never really had parents before Kiritsugu and was a hero from some age, and because the Grail got all fucked up with the fire, it like spat out a hero, like, I don't know, that was supposed to be part of the Fate Zero Grail War, but it never happened or something. Or maybe it was a hero that was part of Fate Zero, none that I can think of, but maybe it spat out a hero in some deformed child form that it wasn't supposed to be. And so Shiro became alive all of a sudden in the fire with memories, not having good memories of his parents, probably because he's actually thinking, if this theory is true, he's thinking of his parents from when he was a kid, from actually his hero self. And in that notion, yeah, he doesn't discuss his parents much because he probably doesn't remember them much, and what he does remember is from long ago, maybe? Which means Shiro is a hero, and his regeneration powers are legitimately tied to his heroism. But, and this is also tied to the red text and the inner anger issues, which means whatever hero he is probably has anger issues. And that might be tied to the death wish and trying to find himself, that he doesn't think he should be alive anymore, because he's not a real boy. He was spat out by the Grail. He's not a real person. And this whole time, he's like, am I supposed to be alive somewhere in his subconscious? Like, is this existence correct? And so he tries to solve that by dying, but it doesn't work because he's got strong Wolverine powers. My crack theory piggybacking on yours. The Grail actually granted Kiritsugu's wish and gave him a child he could save. That's an interesting thought, yeah. If, I guess, yeah, the Grail pooped out Shiro. And so that was, I mean, Kiritsugu, his wish was a bit more complicated than just saving people. It wasn't until after the fire happened he wanted to save someone. So I suppose crossing the streams, that could make sense. If it's fairy tale nonsense like power of friendship out of nowhere, I would hate it. But if it's foreshadowed, I think it's cool. Power of friendship out of nowhere. If it's foreshadowed, it depends. If the next time Shiro lies, his nose grows, then we know that your theory of him not being a real boy is true. That's nice. Saber! Berserker's blow smashes Saber away. It's fatal. Saber's body is split through the waist, and her pieces are thrown into the air. That's bad. No, that's not right. The only thing flung into the air is Saber's armor. Oh, good. She's not dead then. Which means she's just going to be without her clothes now. Berserker only smashed Saber's armor. Saber created an opening to make Berserker a large swing. And Saber charges in at top speed using all the energy he has left. Oh, that's good. That's a good tactic. If we could, like, time an attack where she does that and I do my thing and Rin does her thing all at once. Is this the chance? Is this the chance we've been waiting for? Margle, fargle, shargle, rargle. Hootenanny. A black howl surges out. But he can't retreat from Saber, who is right in front of him. She places both hands on her sword and slashes at Berserker with all her might. Garble, garble, rumble, rumble. Oh, is this when he dies but then comes back to life because he's a cheater? I can't believe it. The giant that seemed to be rooted to the ground is smashed back a few meters by Saber's blow. Oh shoot, tactics! And then... Rin, do you really have to shout out? Okay, get back, Saber! Yeah, that was Rin's voice. Do you really have to shout out, though? Because I feel like if you positioned yourself correctly, you would never have to shout out, because shouting out alerts Elia, but whatever. The true final attack is executed instantly. She must intend to fire from as close as possible. Really? You think that's the good idea? I feel like, you know, you're making yourself known to Elia. I feel like you should do the shot from the trees. I guess you don't want to whiff, but if you get out of the trees, you trigger yourself to Elia. Yelling does the same thing. I feel like the more time you take to set up the attack, but I guess it's, you know, it's in the moment. It's what she's gonna try to do. That's some nice legs shot, by the way. Just, you know, I'd like to say, shout out to the legs fan service. You know, the breasts aren't everything. Tosaka jumps down from the branch high above and throws her jewels as she descends. What she said? Japa German. Germanese. A rain of ice whirls down. Ice. Ice, baby. In it, 3 giant icicles shaped like spears have enough magical energy concentrated in them to blow away a whole mansion. No, dodge it, Berserker! Oh shit, Elia suddenly seems actually kind of worried. So, because Berserker has no resistance to magic, this will probably kill him, but he'll likely come back to life, right? Unless I'm missing something. She would have shouted stuff anyway when chanting her spell. Okay, she would have chanted stuff when chanting her spell. That's fair. That's fair. I didn't know the spell required a verbal component. You know, I think when doing a sneak attack like this, it'd be best if your spell required no verbal component, but I guess if it does need one, whatever. I guess all the spells have verbal components from what I've seen, unless it was using some kind of artifact that you can trigger without the verbalness, but spells inherently seem to need verbalness unless you set it up in advance. I mean, technically her things are set up in advance, but unleashing them requires a spell. If she could make some way to set them up in private, she probably never would have thought of that because she's not the stealthy type anyways, but just things to think about. Elia, who was only watching until now, screams. She must have realized how dangerous that attack is, but it's too late. The spear of ice isn't just falling. As it's fired, it is accelerating to skewer Berserker. There's no way he'd be able to dodge it. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a shotgun of ice, perfectly coordinated with Saber's desperate attack. I noticed Shiro still hasn't actually done anything in this moment, which is probably going to wait until after Berserker comes back to life and Saber somehow kills him, or Shiro somehow kills him with his superhero, all of a sudden Wolverine magic sword attack for some reason. Double killing him? Something like that, maybe. It has more than enough magical energy in it to be able to kill Berserker. But, oh, of course there's a but. Hibijuba Haba Rubidu! He blocks it? He swings his axe sword through the air. Were they all blocked? Did she use all of them? Did you whiff on everything? Or did you only use half? Or how much is left? Even as he's pushed back by Saber, he destroys 3 blocks of ice with his quickly readied axe sword. Yeah, I do feel like she gave him a big window of opportunity for him to respond, so oops. Splashes of blood. Probably Saber's. Perhaps because he swung with only one arm, the ice is not completely destroyed. Oh, never mind. Never mind. He got dinged a little bit. The ice is not completely destroyed, and it lacerates his arm. Just a little ding. Not only that, the ice refreezes on the giant's arm and stops its movement completely. Okay, so he's down one arm, but he's not dead. And even if he was dead, we know he's immortal, so... We, the player, know he's immortal, but the fucking people fighting him don't, so they're eventually going to have to kill him to figure this out, because they still don't know, and then they're going to have to figure out another plan beyond that, so... I don't know, this looks pretty bad for them. Still, it got only one of his arms. Nani? Unless freezing him fully solid would mean he would never technically die, and that would be the way to take him out of the Grail War. That's one option, I suppose. Maybe ice is his big weakness. It's not really a weakness in that case, but... Saber raises her voice. It's only natural. It would also be stupid for them to introduce the concept of Berserker being immortal, only for us to never be like, oh, he can't die! And just kill him without even finding out he can't die. That would be really odd. But anyways, it's only natural! Because Berserker's other arm has grabbed Tosaka's body as she descended onto him. Oh, you got that close! Oh, that's bad. Oh, I feel like, you know, pop goes the raisin, is what's about to happen. Oh, shoot. Is this Rip? Yeah, is this Rip Ren? Are we in one of those, are we in the timeline where Ren dies? Is this, are you following your servant? Oh no, Ren! Tosaka's face contorts in pain. I see no reason Ilia would want to spare her. We never found out what Rin was doing in secret. Maybe I just had to follow up on that, or that was something for other pathways. Maybe it had to do with her getting her own magic protection. That's what I never found out. It just feels like there's more there I don't know about her own personal agenda. There's a big running theme of not knowing a lot about personal agendas. It probably has to do with multiple pathways, I would assume. With Berserker's power, it should be no problem to crush Tosaka.
Tosaka!
You're really going to take all the time to say Tosaka instead of Rin, which is just one syllable? You're going to waste your breath saying 3 syllables now of all times? I guess he's not thinking about it, but that's why I would say Rin in this moment for sure. You didn't go on her pathway and now she must die. I'm sorry. I didn't know where her pathway route was. Well, I guess there was a couple points I could have went on her pathway. I tried to go on Ilia's pathway, but then, you know, just freaking got railroaded onto Saber anyways. At least I got one ending where I ended up becoming her familiar, which is secretly the best ending. We can just pretend Rin lived in that ending, somehow. I run. I don't care if I'm only dragging her down. I don't care if I can't do anything. You actually secretly can! Thank you to Founder 2017 for following me. You're 3 years late. I wasn't streaming back in 2017 though, so I'm technically a few years late too, but thanks! I won't let him crush Tosaka!
Rin!
Sarah must not have any power left to stand, but she still lifts her body. Ellipses! Tosaka must be in pain as she reaches out with her face downcast. At any moment, it could just be like pop and she's dead, so this is very intense. And I actually believe the tension is real now. Because before I thought people were mostly safe, and then with Shinji dying, I'm like, okay. But then Archer died, and I thought Archer was really important. So I wouldn't be surprised if Rin just went pop right here, which makes the tension real, which I enjoy. Whenever you tease deaths, it's a lot more easier to tease them when you've trained your audience to believe they'll happen. Which I feel like is necessary at this point with most media, because most media has trained us to not believe it because of all the fake outs. The fake outs really ruin it for everyone. But, what's it called? If you look up Red on YouTube, or that's not, she calls herself Red, but that's not like, because she's red, he's blue. I forget their channel name off the top of my head, but Trope Talk. There's the one talk about, you know, being killed off for real and fake outs, and how, like, because so many people do fake outs, because they know there's this great tension of, oh shit, will they die? And so making it seem like they die. And so the tension is there because people want that tension, even if the person does not die. But if they don't die, the more often the tension is there without dying, the more often we believe, oh, you don't want to kill them off. You want to keep them alive because they want to have the cake and eat it too. They want to keep their character alive, but also, you know, have the tension. Which means they generally, you know, media has to train us as an audience to believe, oh no, this work actually is taking it seriously. Sometimes the tension will actually lead to death, which I feel like this work has done a good job of, at least in this pathway. But, you know, Deaths work better in VNs with multiple endings and routes. That's also true. Inherently having multiple endings makes deaths more easy, because even if Rin just goes out like a bitch here, she could always live longer in another ending. That's also very fair. Bash Herc's arm with a bow, lol. Yep. Tosaka must be in pain as she reaches out with her face downcast. Because I genuinely believe she might die here. And earlier in the game, I would not have said that. But now that we're at this point, I do believe it, and that is a positive in my opinion. I don't think that narratives always need this fear of death over every character, but I do think that if a narrative can achieve it, then it usually is in its favor. For example, I'm a big fan of One Piece, but characters rarely die in that, and I'm mostly okay with it, but, you know, there's different things I look to enjoy from that versus this. There's also the sense of, you know, teasing, oh, will this character really die? Because that's the thing. If a narrative knows that its characters aren't going to die off, and they don't have to bother with teasing it really, to that extent at least. But if they want to tease their audience, then they have to convince their audience that the teases aren't bullshit. But, or even if they are bullshit, they still have to convince the audience their teases aren't bullshit. Because if they don't, the bullshit ones won't be effective either. But if you do a bullshit one, you're going to have to be very careful, because in future, the non-bullshit ones are going to be a lot harder to believe. But, and then... Just as I thought. Are those your famous last words? She smiles and speaks boldly. Oh, fuck! That's nice. That's what I like to see. She didn't use them all at once. So, but she's very lucky that, you know, she's very lucky he didn't just pop her immediately. Because what, he's waiting for Ilya's order? Maybe Ilya gave the order of don't kill anyone without my say-so. If that is the case, then she got a nice chance to get up close and personal. Everyone gasps. And to me, too. I got a real gasp. Because I thought she might really die here. Because I was trained to believe that she might really die here, I still expected Shiro and Saber to win the fight. But I thought Rin, there was a real possibility of her dying here. Therefore, this, of her having these jewels and potentially making a turnaround, her death is still possible. But this turnaround is actually really like, oh shit, Rin's gonna live. There's that, you know, the adrenaline of going like, oh, a character you like is gonna live. But that only happens if you truly believe they were gonna die. Which in this case, I do, and I'm still on the fence, therefore, it feels good, is what I'm saying. I like it. Saber, Eye, and even Berserker must have frozen. She's horrible. Who's horrible? She knew this was gonna happen, yet never told us about it. I mean, you know, she said that she wasn't gonna use all the jewels, so I don't know if she knew it was gonna happen. But, you know, it was a backup plan in case Berserker blocked some of them. She had some in reserve. I don't think that's the worst idea in the world, but, and not telling you I don't think is a terrible idea either, because, you know, Shiro, you're kind of dumb, and if you know the actual plan, you might fuck it up, whereas if you don't, you know, because if the plan is a fake out to make them think that it's the all or nothing attack, making someone like Shiro think it's the all or nothing attack will trick Ilya potentially into thinking it's the all or nothing attack when it's really not the all or nothing attack, whereas Shiro's probably too stupid to hide the fact that it's not really the all or nothing attack, if that makes sense. So I think in this instance I'm fine with Rin not telling them the full plan. Also, you know, the plan, she also kind of did tell them the plan, even if it wasn't the full plan. She didn't lie necessarily. She said she didn't want to use all the jewels, so. Grumble, 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 grumble! I also think there was something to Rin not wanting to use them earlier and Shiro being like, oh, it's okay, I'll finance you, to make Rin more confident, because even if Rin was going to use some of them, it was maybe a thing of like, oh, I'll use 3, and then for the real attack I'll use like 3 more, but maybe we convinced her to use like 5 and 5, for example. I don't think there was no merit to Shiro's talk with Rin earlier. I think there was still some hesitation, but whereas now I think she's over that mostly. Berserker puts power into his grip. Oh, okay, because if he puts really power into his grip, she's dead. But it's a second too late. Got you! But here's the thing. Even if he dies, he's not really dead because of immortality. Bullets of light are fired. This is cool, but it's also kind of... I feel a little bad for Shiro because of how much he wants to be a master who participates in the fight and just can't. And yet Archer is downed But Rin is still able to participate in the fight because she's like a better master and all that. And so this is probably going to make, you know, Shiro even more like, which maybe this is going to be, actually, although maybe this will be a good trigger for him, because seeing that will maybe, you know, push him over the edge of like, yes, I can fight too. If she can do that, I can be a cool boy. Although, and I think in this case it'll actually work based on what we're seeing of Shiro now. Whereas before I thought he was just being a stupid. I still think he's being stupid, but doesn't realize that it would actually work because he's too stupid to realize he's not that stupid, if that makes sense. Anyways, Herc's arm is being weighed down by the ice, so that may be the reason why he isn't putting all the effort into squeezing her in. He's too busy trying to free his sword arm. I suppose that's true. With Berserkers acting on instinct, he may be trying to freeze his sword arm to sword stab Rin instead of just squishing her to death. That's fair. 4 jewels are used. The rapid fire from Perfect Point Blank Rage kills the Black Mad Warrior for sure this time. But he's immortal. No. It has splendidly, perfectly blown away his life. And this is when we find out he's immortal. But Shiro still hasn't used his Bankai. That's always the thing. When two people go at it, and you know both of them have a secret up their sleeve, whoever uses the secret up the sleeve first is probably going to lose. And I do think that's a cliched thing I'm not a huge fan of. But yeah, so we're now discovering that Berserker is going to be immortal. This is what they're about to discover, and he's still going to be able to fight. But Shiro still has not yet used his magical sword thing that's going to, you know, take him down. If he had used his magical sword thing first before discovering Berserker was immortal, then I might believe that, you know, this fight was actually more dire. But because he still hasn't used it yet, because, you know, Berserker used his ace in the hole first, that makes me think it's more likely that Shiro and gang will get out of this as the victors, as it were. Blood splatters over me and I'm at least 10 meters away. There are things other than blood mixed in it, but I'm sure it wasn't overkill. He was a monster. Everybody put some F's in the chat for Berserker, because he's dead for now, for a few seconds, for a few minutes. I don't know exactly how long it takes for him to regenerate, but, Princess Bride joke. Only mostly dead. Although I think in this case he's all dead, but it's like immortality. So yeah, F's in the chat for Herc. You know, even if he's, you know, it comes back to life, he's still, you know, dead for a few seconds, right? Like, that's still death. It still counts. Hashtag immortal people are people too. Okay, so I'm going to take a break for a hot second. This feels like a nice beat. I have to refill my water and take a piss and all that. So, what was that? F. Oh, yeah, that's an F. Okay, intermission. We're going to go to the intermission. Okay. There are things other than blood mixed in it, but I'm sure it wasn't overkill. He was a monster. I bet Tosaka would have been crushed if she didn't blow off his head in a single blow. I mean, technically she didn't because he blocked the first blow, you know, semantics. Although I guess you could say it was all in one blow because the first blow, but the first blow was not entirely blocked. It did free some of his arm. Although I don't think his arm being frozen was all according to Kakaiku. I'm pretty sure that was coincidental. But, you know, it worked in her favor. Few indeed. Now on to Ilya. I slow my running steps. Tosaka is still head by Berserker, but the battle is over. So you think. Did I just say Tosaka is still head by Berserker? Berserker is headbutting her furiously, yet for some reason she won't die. Berserker's face is still covered in white smoke. From the smoldering sounds, it must have been a huge explosion. Depending on how long it takes for the regeneration, though, we might be able to catch Ilya. If we actually try and catch her before, you know, he regenerates, we could maybe, you know, take her out of the war without Herc regenerating. I don't know how long it takes him to, though.
Uso.
No way. Uso? What? Was that Rin's voice, I think? I hear Tosaka's voice. Aha! I am correct at the voice recognition. She is looking into the white smoke, dumbfounded. Because he's coming back to life, Mommy. He's got the powers of regeneration. Immortality. That was fast. Hold on. Is it just my imagination? Berserker's fingertips holding Tosaka are digging deeper into her. Oh god, is this how she dies? Because that would be extremely grim. That she had this great plan and it worked out, but it all failed because he's immortal. And Archer would have lost the same way. Archer killed him fucking 6 times, but ultimately it failed because freaking Berserker was immortal and had no way of giving that information to Tosaka. Which was the terrible thing about this fight from the get-go. Despite having, plans and stuff, it was doomed to fail because they didn't know he was immortal. So it's... I like how it was handled, but it's in kind of a sad way. And I also like the idea that the solution will be the impromptu thing, but the impromptu thing that's been foreshadowed of Shiro making the sword out of nowhere. I don't know how that specifically will stop Berserker's regeneration powers, or we'll maybe just let them win for now, and maybe Ilya's not out of the fight. This feels like the time to knock Ilya out of the fight, but I don't know. Tosaka is staring at the white smoke. But it doesn't last long. The large cloud of white smoke fades away. In it... Oh, jeez. It's Berserker's face, so it was certainly blown away. Yup, this is what it looks like. This is what Herc looks like when he's regenerating. And in these few moments while he's regenerating, this is the only time he has his sanity. That's an interesting thing to analyze. Well, oopsie poopsie. So we should take advantage of this and use this time to do something rather than waiting for him to fully regenerate. I don't know if we realize yet that that's what's happening, but he's clearly not dead. So Tosaka's at a loss for words, covered by the demonic stare. Yeah, we should act now by killing Ilya, as dark as that is, or at least freeing Rin from his grasp before she pops like a strawberry or a raspberry, whatever berry you want to call her. Just not a blueberry. She's too red for that. Laughter echoes through the clearing. The Silver Master controlling Berserker from the edge of the clearing is laughing. I have a better opinion of you now, Rin. For you to kill Berserker even once. And that frickin' attitude of, wow, you actually did one death. Good job, Rin. Gold star. You still had no chance of beating me, but you did a decent job of fighting. Good job. As if, it's the idea of she's on a whole nother level. That attitude. That's a little on the nose. It's too bad Berserker won't disappear just from that, because he has a body that won't die unless he's killed 12 times. Okay, so we know he was killed, 6 times before, so this would be the 7th, so 5 to go. From a storytelling perspective, that seems like a little bit of a dumb idea. Just because, I don't know, it could be executed well, but from an idea standpoint, it sounds odd. Because, we're just going to know when we're at the 11th time that the 12th time is going to be the death. Unless we don't know, that this is one way of maybe being executed well, is we don't know how many times he's been killed. And so the 12th one comes as a surprise, but it can't be too much of a surprise. I don't know. I prefer the idea of there being some weakness to the immortality, where there's some way of, oh, if you splash him with water and kill him, he dies for good. I don't know, something like that. Unless Herc lost some lives from other fights. I doubt he did lose any lives from other fights. He's, super good and stuff. He probably has only lost the 7, I would assume. I mean, Ilya admitting the whole killed 12 times is in character for her, because she's trying to put it on the level playing ground. She wants everyone to have a level playing ground, even though she knows it's not a level playing ground. She wants to give everyone a best fighting chance, so she has a fun time beating them, as it were. No, it's not that she doesn't give a crap whether they know. She wants them to know, But she likes the surprise on their face of finding out they know for the first time that, haha, he's immortal. So, you know, she'll let them find that out for the first time for themselves. But then after that be like, haha, he's immortal and has to be killed 12 times. She shouldn't even be saying he has to be killed 12 times. Not saying that would give us more despair and that we wouldn't know how to permanently kill him at all. Therefore, doing any more deaths might just be a waste of time. By telling us that 12 times will do it, more deaths is not a waste of time, but... Anyways. 12 seems so arbitrary. Why 12?
12回殺される
Killed 12 times? She must have figured out something important from Ilya's words. Figured out something important? What, that he needs to die more? How is that figuring something out? She just said it outright. Sure, are you that dense? Tosaka's eyes are strained in faint regret. Maybe that explains Shiro's extremely bad memory, because he secretly had amnesia all along too, because he's remembering being a hero that was spit out from the Grail War. Maybe the hero that was spit out was just a frickin' archer, and he just, you know, he's like 2 places at the same time. There's that thought as well. 12 makes sense because he's Herc? Does it? Maybe I don't know enough about Herc for that to make sense to me, but okay. Tosaka's eyes are strained in faint regret.
そっか
I see.
神明が分かった時点で思い当たるべきだった。ヘラクレスって言ったらヒドラの弓なのに、持ってるのはただの岩だった。
I should have thought of that as soon as I learned his true name. Heracles should have the bow of Hydra, but he only carried a rock. I mean, that's because he's Berserker. Bow of Hydra. Would he have been an archer that actually used a bow if we saw his bow? I mean, Archer did use a bow. This archer did use a bow, but we never saw him use it, is the point I'm trying to make. Should have thought of that as soon as I learned his true name. I don't know about the story of enough about the story of Heracles to know how that's at all symbolic to dying 12 times.
だから、こいつの宝具はものじゃないんだ。英雄ヘラクレスのシンボルは、その...
So his noble phantasm isn't something like that. The symbol of the hero Heracles is...
そう、肉体そのものがヘラクレスの宝具なのよ。
His body itself is his noble phantasm.
あなたも知っているでしょ、ヘラクレスの12の難行を。ギリシャの英雄ヘラクレスは、己が罪を償うために12もの冒険を乗り越え、そのご褒美として不死になった。
You should know too about Heracles' 12 labors. The Greek hero Heracles overcame 12 tasks to atone for his sins and became immortal as a result. Oh, okay, is that like true facts in the lore? I don't know enough about Hercules lore, but I'll believe it. Even if he becomes immortal though, does he have to die 12? Is it like immortality with 12 times, or is that just tacked on by the VN? Maybe it poetically makes sense, but does it logistically make sense, or is it just being shoehorned?
この意味、あなたならわかるでしょ?
You know what that means, right?
命のストック。蘇生魔術の重ねがけ。
Stock of lives. Multiple layers of resurrection magic, huh? A stock of lives. You guys all only have 1 stock. Herc has 12 stocks. He's kind of cheating. Then again, you know, intense comebacks with one person having only 1 life, the other person having like 3 lives. Those do happen. One person having 1 life, the other person having 12 lives is pretty uncommon in, let's say, Smash Brothers. But, you know, not impossible, theoretically speaking. 12 Labors is what Herc's most popular story. Well, I don't know Hercules. I know Hercules through Kingdom Hearts, if I'm being honest. I know Hercules through Kingdom Hearts, or I know Heracles from One Piece. That's about it, man. And I guess I know now Heracles from Fate. I don't know the actual mythos very much.
ええ、だからそいつは簡単には死ねないの。かつて自分が乗り越えた分の試練は生き延びてしまう。神々にかけられた不死の呪い。
So he can't die easily. He lives through deaths equaling the number of labors he overcame. The curse of immortality. Okay. So what's the solution to this then? Because if he can still die 5 times, assumedly, Shiro pulling out some magic Bankai sword and killing him 1 more time won't mean anything. Unless he can somehow kill him like fucking 5 times with 1 attack. You know, but that sounds unrealistic.
それが私のバーサーカーの宝具、ゴッドハンドなんだから。
That's Berserker's noble phantasm. God the hand! English. I suppose it's possible Shiro could do so much damage, or Shiro and Saber could do so much damage with his made sword that Berserker's body could just be like, you know, completely disintegrated to the point where nothing can regenerate. There's that as an option, I suppose. Gosh, back in the day, I made like really like, oh man, I was really young. I would make like little comics for myself, and the enemy of the first chapter was someone who would always regenerate, and so like to beat him they had to completely destroy his body with a giant sword beam slash. Oh, that was forever ago. Oh man. Anyways, I wonder if I still have that around somewhere. Probably not. I did a few chapters like that, but anyways, the art was terrible. Oh, it's coming to my mind now. Wow, these are weird flashbacks. I haven't thought about that in a long time. Anyways,
わかった？バーサーカーは今ので死んでしまったけど、あと5つの命があるの。
do you get it? Berserker died from the attack right now, but he still has 5 more lives. And yep, she even freaking confesses how many lives he has left. Wow. Sword could have just overkilled him so much it broke through all the layers of resurrection, I suppose, but it didn't.
惜しかったわね、リー。今のが5倍の宝石だったら、バーサーカーは消えていたのに。
Too bad, Rin. Berserker would have disappeared if you used 5 times the jewels you just used. Well, for one thing, she doesn't have 5 times the jewels, but secondly, I don't think that's how overkill works. If you overkill someone, they still just get killed once, generally speaking. Like, doubly, triply killing someone sounds a little silly. I can't hear Ilya too well. I see Saber run out to Berserker out of the corner of my eye. Uh-oh.
リン、逃げて。
Please run, Rin. Please run, Rin. Rin, run, road. Saber dashes to her. Tosaka tries to tear off Berserker's fingers, but they won't even budge. Oh fuck, is Rin about to die? Is Rin about to die, or does Shiro have to save the day? By cutting off his arm with the sword, that's something they could do. With one of his arms frozen, the other arm cut off. That won't technically kill him. Does he regenerate without, Does he regenerate without his Noble Phantasm? Like, does he have regeneration? I know he has regeneration when he dies, but that's the thing. Maybe that's the trick. Maybe if he doesn't die, he doesn't regenerate. Because that could be a trick to killing him without killing him, if you know what I mean. I don't think he has regeneration as far as we know, beyond once he's dead. But seems less like individual lives and more layers of health. That seems dumb. You're either dead or you're not dead. That's too video gamey. Then...
いいよ、バーサーカー。そいつ潰しちゃえ。
It's fine, Berserker. You can crush her. What's that in my throat? Where, I'm surprised that you even need to say this. That's what I wanted to say. Where? Where what? It looks at stats. This is a video game. It's a visual novel. Visual novels aren't video games. Whoever told you that? It's interesting that you're waiting so long to say this. I'm surprised you even need to say this. I would think you just instinctually think it. But I guess you can't. You have to actually say the orders. I think of the mental bond of, especially with someone like Berserker, you could just think it, it could happen. But you needing to say it is one also potential weakness. If we could, like, you know, silence their voice. Silence Ilya's voice, that is. One way to silence her voice would be to kill her. The burning eyes glare at Tosaka. Oh boy. Oh gosh. Okay, if we're gonna save her, now's the time. Tosaka screams. It would also be interesting if Saber being near death didn't actually trigger us to go through with, you know, being a badass. Maybe because she interrupted us by actually being a badass and didn't show us Saber near death because she ended up doing a successful attack or whatever. And so Shiro never got to the point of, you know, the full realization. But it would just be interesting if, you know, this seeming like the Saber route, if it being near death, that actually got Shiro to pull out the magical Saber sword or whatever. The giant's fingers dig in as it scoop out Tosaka's guts. I hope you're just saying, you know, hypothetically that's gonna happen, because if you actually see that happening, I think she's dead. If you see her guts, she's dead. There's, like, no coming back from that. What lies ahead is the that inescapable figure of her miserably crushed. Is she dead? Is that all there is to it? She, like, kills him, but then Berserker just... Oh! Before he even gets a chance to... It wasn't an... Or is the death going to be what drives him, you know, Super Saiyan power up? Is the death what's going to be that drives him to actually finally pull the sword out? Is that what he needed? Dash. So Rin's dead, is that what we're saying? Because that's huge. Archer being dead was already huge, but Rin being dead... Holy fuck. You killed a waifu. You can't kill a waifu. Everyone that's died so far is a male. You can't kill a waifu. That's... I know me saying that is sexism, but... I run! It's a joke, though, so it's okay when I say it. Toe sucker, no! I forget who I'm against or where I am. My mind is already burned up. Stop! Saber slashes at Berserker. The invincible sword is swung at Berserker's defenses. Arm as it... Oh, Berserker's defenseless arm. I thought it said swung at Berserker's defenses. That's the problem with reading too fast. The invisible sword is swung at Berserker's defenseless arm as if chopping a vegetable. But it has no effect. Well, fuck. Unless this is somehow a fake out and Shiro's mind playing a trick, denial intensifies. That's true. He could see, like, the image of it happening burns into his mind, which freaks him out, so he goes charging, assuming it's already happened without it having happening. But that would be a fake out, which I wouldn't like very much. To be fair, they haven't actually... To be fair, they haven't really, you know, ushed in it yet of being like, oh, yeah, she's dead. They've only, like, They've only tickled it a little bit. But, they've tickled it enough that if it turns out, like, she's just alive and she's fine, that's gonna bug me. But... if she's alive and severely permanently injured, maybe I'll be okay with it. The sword bounces back. Not only does it not hurt Berserker's arm, but it does not even loosen Berserker's grip on Tosaka. Dash. It must be painful for her to even move. For who? Rin? Isn't she dead? Saber swings her sword desperately as blood spills from her mouth. Oh, so no, blood's still spilling from her mouth. I feel like once the guts come and she's crushed, I think she's dead at that point, but whatever. We haven't seen her corpse yet, so it's all good. I guess that's one way to judge. We technically haven't seen Archer's corpse, he's just hiding. That's the popular trope, right? He's just hiding. Shiro, I don't like the he's just hiding trope generally. Sometimes it can have good build-up and foreshadowing of, oh, he was not dead all along, but personally I feel like that just, you know, that's just another way to do a fake-out death, and I don't like fake-out deaths in general, since they devalue the real tension that comes from deaths. They can sometimes be handled well, but on principle, I just don't like any type of fake-out death, even the he's just hiding trope. Shiro, I know it didn't say she was killed, but look, okay, listen. The way the text was worded, that's clearly the implication. And if it wasn't the implication, it was worded badly. Like, it's fine, Berserker, you can crush her. The giant figure digs in as if to scoop out Tosaka's guts. Okay, only as if. The indistinguishable figure of her miserably crushed. Okay, I suppose, but what they implied it. I would laugh if Archer just sneaked away and sniped Elia right now. That'd be the time to do it. Shiro! Her face freezes if she sees me run up to Berserker. It would be interesting. A very interesting narrative turn. If the whole time it's like, no, Shiro, don't fight because you suck. You can't fight. You're just a person. And it turns out he's secretly a superhero and he can fight. And therefore should have been fighting all along, but he needed the emotional duress to actually do the good fight. Therefore, he needed to be fighting along the side other people to see them get injured for him to do the good fight in the first place. Therefore, he still needs to learn the lesson of letting females fight, even if the lesson of you suck, don't fight was, I feel like, the core lesson, but that never sank in, and it's a good thing it didn't sink in, even though it should have sank in. It's just interesting. Because he seemed to have something of a realization of, oh yeah, I suck, and I should just, overcome myself because of Archer. But, it's interesting, because, being like, okay, I'll let Saber fight. But I felt like the core of that is, you're a puny human. You obviously can't fight. You have to let the servants do it. Whereas to him, it was like, I don't want to let a female fight. And so, him getting over the letting female fight doesn't mean he got over the I'm a puny person who sucks. In fact, that if anything, that makes it worse. And so it's interesting of him not getting over the puny human that fights might be what saves the day here, when all along I was saying, don't be stupid, stop trying to fight. but it may be what saves the day. It's an interesting thing to think about. What lies ahead sure may have meant what's going to happen in the future. Her face freezes as she sees me run up to Berserker. Let her go, you bastard! I smack my bow against his back. Where's your fucking magic sword already? Turn the bow into a sword already. Come on! Archer's soaking Fire Emblem anyway. The giant does not budge. It must not think nothing of me at all. Ellipses. My fingers are numb. What kind of body does he have if I, the one doing the hitting, have my hands go numb? Please run, Shiro. Huh? I raise my face at Saber's voice. Run away from a fight? But I have a death wish, don't you remember? Didn't we have this conversation already? Running away wouldn't let me die. In that instant, oh fuck. My body flies through the air like a leaf. So is this Saber sending me back or Berserker? I drop like a piece of trash. With how uncomfortable that was, it was probably Berserker who did that. But you lived through it because Wolverine powers. As far as we know, Rin does not have Wolverine powers. Therefore, if we don't get to her soon, she will definitely be dead. Berserker smacked me with that frozen sword. While it's still frozen. Oh, wow. That's a neat kind of twist on the sword then. Oh, yeah, it's a frozen sword. Nice. The bow I instantly blocked with is easily smashed, and I'm thrown so far. Sounds bad. I writhe in pain. Narrative doesn't seem to be treating that Rin is dead. Yeah, okay. It seemed like they were treating it like Rin was dead for a bit, but now it's not. I just think, like, you know, I feel they were playing the runaround for a little bit. The breaking sound was not from the bow. It was from your ribcage? One of my arms is bent like a spider's. Calling all spider riders. All right. Breaking hurts so much that I want to smash my lungs. Breathing hurts and breaking. The breaking also probably hurts a lot. So are you in any position to make a magic sword now? Or, I mean, your Wolverine powers are probably going to fix this just fine, but I don't know. I guess it's a bad thing to count on that. But maybe at this point you should count on it when you're in this bad situation. Not that Shiro would be one to even think about that. He would just run into the fight because he wants to do the fight, not realizing that it might be a smart idea because he has Wolverine powers, but... Gah! I can't breathe right from the blood coming from my throat. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Breathing will just make me pass out. I shouldn't be breathing right now. Don't breathe, just fight. That's some nice panting. I like it. That's some nice hurt panting. I get up. Right now I have to... I run. Every time I see dashes, I assume there's going to be like a choice or something. But so when there's dashes and no choice, I'm like, oh. It's my turn this time. I'll break his arm and save Tosaka. Oh shit, we need a Shiro. Going out at the end of tonight. He must have eyes on the back of his head as he swings his sword as if flinging away a bug. Blah! I can dodge it. You can dodge it? Believe in yourself. Yes, that's the enemy you need to fight. You need to fight yourself that thinks you're not good enough. Because you actually are secretly good enough because you're a magical superhero Wolverine that got spat out of the Grail or something. You're also Archer from the past or something. I won't be hit by something swung with a frozen arm. You got hit. Shit, my body is sinking. It must have scraped my leg. Damn it, don't break my leg when you haven't even hit it. That's enough. Please get away, Master. No, you don't get to say that. You might get to say that when it's about your safety. You don't get to say that when it's about Rin's safety. Because that's being... I don't know exactly what that's being. But the point is I'm doing it not for your safety this time. Therefore, your input doesn't matter? Question mark? I can't do that. I won't let Tosaka die. What do I need to save her? A weapon. A blade would be good. At my feet are the remains of the destroyed bow. Above me, Berserker's sword coming down. I pick up a broken piece. Descending sword. There's no time to think. I channel my magical energy into it. I mean, that's one way to do it. I mean, because clearly thinking's not your strong suit, so not thinking, I guess, is the way to go. I easily succeed at strengthening it, but the sword comes down, the broken pieces totally smash entire my body that should have dodged the blow collapses, so there was no meaning in strengthening such a broken piece. If I'm going to do it again, I have to do it from the very beginning. How about you go past strengthening and do the whole transforming thing, you know? That's, you know, what this whole thing has been building up to. Nothing should be impossible. If there's a model, anyone can imitate it, so I have to repeat the foundation, composition, work, experience, time, and... Oh yeah, well I have red lines. Shut up, Mr. Hargabarga. The giant turns. They must have decided to kill this annoying nuance before Tosaka. Hey, that's nice, because you have Wolverine powers, so that's actually going to buy you some time. Also, what do you mean kill this annoying nuance before Tosaka? It should be like no sweat at all to be like, pfft, and then she's dead if she's still in his grasp, but whatever. It feels like, you know, just trying to do this will be a lot harder than just, you know, quickly popping her, but maybe Saber's helping to stop that? Dash. I guess also Rin could potentially be using some magic to strengthen her own body to prevent the instant death, possibly. If she is doing that, they're not going over it. Raising my body, I glare at the giant. I have no fear. My mind is already burned up. Wouldn't you say mained up? Whatever. Burned up. But behind me. Prepared even for her own elimination. Saber is determined to use her holy sword. How about you let her use both? Why not both? That's a Twitter meme. Is that the only option? Oh shit, don't use it! Oh boy. Dewey Phantasm? Dewey Phantgasm? Is that the only option? Don't use it. Well, that's a great question. My answer is, I think my answer is that the only option? So, wait, neither option is yes. Neither option is use it. I think we have to save Ren. We can't! Neither says we can use it. Either don't use it, or is that the only option? I think the answer is that the only option? This sort of light appears in Saber's hands. Oh, wait. I think I was reading that wrong. Is that the only option? I was thinking that is that the only option, as in I have another option. Not is that the only option, as in that's the only option. There's a difference in how it was worded, because if that's what it meant, then it did not portray that correctly. But anyways, the sort of light appears in Saber's hands. Berserker's hand squeezes Tosaka. I have no power, and all three of us will die as things are. I guess this is the time you'd go for broke, because, you know, better to use everything now and at least live through the Grail War than, you know, not use it and die. At least if you live through and Saber has to get, you know, poofed, at least you and Rin could live, potentially. Potentially. Is that the only option? Our only chance for victory is to spend Saber's scarce magical energy and use the noble phantasm that endangers her existence. No, stop! Don't say the rest of your bad English! The giant releases Tosaka and charges straight for Saber. Really? He releases Tosaka. I guess to deal with the Noble Phantasm, that's fair, because the Noble Phantasm could probably kill him a few times. If it is like health bars from a video game instead of, you know, actual living versus dying. Overkill, you know, shouldn't do anything if it's actually dying, but unless it completely obliterates and shatters your body, which her Noble Phantasm could maybe do, but, you know. Oh, fuck. She said the rest! She said the rest! She said the rest of the English! Berserker blocks the holy sword that breaks the ground. Does he successfully block it? Because that's a big ask. Uh-oh. The silver armor collapses. And what about Berserker? Did he at least die one more time? Turning all her remaining magical energy into light. Saber's on her knees, but at least it looks like Rin's alive. I guess because he had to drop her to deal with Saber, but Rin should still be extremely badly damaged. Is it something that can be fixed with her magical energy? Maybe. It should still be really severe. I don't know. We'll see. In front of her is Berserker, still in full shape. Ooh. That funky tattoo is in full view at this point. That's it, Saber. Even the Holy Sword isn't enough with that amount of magical energy. Saber's figure starts to fade. Starts to fade? Saber must not be able to stand as she glares at Berserker on his knees. Did I pick the bad ending? Did I pick, oh, she fades and we die? Because I thought, is that the only option? Was us saying, no, it's not the only option. I thought it was a question, and by picking it, I was answering it by saying, no, it's not. We have another thing. I think Shiro saying just don't use it, to me, is giving up, but I don't know. It must have been disappointing for you too, Berserker. Because he probably, wanted, you know, a good challenge, as it were, if he still has any sense of sanity. Hates to fight, Saber not in her full power. It was the yes option. If that was the yes option, that was a very badly portrayed yes option, and I am not happy with that. To me, that was the, no, go for the other option, not the yes option, because don't use it just seemed to be like, no, and don't do anything else. That was worded terribly if that really was the yes option. I'm gonna call foul on that. I don't like that. If Saber's magical energy would have had been full, you would have been able to die. The giant sword is swung. Without waiting for Saber to disappear, the giant smashes her body. And I guess she just disappeared. So, I guess, yeah. Could have killed him at full power. So, what we're saying is she should have used it in our first encounter with Berserker. She probably didn't want to waste it because she was thinking long term. But, you know, she wasn't also being as emotional as she is now. So, that's fair. You said you wanted to say yes. No, I didn't. I said there was no yes option. But I would have not have picked yes. I didn't want her to use it. I wanted to use the third option. I wanted for Shiro to pull out his super magic sword out of nowhere. I assume that's what that option meant. To me, that was what was obviously being conveyed. Obviously, I was wrong, but at the time, what I thought was obvious was wrong. So, Saber has disappeared. So this is just a bad ending. I don't know, I'm bummed about this. If I get a bad ending either on purpose or, oh shoot, I was tricked, that's one thing. But when it's the choices just completely misled me into what they were actually saying, that pisses me off. Then say don't use it. No! I'm not going to say don't use it. That sounds so defeatist. The option of, is that the only way? Makes so much more sense to me. Because it's a question, and the answer is no, it's not the only way. That's why I picked it. I'm sorry if you guys don't understand my logic. That's my logic, and to me that will always make sense, and the game is the bad. Shut up. I knew this. If Saber used her holy sword, she would disappear no matter who won in the end. I knew it, and I still didn't stop her. Well, you should have. And I thought he was going to with what I chose, but whatever. Just get to the end already. In my opinion, you're judging the tone and not the actual words. Are you saying that... Wait, who's judging the tone? Because I was judging the tone. As far as I was concerned, the tone was, is that the only option? Is him having the breakthrough of finally realizing that no, it's not. To me, that's what that conveys. Don't use it conveys nothing of the sort. It's defeatist. That's called the VN tricking the reader is clever phrasing. No. Clever phrasing? Yes, clever phrasing was saying, is that the only option is the way of pulling out his super magic sword. To me, that would have been clever phrasing. Wording it like that and that just being yes is stupid phrasing. Purposely misleading. It's dumb. I don't like it. And stop fighting me on this because I will continue to not like it. So, what will you do, Oni-chan? Will you try to run away, or will you quietly let me kill you? Do I still need to explain this to you, wise fool? If you want Saber not to use it, why don't you say not use it? Okay, to me, I don't know. Maybe you don't get it, but to me, it's obvious. When it said, Is that the only option? That's the clear indication narratively that this is the breakthrough. That's the one we pick for Shiro to have his breakthrough. That's him realizing, no, it's not. As far as I'm concerned, that was obvious. That was the obvious indication that it was giving me. Don't use it conveys nothing of the sort. So, like, I don't know. To me, it's obvious. Like, maybe that's not how you think of it. That's how I think of it. I'm dropping this. My stream, my Twitch, my Let's Play. I'm wrong, you're right. No, wait. Scratch that. I'm right, you're wrong. Shut up. You judged narrative so much you forgot to actually read. No, I fucking read it. Okay, that bugs me a little bit. I judged the narrative so much I forgot to read it. I read it. The other option felt like it would add nothing. The option I picked actually had narrative punch. Picking the other option and that being the breakthrough feels narratively dumb to me. But... anyways, if you say you let me kill you, I can let Rin go. Wait, what? Oh yeah, if you say you let me kill you, I can let Rin go. Oh, so what you're doing is giving an option of Rin dies or I die? I mean, that's exactly what Shiro would say is, okay, kill me. But she's lying, she would just kill Rin anyways. If I said, yes, kill Rin, that might actually be what Ilia would let her... No, Ilia would still kill Rin, she's that kind of person. Rin's gonna die either way, I'm pretty sure. Dash. She's just toying with Shiro, I think, at this point. My ability to think is deficient. In front of me are the remains of Saber along with the lumps of earth. Now I'm salty. I'm in a salty mood. Darn it. And I blame the novel. Salty about frickin' choice. Making it clear what choices mean. In front of me are the remains of Saber along with lumps of earth. I can't get away. If I can't get away no matter what I do, then at least... That's a good boy, Shiro. What's a good boy? What's he doing? Is he giving in? Is he groveling? What exactly is he doing? Because if he actually does, you know, give up his life to let Rin die, I would think that would be something that Ilia wouldn't like, unless I'm crazy. I guess she just likes him submitting to her because she can have her way with him. I guess that's true. I just thought she would dislike the idea that he was caring more about Rin's safety because of the whole jealousy factor, but I suppose at this point she's not even thinking about that and just thinking about the Shiro factor without the jealousy taking part, but... Bring him to me, Berserker. First, make sure he won't be able to run away. Oh, fuck. A gust of wind takes away everything below my waist. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Pain and despair shut off my senses. I'm fading. Left in the clearing is Tosaka's body, already motionless. She's just gonna die anyways. She's gonna bleed out, clearly. I would assume she's on the verge of death at this point. Okay, great, bad end. But I'm salty about it. Because it didn't choose what I wanted it to choose. Anyways, Tiger Dojo's a straight hint corner. If you'd like to blah blah blah, fucking, I'm in a bad mood now. Frickin' choices, frickin', whatever, but... If the choice just meant... here's what okay, I'm sorry. I'm salty about this. It should have been, yes, she has to use it, or is that the only option? To me, that's what I think the choices should have said. Because, I don't know, that narratively, it makes the most sense to pick, is that the only option, as answering the question of no, it's not. Don't use it, to me, just, signals to nothing. It doesn't matter. I don't know. If that's what they were trying to convey, I would have much rather, again, they be swapped. And it just be a boring old use it, or is that the only option? But anyways, as far as I'm concerned, those were both no's as they were conveyed. It's just one was a boring no, one was a fun no, and I thought the fun no, I don't know, I was surprised that there was no yes option, but as far as I'm concerned, there was still no yes option, because if there was, it was not conveyed properly. I don't know, I'm salty. Tiger Dojo, whatever. Cat hell? But what if cat hell is fun? This is the training area that saves you people heading straight to cat hell because you made a trivial mistake. The Tiger Dojo! Yeah, I did make a mistake. I made the mistake of assuming the frickin' visual novel's choices narratively mixed with what was actually emotionally mixed with what was actually happening in the narrative. You know, ignoring the frickin' misleading fucking shitball dicks. And now you're frickin' Taiga. You're frickin', frickin' me. Because calling it a mistake. What if it wasn't a mistake? What if it was intentional? It wasn't in this case. It was very much a mistake. But she's pointing out that it was a mistake. Which makes me mad because she's right, but not in the right way. Because it was a meta mistake and not an actual pet cemetery.
まさに絶好調。今ノリに乗ってる弟子1号です。
I always like seeing Ilya's legs in these. Speaking of legs, Rin had some nice legs, but they were all in black, whereas Ilya doesn't hide them with any black, so they're all in white. So there's again the little yin and yang that Ilya and Rin have going on. I'm the senior student in perfect condition, pumped up. It's kind of hard to not enjoy this. It's hard to not enjoy this. I'm trying to be salty game, but oh, Ilya. She's just, Ilya in the Taiga Dojo. It's always Ilya. I'm assuming when other people kill me, we get to see other people, but it's always Ilya, so... I don't know, maybe if I let Ryder or Shinji killed me once, I would get a Ryder dojo, but, anyways, I can't stay mad at Ilya for killing me. She's too fun.
Cat and heaven!
Cat and heaven, like she said.
なんで私なんか悪いことした？
Why did you do a full swing on me, Taiga? There's something bad? I think these sections are really good with the voice acting. I think they add a lot of humor to it. Even if the whole novel, there are some parts that are like, I think these sections definitely are better for it. Because the actors are doing, I'd say, a good job. Because, that's always the thing, is sometimes you get actors, and the actors just do a bad job, in which case it's strictly worse than if you just, didn't have the actors in the first place. And it's also hard to tell if actors are doing a good job sometimes if you don't speak the language, but...
黙らっしゃい。タイガー道場も8回目ですが、今までイリアちゃんがシロを殺めた数、実に5回。
Spoilers? Shut up, this is the 8th Tiger Dojo. Oh, wow. But you've killed Shiro 5 times already. He's only killed me 3 times already, though. So, I guess I've missed 2 deaths. Okay. And 8th Tiger Dojo, which means I've missed 3 non-Rin deaths. Sorry, Ilya deaths, which I assume were at the hands of Ryder and Shinji? So I guess I got no fun Tiger Dojos with Ryder. I assume they'd be with Ryder. I assume they would all be from, the female gaze of Shiro's point of view. They could have been with Shinji, but it wouldn't have had the same... I don't think it would have worked as well if it was Shinji. Oh man, a Tiger Dojo with Ryder sounds very interesting based on her personality. Like, would she completely break character and be total goofball, or would she be, mischievous about it? I mean, Ilya's still mischievous, but in a more goofball way. It seems in character for Ilya to act like this if she was to get close to Shiro, theoretically. Whereas I don't think Ryder would ever act like this. So, it's just an interesting thought. At some point, I'll go back and watch one of the Tiger Dojos where Ryder kills me, I'm sure, but...
大量殺人にも程があるでしょ、実際。
There's a limit to murder too, If Shiro was Berserker, he would only need to die 7 more times to fully be dead. Oh, I wonder if there's any correlation. He'll only die 4 more times? Are we that far into the game? I feel like at this point we are a decent ways in. But there's all the alternate pathways. I don't know if there's any kind of true ending. I would assume there is, but I'm not sure.
こんなの可愛い方だよ。
What? This is still on the cute side. Is it? Then what's you not on the cute side?
だって最終的に一番シロを殺す回数が多いのは。
Because in the end, the one who kills Shiro the most is, what, Shiro himself? Berserker?
てい、ネタバレ禁止権。
Spoiler prohibition sword! Oh, shoot! Is that a real thing? The disclaimer did say don't reel this if you want the images of the characters to stay intact. Spoiler prohibition sword. Don't read this if you want the images of the characters to stay intact. You say that, but I feel like this isn't even too out of character for Ilya. It feels right. Yes, it's not how they're acting in the narrative, but I feel like I could theoretically see this. Whereas if this was Ryder acting this exact way, that to me that wouldn't jive at all. But the character who kills me the most. Is it Rin? Is that the twist? It's probably Kirei, because he's probably the real final boss, right? Yeah.
ふーんだ、当たらないようだ。
Such an attack won't affect me.
大体ね、リストじゃ私は最下位なんだから。
Anyway, I'm at the bottom of the list. What, bottom of the list of most kills? Because you're the only one who's killed me so far.
ほら、ちゃんと見なさいよ、この手帳。
See? Look at this notebook. What the heck? Jabunica? Revengelia? I didn't know such a list of killers existed. Assassination notebook. Revenge Elia. Okay.
って本当だ。ちょっと何よこの嘘記録。
Oh, you're right. Hey, what are these lies? What lies?
なんでイリアちゃんにいい子でしょうなんてついてるの？
Why do you get the Good Girl Award? Because she's doing what her grandpa told her to, like a good girl. That's why it's the Good Girl Award, right?
それは私の立ち回りが優雅だからよ。
It's because my actions are so graceful. That's not wrong. She's rather graceful with her killings. More graceful than Rin, who seems to be rather rough and tumble in her fights. As is fitting of the tsundere.
暇な人は私が白をやっつけるエンドを残らずチェックしてみてね。
People with enough time should check out all the ends where I kill Shiro. Don't worry, baby. Just for you, I'll check out all the ones where you kill me. Those are the tastiest. Also, you didn't kill me in the other ending. You turned me into familiar, which is a happy ending because we live happily ever after as me as your familiar. So it's fine. It's different. Stop saying it's death. Familiar is only the beginning.
再殺賞さんなんかとは微妙に違うことに気がつくから。
You know, it's a bit different from the ones by the winner of the Most Kills Award. A bit different because, what, you're cuter about it? Or the Most Kills Award is... my assumption is that it would be Kirei, or... I don't know, we don't know much people who would actually kill me. We don't know many of the masters or the servants we know. There's Rin, but Rin probably doesn't kill me very much, I would assume. That would be something of a twist. Shinji is a starter villain as far as we know. And we don't know who casters... We don't know Caster, we don't know Assassin's Master, we don't know Lancer's Master. But I'm not sure. Maybe when we see more of them, more of the Masters, I'll get an idea. Sakura, there's that, if she's secretly super evil. I still want to see her reaction to her freaking brother's death, damn it. But, that would be, you know, that would be the obvious plot twist of, who do you think is the most evil? It was the one who you thought was the most cute, but...
微妙な違い？ま、細かいことはどうでもいいか。
A bit different. Well, enough about trivial things. I bet if Sakura ever entered the Tiger Dojo and did kill me, that's interesting. Because if she did enter the Tiger Dojo and killed me, Sakura, she is almost certainly going to be... That would mean she's secretly evil, or she's secretly part of the Grail War but never wanted to me and had to kill me, in which case these would be very sad. If she's secretly evil, then her personality would probably not be like Ilia's. But if she... or no, it could be like Ilia's, potentially. But if she's not secretly evil and was forced in the Grail War against her will, potentially, and wanted to fight me but didn't want to fight me but had to fight me, she could probably be like, oh, I'm so sorry, Shiro-kun, are you okay? Did that hurt you when I killed you? I hope it didn't hurt you too much when you died. It would be something like that, maybe in the Taiga Dojo, but... No one would be sad for Shinji. What? I'm sad for Shinji. What are you talking about? No one would be sad for Shinji. Clearly, you're incorrect. If Taiga did kill us, she'd be the only one in the dojo. That's fair. Or there'd be two Taigas. That's an interesting idea. What if there are two Taigas? It would be Taiga clone. Like the killer Taiga and the you know, spirit in my head Taiga. Enough about trivial things.
考えると疲れるし。
Thinking tires me out.
さて、今回のタイガー道場ですが、
About this Tiger Dojo.
選択自体は間違えたものではないと思うけど、どうしてこんな結果になっちゃったのよ、弟子1号。
Exactly. I agree exactly. I don't think the choice was wrong, so why did it end up like this, senior student? Yeah, exactly. Gosh, dang it. Oh, I love that face. That's kind of like the cat face of yeah that Ilya has going on right now.
純粋な魔力不足よ。
It's just a lack of magical energy, but I think that's still based on a choice, though.
セイバーはエクスカリバーを使えるほどには回復したけど、宝具に注ぎ込むだけの魔力がなかったのね。
Saber recovered enough magical energy to be able to use Excalibur, but she didn't have enough to spend on her noble. Phantasm? That's a weird way to cut it off. Phantasm! Bernie trying to say Sakura's secret evil cannibal who goes around eating people, including Shiro. I don't think I ever said the cannibal part, but sure.
あんなへっぽこなエクスカリバーじゃ、バーサーカーの命に外部も怪しいわ。
I don't know if that weak Excalibur could take off even 2 of Berserker's lives. You take that back. It could totally take off 2 and a half, I bet. Jerk.
なるほど。今回は賢明であったがゆえに負けてしまったと。
I see. So this time one lost because of a smart choice? I'm sorry, what? I lost because of the meta nut, conveying it clearly to me.
よし、受けに回っても死、攻めに回っても死の無情なタイトロープっす。
This is a cruel tightrope where you die if you go on the defensive and if you go on the offensive. Yay!
相変わらず微妙なバランスね。
It's a difficult balance as usual.
微妙っていうか、キャラ性能的に積んでる感じね。
I love the fourth wall breaking in these. And I love they can in this and still keep, rationale in the rest of it because they're keeping it to these. It feels more like a checkmate than a balance considering the character's abilities. I mean, yeah, from the start, Ilya and Berserker were in a better position because, Ilya and Berserker are both just better. As, like, all 3 of us combined. Well, Saber versus Ilya. If it was just Saber versus just Ilya. It is a pretty strong mage, but, Saber's still Saber, but... Dead Apostle. I don't know what you're talking about. Sounds like some political shenanigans, and I do like my politics. Apostle assassination.
やるべそう。じゃ、今回の道場はここまで。
The dojo is finished. Oh no.
直前の選択肢に戻って若さゆえに無謀あふれる選択肢を選んでみてね。
Go back to the previous choice and try choosing the immature reckless choice. What do you mean the immature reckless choice? No. What do you... The immature reckless choice is having Saber use her sword all in this one go, even though she'll probably die from it. That is the immature reckless choice. I'm going to be going back and using the smart choice, so I think you are factually incorrect, good madam, sir. If Archer and Saber at full power fought Herc, they'd have been able to kill him for realsies. For a second I was like, no, I don't, but then I'm like, no, Archer's pretty strong, you're right, probably. Archer is really strong. I was going to say, I don't think Saber's that good, but with Saber backing Archer up, yeah, probably, you're right. Okay, cool, so let's load it up. Cheese and crackers. Dewey, friggin' 12 labors versus Berserker. Bullshit. Yeah. Don't use it. Is that the only option? Oh! Doesn't this, like... Is that the only option? I'm sorry, I still see this. And I think this is the right option. Like, I don't know. I get what they're going for, I guess. But I feel like they went about it all wrong with the text that they put in these choices. They still feels correct, but whatever, don't use it. Feels so dumb. It's a dumb choice. It's a dumb choice. The wind unravels. I start to see the golden sword in Saber's hands. The one that must not be used. He who should not be named. The sword I told her not to use under any circumstances. Dash, dash, dash. I snap. It makes the last rope holding me snap. You see, as far as I'm concerned, this could very easily be playing had I chose the other choice. In fact, I think choosing the other choice would make this make more sense, but whatever. Don't use it, Saber! Ah. Taiga said it was a dumb choice. Well, okay, at least the game backs me up a little bit. At least Taiga has my back. Are you really going to use a command seal for that? Well, left hand is burning. I mean, I guess if she's in mid-motion, one of the command spells disappears. Did you really use a command spell on that? I mean, I guess if you had to, if she was really so far into it, but fuck! If anything, you could use a command spell to be like, make the fucking attack stronger, is what she could have done. Kill him with all his might. With all your might. I guess, I mean, maybe it would have caused her to fade. I don't know still, but like, maybe you could have double dipped on the command spell. Like, kill him with all your might, but also don't fade. If you could have done that at all with his command spell, I don't know. Okay, so I think now's about time for another intermission, because I have to pee again. And Refill some of my water. It's a dumb choice. I don't like it. Should I? One right, two right, three right, blue right? 4 right, 5 right, 6 right, 7 right? 8 right, 9 right, 10 right, 11 right? I snap. It makes the last rope holding me snap. Don't use it, Saber! My left hand is burning. One of my command spells disappears. I can't believe we actually used our second command spell. Spiel. Gosh, I can't believe... I keep doing that because I want to say spell and seal at the same time. One of my command spells disappears. I can't believe we used our second one on this. This feels so... Like, really? A command spell? You couldn't have just said no, please? I don't know. I guess I don't know. Just feels like you only get 2 that you can really use. So that was the second one. So what? He doesn't basically get to use any more throughout the whole Grail War, except in some bad endings, I guess, where he's forced to use one just to save himself, but, you know, has to stop the Grail War at that point. The reason why Shiro used a command spell is because Saber wouldn't have stopped if he simply yelled. I mean, she could have. She could have stopped. We don't know that. He could have yelled first, and then if she didn't stop, he could have used it. That's why I'm a little like, He could have, waited to see if she was going to stop first, but whatever. Semantics, I just feel like, she should have, I think he should have tried first a bit to get her to stop before pulling out the command spell, even if he did end up having to use it. Because as it stands, it just feels like, really, this is your last one? You're going to use it here? Because I feel like, it still feels like there's so much left to go. We still haven't even seen Caster. Anyways, one of the command spells disappears.
どうしてもうこれしかないではないですかシロ
Why? This is the only way now, Shiro. But maybe it's not. I don't know. She wasn't willing to stop. She would have done everything to save her master. Still, but like, Shiro, what I'm mad at isn't that she wouldn't have stopped. What I'm mad at is that the idea that Shiro just felt he had to go to that immediately. I don't know. It's not bad. It's just, part of me is like, well, he should have been like, stop Saber, and tried that first, and then if that didn't work, went through it. But maybe the idea is that he just knows Saber well enough to know that she wouldn't do that, but I feel like that involves psychoanalysis that he just doesn't do. But maybe he knows Saber well enough emotionally anyways because he's got the hots for her. I don't know. It's just a small thing. Anyways, I don't know. It's not as bad as the choice being wrong. I don't know anything about that. All I know is that you'll disappear if you use that. Ka, indeed. Just releasing the sword gets her like that. If he didn't, and waited a few seconds, then she would have used the MP and died. I mean, no, that's not the point. The point is he should have tried to stop her first with words, and if she didn't respond to that, he could have used the command seal before she had actually gone through with it. You're making a lot of assumptions, like, about how long he would have waited. He would have just had to be like, no, stop, and if she didn't stop, then he uses it. I think it's, like, he doesn't have to wait the whole few seconds. He can get a couple instances of, is she stopping? And quickly react to, is she stopping? Because if she stops, then she stopped at that point, and you don't have to waste a command spell. Anyways, just releasing the sword gets her like that. You can't use that sword in your condition. Desperation fuels the command. I mean, sure, but it could have fueled his actual verbal command of stop. That tends to have a lot of weight behind it, too. If she still resisted that, then sure, but it's a little thing, whatever. You can't use that sword in your condition. So wait. If you can't use that sword, I'll make one you can use! Oh, jeez. I feel like it's better to just do it, and then be like, I did it! Then I can suddenly do this now.
現実でかなわない相手なら想像の中で勝て
It's an opponent you can't match in real life, beat it in your imagination. It's still kind of soured by the choice, really. It makes everything worse. That one choice, the choice ruins the whole game.
自身が勝てないのなら 勝てるものを幻想しろ。
If you can't beat it yourself, imagine something you could beat it with. With that said, it's obvious. It's the only thing I can do. So make it. I mean, yeah, you've been beating this home for like a million years at this point, so yeah. Make something that will not lose to anything. Always imagine the strongest. Imagine the best imitation that will deceive everybody, even yourself. If you know it's an imitation, though, it's not going to deceive you. Well, I guess maybe you are stupid enough that it will. I don't know. It is not difficult at all. If it's not, then why haven't you done it yet? It's not impossible. Salt for the salt gods. Fuck the salt gods. I prefer pepper. The choice is definitely the salty part. You just don't like this fight overall? I think this fight's fine overall. You're trying to stay unbiased? I think that's, you see, that's different. I think the choice is very much the terrible part. This fight overall, I think, has been pretty fine. Maybe not perfect, but I think it's been mostly fine. The choice is the worst part about it, as far as I'm concerned. Anyways, it's not impossible. From the beginning, this body was... Oh shoot, this body reveals? Wolverine reveals! A magic circuit specialized for this purpose alone. Specialized? As in that's just the kind of person you are? Or as in that's the kind of person you are on purpose? I sprang up. My whole body is burning and my left hand feels like it's on fire. This Shiro's on fire. That sword is mine. That's a little on the nose. I thought there would be a little more build up to it after. I mean, after all of the actual build up, I thought in the moment that the whole making the sword would last a little bit longer. But okay. This is a nice song. Yeah. I think I would have liked this more if it wasn't, you know, beat over the head so much. I mean, it's a cool moment, but I think it would have been a bit cooler if, you know, they did, you know, they needed a little teasing, but I think, you know, I think they over-teased it. I think they sprinkled on so much teasing that it's like, it's a little too much tease. It's hard for me to taste the actual oomph because of all the tease. The Grail made this boy, and since the Grail is holy, therefore he can make anything that is holy. Sure, of course. Saber's voice is filled with blank amazement. She's staring at what I'm holding, which should not exist here. I mean, this is cool and I like it, but I do think it was over-teased a little. Because, like, you know, the whole time, because they kept teasing it, I'm like, okay, get to the point where you do it, instead of slight teasing here and there. And then we get to the moment, and it's like, aha, and I'm like, oh yeah, instead of what it is, where I feel like over-teased. But anyways. Indeed. Does the sword have a will of its own? I'm sorry, what? Is the sword talking? Are you talking? Who's doing the ah? It sounds like Shiro's doing the ah. The golden sword does not stop. As if pulled toward it, slashes through the giant's arm. Does the sword have a will of its own, or do you have a secret will of your own? And can you actually slash off this arm, even though Saber was constantly stopped by it? For you to be able to do this? That has to be your secret superhero powers coming out, because, like, you know, a regular, normal Hume shouldn't be able to do this, especially someone like you who hasn't, like, you know, trained your life as a magus or anything. You just overanalyze, which is your specialty. Nobody else guessed that he would get that sword. It's my curse, because I want to get surprised, but I also like theorizing. I don't know, maybe other people are surprised by him getting the sword at this point. But to me, I think it was a little over-teased is all. But, oh, so there you go. Wise Fool guessed it when he first read it. So, not out, see, that's right. I'm not that smart. Wait, what am I saying? I mean, it was over-teased. Something. See, I am an analyzing player, but like... Anyways, even just because I analyze that something is going to be a twist doesn't mean I'm disappointed when the twist comes true. I think that's a misconception about my conceptions about twists, which has come about as a result of twists that I don't think were pulled off the best in rapid succession, which isn't necessarily relevant to this. But I definitely got into a swing of, I think this is what's going to happen, and then it happens, and I was disappointed. And that's not always true. That's not always true. But, and it hasn't really been like that for a while. But there was a while where every time it would be like, I think this is going to happen. Oh, it happened. That sucks. Because, like, I predicted something I didn't want to happen, but I felt like it was going to happen. Or I predicted it, and I'm like, you're showing a little too much foreshadowing for this. Like, this is the case, one of those cases. But if there's a little foreshadowing and the twist happens and I saw it coming, I can still be like, oh, that's cool. I don't have to be like, that's too much foreshadowing. But in this case, I feel there was a little too much, you know. It was sprinkled on a little bit much. I don't mind seeing it coming. I just, you know, when they put it on that strong. Anyways, the golden sword does not stop and, as if pulled toward it, slashes through the giant's arm. In theory, I enjoy this. I enjoy a lot of this fight. This fight in general I like a lot. But this part right here, I do think, you know, Shiro creating this sword is a little, you know, not that it shouldn't have happened, that, you know what I'm saying. Tozaka falls with the arm that was grabbing her, and the sword that cut through his arm shatters like glass. All the blood in me regurgitates. Gross. But there's no problem there. There isn't? The sword broke. Wait. Huh? Tosaka falls with the arm grabbing her, and the sword that cut through his arm. Oh, so you cut off his arm, but the sword shattered? Unless you're going to make another one. Wait, but if you make a bunch of swords, isn't that sort of like... Holy fuck. Isn't that sort of like Archer making a bunch of daggers out of nowhere, which never got explained? I thought they were the ammo for his bows, but never got followed up on, which makes me think... It's like, that's another connection between Shiro and Archer. This crack theory is becoming less and less crack. The sword broke. If he actually is able to make swords on demand, then that's very much an Archer thing, which... I don't know. I'm starting to feel like it might actually be a real theory, which... It was cracked. It was cracked the whole time. It's starting to feel real. That's impossible. If I imitated the sword, it cannot be broken. It broke because it was not sufficient. My image of it fell short of the real sword. So you're going to make another one really quick? You're going to be able to make several? It's not just making one that's great. You can make several quickly on the fly. It sure is nice that Saber didn't take all of his magic. I talked about that earlier. Feels a little convenient. But anyways. His eyes stare at me. The giant sword is swung to really kill me this time. I don't care about that. He's not my opponent. My own shitty self is my opponent. I have to be better than myself. I like that. For Emiya Shiro, there is only one opponent. Himself. His shitty self. Hey, Shiro, we agree. Your shitty self is shitty. The sword just now wasn't perfect. I can do better. That is a good mentality, to be honest. Usually. Depends. It can get unhealthy, but... At most, everything can get unhealthy if it's done in the wrong way, but... The unbreakable sword broke because there was a flaw in the assumptions. If I'm to duplicate it, I can not only duplicate its shape, I must also reproduce the maker. The maker? Are you gonna duplicate the maker out of nowhere? Do you even know who made that sword? Do you know the Arthurian lore well enough? Oh shoot. Dash. I hear a gasp. Saber's gasp? In front of me is the axe sword swung like a storm, and a defending sword that is being made. Because you're making the sword as... Oh god, and you're actually up close in the fights now. Like, these superhuman powers is like... It's gotta be... It's like, you know... There's the one idea of, oh shit, emotion's making it real. And I think emotion is making it real. But it's not... The emotion is bringing it out of him. But I don't think this is just, oh, emotion powers go. I do think he's secretly... I don't know if he was... I don't know what the story is, but he's some kind of secret mutant hero person all along, I think is the idea. And this is just now being brought out of him with the emotions, which is, I think, the approach I prefer rather than emotions make me super powerful. I prefer emotions bring out the powers that were there all along, but the sword seems to be guiding him as well. Yeah, it's, well, maybe that's because... Maybe because he's gaining his skills back if he is a heroic spirit secretly. maybe some of his skills are coming back to him, and the sword guiding him might be one of his skills, where the sword just guides him in a fight or something like that. I don't know if I'm desperate, but I'm blocking the attack with the sword in my hand. But that's none of my business. What I need to do now is make this real. That is a mistake as well. Emiyashiro is not made for fighting. If you start doubting yourself, then you're not going to win. Your fight is a mental fight, a fight with yourself. Yeah, just focus on yourself. Don't focus on your enemy. That's a way to not get killed, sure. I guess if it works for you, whatever. I know that without being told. What I must do is simple. Projection start. Yes, of course. Don't focus on the fight. Because, you know, I suck. I could never beat him. Just focus on making the good sword and the fight will just happen instinctually. Because that makes sense. I concentrate. I am challenging myself. No deviation or compromise is allowed. Oh gosh! Okay, we are getting a little bit more of a sight now. Judging the concept of creation. Hypothesizing the basic structure. I am a mechanic! Ah! Duplicating the composition material. Imitating the skill of its making. Sympathizing with the experience of its growth. I have sympathy! Ah! Reproducing the accumulated years. Excelling every manufacturing process. Sword? All I can think of is Sword Birth from oh shoot, I'm forgetting the name of it. You know, the Titty Devil show. Its name is slipping my mind at the moment, but I'm thinking of Sword Birth. Anyways, that's what I want to say is Sword Birth! Ah! That's basically what he's doing. Super Mechanic Shiro! Super Saiyan Shiro! Now, I bind the illusion and make it a sword! Nice! Yeah, Mr. Hooba Dooba, I'll get back to you later. For now, I'm focusing on myself, thanks. I'm trying to focus on me. I'm trying to have a me time and not focus on you as much, so you can talk about your problems later. The giant howls. Basha-ba-ba! The sword blocks the numerous blows, smashing madly. Yeah, to be able to block... It's one thing to block one blow with your super good sword, but to block numerous blows at assumedly a high speed, yeah, he's got some magical alien powers. His Wolverine powers are not connected to Saber, which I believe we theorized about earlier on because of something someone said. Maybe something Saber said, I don't remember exactly. But he's Wolverine. Ellipses! This is it. I'm tossed away. But it's okay, because I can still fight. Because I'm Wolverine. As soon as my consciousness returns, the sword must have left everything in my hands. I am easily thrown away by the attacks I was easily blocking until now. Oh, that's bad. I thought, isn't this happy, good winning music? Oh, fuck! No, we're losing, never mind! The senses in my arms are already gone. My wrist is so red, it's amazing it can still grasp. Caw, indeed. My legs won't move. All my muscles have stopped working. I can't stand up. I made the sword that surpassed Berserker. But that's all. As I am only a maker, I cannot handle the sword. Well, then fucking give it to Saber already. It also seems like you're handling it pretty good, if I'm being honest. A shadow engulfs me. He must know who he needs to kill first now. This expert sword maker. Berserker pursues me like wind and swings his sword. But his sword is deflected. Saber, did you finally come back in the narrative? As I stand there in blank amazement, I notice another hand over my hand. Oh shoot, we're gonna hold it together. That's kinky. Even if he's Wolverine, he's still fighting. Yeah. Even if he, yeah, it's true. Wolverine would probably have a hard time against Hercules. Because, I mean, Hercules himself also has regeneration immortal powers. So, I mean, you know, Wolverine I think would be kind of fucked in that case, but... The air shakes violently. The giant launches an attack with all his might to destroy everything. I know, it depends on the comic writer. Comic powers of Wolverine always change or whatever, but what rank is Adamantium class? That's a good question. I mean, they're supposed to be the strongest metal in existence or whatever, so I don't know how strong that is compared to, you know, just magic, but are they stronger than Excalibur attack? The giant launches an attack with all his might to destroy everything, but just before that...
白手を
Shiro, your hand! Yes, they're fighting together now. This is what I've been waiting for. I felt like it had to be going in this direction. The whole battle couple thing. And I thought, no, that can't make sense. Because Shiro's just a dumb master who sucks at everything. But, you know, and I thought, no, he would take way too long for him to train to reach that point. But if he actually has some secret powers hidden in him with all along that he's pulling out to the forefront, they actually can make the battle couple thing a reality. Which is kind of neat. I like the idea. I like a good battle couple. I hear her voice closer than anything. I like that a lot. If Berserker attacked me like a gust, Saber must have rushed to me like a gale. I mean, I think they're both basically the same thing. Anyways, having rushed to me, Saber turns around and... do you still remember how to use your old sword, Saber? The Sword of Rocks breaks! A flash of the golden sword smashes the giant's axe sword, slashes it into the hard body, and... oh, fuck! If the shape is similar, the ability must be similar as well. I forget exactly what the details of this sword are like versus Excalibur, but maybe this one is better for certain reasons. Maybe it takes less energy, but it's like, you know, so it won't, you know, kill her, but... I don't know. Maybe it's just something she could use more and therefore take advantage of her natural agility versus Excalibur, which is an all-or-nothing attack when she doesn't have much all to give. Plus, I'm the one who created this sword in the first place, so she wasn't giving the all to make this sword, so she can use her own power to use the sword that I just made. But I suppose theoretically maybe Shiro could make an Excalibur as well, but it would likely be harder. The golden sword digging deep into Berserker engulfs the giant's body from the inside. So, did we just get another death? Because, you know, that's pretty good, but we still got a few to go as far as I know. It's one Shiro created, so it's not tied to her mana pool. I know, yeah, that's a good thing. That's the question, though. Can he make another Excalibur? Because assuming the Excalibur is a better sword, but... I mean, I assume they both have their own strengths, but I'm not entirely sure. That's only for an instant. The light disappears and silence returns to the forest. Nice. That's one more death down. 4 lives to go. Can we do this 4 more times? Fucking heck. I was hoping they would do a combo. Okay, slight pet peeve, which is, I guess it's not as big of a deal because there was no voice acting in the original, so I should forgive it. Even without voice acting, it's fine. I just think with voice acting, it'd be better. This is one of the cases where I think voice acting would make something better. If they had both attacked him in unison and said, like, oh, go, whatever the sword is called. I forget what this sword is called. But they would have shouted its name at the same time. And that's what I was waiting for to make the unison attack feel like, to finalize it. But they didn't, so oh well. At this point, I wonder what Shiro can copy. I think as long as it's a sword, Shiro probably has it down, I would assume. Other things will probably take him a bit longer. I think swords are his forte, but depending on where we go with the narrative, he might get bigger and better stuff. We'll see. Strength departs from my body. Caliburn! So, okay, that's right, they're different swords. I forgot about how that worked, because... That's right, because Caliburn is different than... wait, what? Yeah, there's Caliburn. No, hold on. Maharachizo, Dagger... Or no, is Caliburn the same as Excalibur in this universe? I forget, we talked about that. He's a 3D printer, kind of. Remind me, is Caliburn the second store? It's Caliburn Excalibur in this universe? Because I'm used to Caliburn being the same sword, but in some universes it's different, I guess. We talked about this, but it's been a while. So they're different swords. So Caliburn is the second sword. It's this sword in question. Is that right? Yes. Okay. So yeah, they would have went Caliburn. Anyways, yeah, that's what I wanted. Anyways, strength departs from my body. The body that was so hot starts to cool down. The sword is disappearing from the tip. And he can just make new ones, I'm sure, at this point. Caliburn is the sword of the stone. Right. Excalibur is the sword of the Lady of the Lake. Okay. You see, I just, I gotta get this lore straight. I gotta remember it. I gotta remember my lore for my pro theories. You see, I would have more easily remembered if they shouted out Caliburn like I wanted them to. Therefore, it's the game's fault. God, the fact that he keeps having like digitized fuzzy thoughts, it feels like they're in a game world. Life's a game. Ugh. Maybe it just has to do with Shiro. Because Shiro's been on the verge of death before, and it gets all bloody, but it doesn't. His vision doesn't get fizzy. The fuzzy vision seems to be related to his secret hidden superpowers, which might be related to him disassociating with himself because he doesn't think that he's actually, he's both a superhero and this weirdo regular boy Shiro, possibly is part of it. But yeah, they're in the Matrix exactly. I've never seen the Matrix, but I've heard mixed things. I know the general rough plot of The Matrix, though, because I think I've seen a couple reviews, but at least the first one. I watch it absent-mindedly. 70% sure Shiro's mind is very fucked up in a non-Death Wish way. Well, I mean, I think it's fucked up in a Death Wish way, too. I think it could be more than one different kind of fucked up, but I watch it absent-mindedly. We stand next to each other, holding the same sword until it disappears completely. Daw, and now you kiss. I mean... Wind blows through the forest clearing. Neither the howling that shook the ground nor the blows that cut the air remains now. What about Ilya? What the fuck? Who the fuck? So that is your sword, Saber. Oh shit, I think I recognize that voice. I don't think I recognize it from Fate, though. I think I just recognize it from somewhere else, the voice actor. Fuck, is this another servant? Oh shoot, is someone watching us all along? Oh fuck. Oh, shoot. Okay, would this be... Castor? I would assume Castor's a girl. Because we've seen Lancer and Assassin. It doesn't sound like Lancer and Assassin. Who's missing? Because we've seen Ryder and Saber and Berserker and Archer. It's just Castor. Oh, is this a flashback? Maybe it's a flashback to Saber, dealing with her dad or something. I don't know. The undefeatable giant becomes motionless. Oh, that's Herc! Oh, okay. The undefeatable giant becomes motionless and says so in a deep voice, gazing at the knight that defeated him. Aw, is this him finally getting his sanity back in... Oh, no, it's not his full death, unless it is. I assume it's just one death. But when he dies and comes back, seems to be the only times he has his sanity, so... This probably excites him to actually see, Maybe this will give him a little more control if he wants to have a proper fight. Maybe that'll give him more control and make it harder for Ilya to control him, possibly. The undefeatable giant becomes motionless and says so in a deep voice, gazing at the knight that defeated him. Sure, 100% is fucked up in a Death Wish way. Oh, but he's also fucked up in a different way? Oh, physical way, I mean, sure, but I mean, he's got other mental fucks. I'm saying he has multiple mental fucks. Shiro is, a complicated layered. He's like layers, and every different layer is fucked up in some way.
これはカリバーン。王を選定する岩の剣。永遠に失われた私の剣。
This is Caliburn, the sword from the Stone of Selection, my sword that was forever lost.
ですが。
But I made it again, aren't you happy? Now we have sex. No, sorry, we gotta wait till we beat Ilya.
今のは貴様の剣ではなかろう。それはその男が作り上げた幻想に過ぎん。
You're still talking. You're like fully talking. What the fuck? What happened to Ilya? This feels like a big deal. What caused this? Did he, in the splendor of seeing Saber's real sword, break free from Ilya's control for a bit? Even if he did break free, though, he's the Berserker class, so we shouldn't have his control at all. Then again, I guess it's not unheard of for Berserkers to momentarily break out of it when something that's really interesting happens. And by yeah. I guess. That was not your sword. That was only an illusion made by this man. Saber nods quietly.
所詮はまがいもの。二度とは存在せぬ剣だ。
It was an imitation after all. It is a sword that will never exist again. I mean, I'm going to make another one, probably in the future. I mean, the real thing will never exist, sure, but I can make more imitations, which are pretty good. Saint Herc seems like a cool dude. Uh-huh, indeed. I think it's my headcanon now that his first name is Saint and his last name is Hercules. It's just become my headcanon. You did this to me, Wise.
だがしかし
But still. Berserker's chest splits open. Yup. That's only one death, though. There's no way that would count as 5, I would assume. Slowly. Or is he actually fully dead? I mean, narratively, that makes sense. Narratively, as a beat, this makes sense for him to be actually dead. But it doesn't logically make sense with what we've heard about him needing to be killed 5 more times. Because even if it's true that, oh, this was a few deaths, there's no way it would be 5 at once. That's ridiculous. And I feel like it completely countermands the idea of how many deaths he can actually sustain, and the point of even bringing that up as a plot point. Like, if it was going to be 10 deaths, then maybe I could see this being 3 deaths at once, but 5 is fucking a crazy amount. And just, you know, if they made it 12 just to fit with his 12 legends or whatever, then I feel like they didn't do a good enough job of making that fit with the actual narrative. Because narratively, this feels like a good place for him to go down, but logistically, that doesn't make sense. Herc went Super Saiyan. Yep. From the wound made by the light, he crumbles away like sand. So he's just dead. That definitely feels like a permadeath. Okay. Again, narratively, this makes sense, but logistically, it does not make sense. That should not have been 5 deaths. That feels like bullshit, but okay.
その幻想も侮れぬ。よもやただの一撃でこの身を7度滅ぼすとはな。
That illusion cannot be underestimated. I did not expect it to destroy my body 7-fold with a single blow. 7-fold? So you're saying it counts as 7 deaths? Okay. So yeah, Shiro made a really good sword. I mean, it's great, but 7 deaths. That just feels like an arbitrary number. I don't know. Like, the whole health bar idea I'm not a fan of. Like, when you say, oh, he died, like he has to die 12 times. To me, just make him super strong. Just make him super strong and just have a lot of health. Because when you die, like, overkilling a death, unless you overkill it so much to the point they can't regenerate, that might be one idea. But, like, that's not what we did, clearly. The health bar idea, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the idea of, oh, it's health bars. Because a death is a death. You can't, like, super multiple jumbo death. Caliburn and Zopia shit. Yeah, I agree, this sounds dumb. Excalibur 2... but Saber is nerfed with low mana, and so, but yeah, she got to use the full might of Caliber, whereas Excalibur, she had to use her mana to use it in the first place. Yeah, oh, that's why you don't like this fight? I think the fight in general is fine. I just think, logistically, it's, fucked up a little bit. Like, they went out of their way to be like, oh, it's 12, that's funny, right? Oh, but we didn't actually make it work with the narrative, because now he just dies 7 times. Okay, I think it would be better, I don't know, I think it would be better if either it was like, oh, I have 10 lives, and we just killed 3. I can see maybe killing 3 at once, or 2 at once. 5 is just way crazy. 7 is ridiculous. How do you measure a death like that is kind of dumb to me. But, or they just make him flat out immortal, where nothing can permanently, you know, no amount of deaths will kill him, but there is the type of thing that can permanently kill him, some kind of weakness, and we could have exploited that weakness somehow with Caliburn. I don't know exactly how. If I thought about it, I could come up with something, but the point is, I think I'd prefer that to the idea that I died this amount of times to die, and you just killed me 5 times because, you know, that's how death works. My heart super stopped. It quintuple stopped. It didn't just stop. It stopped like so badly that it was like quintuple. It's dumb. Anyways. He puts no emotion into his dying words. Also, if he died 7 times, how is he talking? You can't talk once you're dead. If you really died that badly. I guess it's his spirit talking to us just before he, like, puffs out. He puts no emotion to his dying words. I think what would have been neat as somewhat crack theory that he's immortal, but with Caliburn brings him back to sanity and he chooses to die. Yeah, that's an idea. That's a cool thought. If Caliburn, you know, brings him back to sanity and he's like, I hate being Berserker. This sucks. And, like, you know, just ends his own life because he can somehow kill himself several times at once. I think I would have preferred that. If using Caliburn somehow awoken Berserker's, you know, fighter instincts of being like, oh yeah, that was your cool sword. I knew what it was like to use cool swords. Your fighting spirit has broken my bonds from Ilya and awoken me. I will now kill myself 4 more times because I don't like this fight. Goodbye. Yeah, I think I would have preferred that. That would have been better. Anyways, he puts no emotion into his dying words. The mad warrior follows his role until the very end, and his existence disappears as if fading into the air. I feel dizzy. So what's Ilya doing? Because she probably would freak the fuck out at that because of how she's always super in control. Yet she's not dead, I don't think, unless she somehow linked herself to Berserker with her crazy command spell, and that did kill her, which would be fucked up. Must be the cost of using such excessive magic. My blood that ran wild is crushing my brain with too much oxygen. See you later, Herc. You were cool. F's in the chat for Herc. But only 8 F's, because he only died 8 times. Cheese and crackers. So, interesting. So, Ryder got taken out, which put us down to 6. Archer got taken out, which put us down to 5. Now Berserker's gone. That puts us down to 4. Things are really getting down to the wire. All that's left are Lancer, Assassin, Caster, who we haven't even seen. I feel like things are really coming to a head at this point. Like, I don't think we're going to be messing around for much longer. There probably will be... My guess from where the narrative is going now is we're going to have some kind of resolution with Ilya. I don't know. That could go in many ways, to be honest. It could go with Ilya becoming good, but it could also just be her going crazy and getting killed by someone else, or killing herself even because she feels like she's failed her mission, so her life has no purpose or something. It could go a few ways. I could see Ilya going, but afterwards, we're probably gonna have some downtime, readjusting to the fact that, you know, okay, the main threat is over, but then, oh shit, we still have to deal with the temple, and then Caster will probably reveal themselves, and it seems like we're going towards some kind of, I would assume, some kind of battle. With Caster? I mean, I said that I think the final boss is Kirei, but I feel like that's the final boss for the true ending, which I'm more and more starting to think there's a true ending that we are not on. Feels like we have just finished the overall Herc saga. Yeah, he's been over our head since the beginning, that's true. And it's very convenient that Archer is also gone before dealing with Herc. I'll say that, because if we dealt with Herc first, it would have made dealing with Rin awkward. I always find, I don't know, I find it a little convenient in stories like this, where people that are both good people team up as a temporary team up in a fight to the death like this, and then they fight the bad guy, and then one of them dies in their pursuit to fight the bad guy. That, to me, that feels convenient. Because if they beat the bad guy and had to deal with each other, it would be awkward and gross and interesting, and not showing that feels a little like a cop-out. I'm not saying that it doesn't narratively flow, Archer dying and then killing Berserker. It does, and I like it. I noticed the cliche of, oh, you missed the chance for the ugly fallout after dealing with their main threat is, you know, it's a little convenient. It makes sense. It's not that it, okay. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. But yeah, so Lancer's Master, Assassin's Master, and the Caster duo. I feel like Rin would have just switched Herc to Caster as the overall target, or Assassin. We know about the temple. She would have tried to delay fighting Shiro for as long as possible, I'm sure. But that's the thing. What would have happened ultimately? I get curious about these kind of things. Of, well, what would have if, you know, they dealt with Caster, they dealt with Assassin, they dealt with literally everyone else, and it literally was just down to Rin and Shiro. What would have happened? I'm the kind of person that would love to see that, and I hope it plays out in some way or form, in some ending, because I'm the kind of person that loves to see that, and not seeing that would just make me like, would just feel a little, I don't know, not cop out, but But yeah, that's the thing, delaying it to another servant. Well, what about when all the other servants are dead? What about it literally is just Shiro and Rin? What would happen? I want to see that. Anyways, my blood that ran wild is crushing my brain with too much oxygen. So yeah, probably a bit of downtime where we discover a couple more people. And there's probably going to be some kind of alliance is going to be formed. Rin might still try to help us win the fight, win the day, where she works with us and tries to help us because she wants to do the fight, as it were. It'll be interesting. I think she's going to end up in a more healthy position than Ilya does. Archer snipes Shiro. Yeah. I'm predicting we end up, here's a long form prediction about narrative analysis now that I think we're decently far into this, at least in this pathway. I think we end up temporarily teaming up with another servant, possibly Lancer, based on process of elimination. I would go with that because it seems like Assassin is at the temple, but from what we saw, it seemed like there's like females causing problems at the temple. As if Castor is a female and causing problems at the temple is my thought. Which means Castor and Assassin may be working together. So we might end up temporarily teaming up with Lancer. Which means we'd need to meet Lancer's master, possibly. We wouldn't need to meet him to team up, I guess. But then we would do a bit of a 2-on-2 for a bit. And then that would maybe break off where Saber would get her rematch with Assassin. While Lancer is maybe fighting Castor off screen. We beat Assassin, and then Lancer gets killed by Castor. Possibly we just see it in the last moments, or there's an interlude to see it, or not. Or Lancer decides to backstab us because he said that his master's not a nice person. So Lancer's master might form some kind of contract with Castor's master as Lancer's about to fight Castor. Or if Lancer looks like he's losing. And so they switch gears, and Lancer tries to stab us in the back, but we stop that from happening because Saber's awesome. But Lancer might be injured at that point, and then ultimately Castor would probably be the final villain unless... Yeah, Castor would probably be the final villain unless Kirei's the final villain and has been sneakily in the background, as it were. I'm just thinking about this pathway because I feel like the way things have been going, there's probably multiple pathways. And there's probably some true ending. And I don't think we're on the true ending route. So that's why I think in this narrative, I wouldn't be surprised if it ends in a big fight with Castor. Is where I think I could see it going. Or we try to deal with Castor first. And Lancer... Then again, a big fight with Castor... Only if Castor's... I guess if Castor's been absorbing a lot of souls, that could work. It's just that Saber is naturally immune to most magic. But that's why Castor would be like the super crazy Castor who can do the best magic. And also has probably been charging stuff for a while at the temple. And so can deal with Saber despite her immunity to magic. Or, or Saber fights Castor first and Assassin goes off to face Lancer. And Lancer ends up being the final villain in a bookend sense. Where Lancer ends up dealing with Assassin in some unnoble way. Because his master, I think from what we know, Lancer's master is not the nicest person. Where Assassin is seems noble. I don't know about his master, but Assassin is definitely noble. So that could end up being with Lancer as the final master in a bookend fashion. If we get, like, weakened from Castor, and Lancer maybe did some scumbag tactic to take out Assassin, and so is in full strength, and Saber versus Lancer could be the final battle in a bookend sense. I could see that. I don't think Assassin would be the final boss. He just doesn't narratively feel like a final boss. It feels like with the Herc death, we're halfway through the story. I could see that. Half, 2/3, half. Shiro getting his... Really, that's... Okay, half, that's fair. Yeah, because now that he can make weapons, that really changes the game going forward. Realization, aka anime power-up. Saber is healing to full power. That's right. The Obi-Wan figure is also dead. Yeah. Yeah, Saber healing to full power, and Shiro also getting a power-up at the same time, despite having to give some of his power to Saber. It's still a little convenient, but, fact that they're both getting stronger means they can probably more easily, whereas before they were on a doomed route where nothing was, eventually they were going to peter out and not be able to make it to the end. Now we can realistically make it to the end, which means whoever's left has to have some tough shit up their sleeve, because not only Shiro kind of competent now, he also has, the best servant. Now that Archer and Berserker are dead, because they seemed like the best ones, so the others have to level up their game in some way. My assumption is that Lancer will level up his game because his master is just a cutthroat bastard, would be my assumption. This is a broad assumption, but Lancer said that he doesn't like dealing with his master because his master, I don't know, his master doesn't like getting shot. It seems like his master is a very tactical thinker, a very cowardly thinker, if I had to make a broad assumption. So Lancer is probably just going to try to be the sneaky one who does things in the background. It's not actually that strong. Caster, I think, has been charging stuff for a while, and Assassin is just really good. But, so I think Saber getting stronger will now get her to the point where she can match Assassin. And Caster has been amassing power for a while, and Lancer is the one sneakily doing things in the background, probably. Would be my assumption of where the fighting is going to go. It would be a laugh if Caster was somehow Merlin, really digging that hole into Saber since we were on the Saber route. Lancer Master maybe Shinji without an ego. Yeah, because Shinji's also a cowardly dick, but Shinji, he's got that big ego, which really did weigh him down. I could see that. Lancer's Master is a very mean person, but more practical than Shinji, who is driven by emotion. Which would, again, I think I said this a while back when I had when I was pinning down who I thought everyone's master was, I said that I thought Lancer's was Kazuki. I think I'm still holding to that, because Kazuki's not really done anything in the narrative. So I do think Kazuki is probably Lancer's master. It'd be a laugh if Caster was somehow Merlin. It'd be also pretty funny if Merlin was a female in this universe. Anyways. My blood that ran wild, and also it would be very fitting if Merlin was the final boss. So if Merlin is Caster, and Merlin ends up being the final boss of this route, then that would be also a fitting way to conclude the route of being like, Merlin! Anyways, my blood that ran wild is crushing my brain with too much oxygen. And on top of that, I have a headache like my head is splitting open. It's because the enemy has disappeared and the thing numbing my pain has disappeared. I wonder what Assassin's Master is like. Gender bending a famous character. What's that? Fate? Yeah. Because I think Lancer's Master is Kazuki. I'm placing my bet. Caster, I want to say, is a woman duo. I want to say Caster is the only woman duo, because there is no other woman duos. But, in fact, most of the duos seem to be female-male. All of them that we know so far, right? Yeah. Ilya plus Berserker, Rin plus... yeah, they're all female-male duos that we've seen. My assumption is that Lancer and Kazuki is a male-male duo. I think Lancer even said that his partner is male. I think he called him a he. I don't know about Assassin. I could see Assassin going both ways. Caster, I assume, has a female. I think that's going to be our female-female duo. Ayako is Totes Caster's Master. The prologue with Rin was just foreshadowing. Well, I remember that joke. That will always stick with me, because, like, it felt like they were making a joke that would only work if you'd seen Fate Zero. I don't know. Ayako. Ayako has not really done enough, but I feel like that has to do with this route. I think she probably does more in other routes. I don't know. Her being a master, it just feels a little odd. I could see her maybe being Assassin's Master. I don't think she'd be Caster's Master. I don't know. I was saying that I could see some master we hadn't known yet being someone's master. Like one person, but maybe we know everyone. I don't think so. Oh, hey, Berserker's got a voice now. I could see, like, one more person we haven't met turning up and being a master. Like, Sakura being Caster's Master, I don't think is fitting. I don't know. I think at this point, I don't think Sakura's a master. I think we're past that boat. Yeah, if there's like a Rin route where we go more on Rin than on Saber, that would be where probably Ayako has more of a role. Also, there could just be an Ayako route, you know. It's not impossible. We could go on the Rin route, get to know Ayako more, and then diverge under the Ayako route. Plot twist. Yeah, I don't know. I could see Ayako as being, because I don't know. Ayako being Assassin's Master? Maybe. And then Castor having a master we've never seen before? Or Ryudo being Assassin's Master, and Castor having a master we've never seen before. Or Assassin could have a master we've never seen before, but I feel like Castor would have a master we've never seen before, because I'm assuming Castor has a female master, and none of the existing females, I think, fit the bill for a Castor master. I love saying that. Castor master. We had very little of Ayako, Sakura, Ryudo, and Kazuki. Ryudo has the problem of not being a waifu. I mean, there's Kazuki as well. Kazuki has done, like, nothing. That's why... And he also seems like an unlikable person. It feels like he fits the bill as Lancer's master, based on who we have. And the fact that Lancer talked him up earlier makes me think he's going to be someone we already know. Because the way they were building him up, like, theoretically we should know about him. I don't know if Assassin talked much about his master, which is why I wouldn't be surprised if it's someone we've never met. Yeah, Ryudo... Yeah. Ayako and Sakura, definitely I feel like Ayako has more on other routes. But maybe not, and maybe she is Assassin's Master. I could see that. Sakura, I think, is just going to react, like, in a crazy manner to Shinji's death at this point. And then there's the thing with Shinji, frickin' Ilya killing Shinji and being like, this is the will of what's-his-face, which we haven't followed up on. It's possible we follow up on that in another pathway. Or... we could follow up on that in another pathway. But also, I remember thinking he might be the mid-boss who tries to do... Maybe this would be the time then. Maybe with Herc being finished, the guy who is, you know, the place or the thing that Shinji was related to... Makiri, thank you. Thank you for constantly reminding me, because I forget. So Macarena, I think... Yeah, Macarena, either if there is going to be a time where Macarena makes a move, I think this would be now. It would be now during the midpoint, just after beating Herc, but before dealing with Castor and all that junk. Macarena could just be the master. Macarena could be another master, but that seems unlikely because then why did he need Shinji? Or he originally had Shinji, but then Shinji ran away, so Macarena became his own master, or something like that. In which case, Macarena could be Assassin's Master, I suppose. I guess Macarena could also be an alias, and maybe Kazuki could just be Macarena. Or rather, Kazuki could be an alias, and Macarena is the real name. Something. Yeah, Macarena, I feel like, is gonna... I feel will probably come into play in some extent, even in this pathway, probably? If he's gonna be a mid-boss, now would be the time for him to make a move. Otherwise, he could be Assassin's Master, maybe. Maybe, that seems a little unlikely. Well, Shinji knew about it and said, hey, Saber, go after them. So maybe that's one way. Maybe Shinji knew about it and was trying to take advantage of Saber and Shiro because he knew about it because his master was being a dickbag and he wanted Saber and Shiro to deal with his master. And if not, he could always finish off Shiro from the shadows. But Assassin didn't like that. I suppose. Makiri may be the secret final boss. I don't think Makiri is going to be the secret final boss. I'm calling my shot. I think it really is. I think it's Kirei. Makiri's an alias for Kirei. I hadn't thought of that. Possibly. I don't see much of a reason to come to that conclusion, but... maybe. That'd be weird. I guess. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I wouldn't theorize that way. I wouldn't theorize in that direction. Makiri. I'm sure he's going to play some kind of part, but he might not play a part in this pathway. If he does play some kind of role, it'll probably be just about to come up, I would assume. Anyways. Yeah. Because now that we're at the halfway point, just, you know, taking a second to look at all the characters. I feel like we've got one master we haven't met yet. At least one. Possibly two. I assume we've met at least one of the masters, because there's 3 left. I think Kazuki is the one. And then of the other 2, I assume at least one of them we have not met, and the other one I could go either way, potentially. Mikiri may be part of the true ending route. I mean, I assume a lot's going to be part of the theoretical true ending route, but I don't know. That's the thing about true endings, is that, like, what triggers the true ending? Because it really depends on the visual novel. I don't know. Sometimes true endings are just, oh, pick all the right choices, you get the true ending. But a lot of the time, the true ending is, oh, you need to see this and that before you can get the true ending for some reason. Which, depends on how it's handled, might feel a little contrived, but... narratively, it makes more sense to see the true ending last, but it sort of takes away the agency of choices if your choices aren't going to matter if they're all ultimately going to end up leading to a true ending. Theoretically, it depends on how it's handled. Okay, the enemy has disappeared, and the thing numbing my pain had disappeared. Right, the whole, you know, adrenaline. The dizziness and the headache come at me as if to make up for what has accumulated. If there even is a true ending, that's a very good point. It could just be a bunch of different routes, but I think I doubt that. I doubt that there's just a bunch of different routes. I'm calling my bet, and I'm feeling like there's a true ending. Maybe it's not the true ending. Maybe all endings are valid endings, which I would like, by the way. I definitely prefer it even if there is a true ending, all endings still feel real and don't just feel like, haha, you played this route, but the route was just a lie. You should go play the true route. This route's ending is bullshit. I still prefer when, even if there is a true route, other routes have genuine endings that you can get behind. But I'm calling my bet, and I'm feeling at this point like there is a true ending. There is a true route. Like one where, I don't know, Shiro gets his wish and saves everybody, and nobody has to die. Like, none of the kitty masters die in the true route. I don't know. Calling my bet. There's a true route where Shiro is good enough, maybe because of experience, because he takes from other pathways? Like, possibly, because if my theorization of him being a time traveler isn't in any way true, because they seem to be building up time travel, and I assume that he time traveled with the Grail to try to stop the fire from forever ago. But I guess it's also possible he could time travel to the beginning of this Grail to stop things from going to shit. Like, maybe he sees Saber die, and then maybe he wins the war, but Saber dies in the process, so he's like, start it over! With a wish or something. And so he retains his knowledge or something, and so somehow makes choices to make sure all of the kitties don't die, because, you know, kitties dying is a bit grimdark, and he wants to avoid that. I could see that being the true route. And then when he avoids that, when he avoids anyone dying, is when Kirai's like, no, everyone has to die. And that's where he reviews himself as the secret evil mastermind. Because maybe in all of the real routes, all of them, maybe Kirai actually takes over after the fact and, you know, takes out whoever's left. But if no one dies in the first place, it makes his plan a lot harder because we all work together to find out that Kirai's the big scumbag ultimate villain of Ultimate Destiny. You like how 999 handles a true ending? I don't want to talk too much about that because of spoilers, but I'm a big fan of 999. It's one of my favorite visual novel-ish games. It has puzzles, so it's not a full visual novel. For all we know, all the endings are ranging from shit to good. A true ending would involve Shiro moves past his hero complex, yeah, and gets past his death wish and all that, so somehow winning the Holy Grail War, and he just looks at it and smiles and refuses it. Yeah, I don't know, something like winning the Grail War with everyone being happy, or he comes up with a good wish. He could come up with a good wish, but there's going to be some evil, schemy, skanky stuff going on with the Grail War, probably, based on what happened in Fate Zero at the end. The Grail itself could be the final boss, given the skanky stuff that happened at the end of Fate Zero. I just assume that Kirai would somehow try to use the Grail, is where my mind goes. But Shiro being an ultimate harem with all the characters that are voiced. I mean, I think, yeah, that is the best idea, is for him to just get a harem with all the girls. They all live. He saves them with his penis. It's what I've been saying all along. Okay. Dash, dash, dash.
シロ
Shiro. Yes, that's me. Saber supports my collapsing body. But she can't have any energy to spare to care for me.
いや大丈夫だところどころ骨が折れてるけど命には別状はない
I'm fine. My bones are working here and
自然治癒
there.
も働いてるしなんとかなる
It's not fatal. That healing thing is working, so it'll be fine. That healing thing is working. Yeah, my Wolverine powers. Jesus. He seduces Kirei. Oh, gosh. Save Kirei with his penis? That's a little much. I don't know. I think at a certain point, someone's beyond saving. I think Kirei's beyond saving, but, like... I don't think I want anyone to be... I don't think I want Shiro and Kirei to be doing any messing with anyone's penises. Sounds dirty.
何を言うのです。あれだけの投影魔術を使ったのですから、今は休息を取らないと。
What are you saying? You use projection magic of that level. You must rest right now. Don't you get it, Saber? I'm secretly a super alien mutant hero guy. Haven't you figured that out yet? Come on, get on my level. Well, I mean, not that Shiro's figured it out either because he's too doink.
いやけど
No, but... There's someone I have to talk to first. Who, Rin? Or Ilya? Both? Ellipses. Well, isn't this awkward? How is she gonna feel? Let's make sure she doesn't cave into... Like, she's not dead. So we have to somehow... If we can convince her to become a good person now, I guess this is our best last chance to do it. Because if we don't, she probably would go off and either become a slave to the institution for the remaining time, or she would just kill herself for failing the goal. Maybe they'd kill her for failing the goal, and she might kill herself for feeling that they'd kill her, so she wants to kill herself in a more polite manner. It could be all kinds of gross stuff, so yeah, we should definitely try to save her if we can. The fact that we were able to successfully beat Berserker without relying to sniping Ilya. The fact that nobody even brought up the option of sniping Ilya, I will say, is a little, you know, I think you're avoiding the grimdark. They could have at least brought up an option of, you know, we could snipe Ilya. Nobody even brought that up, which I know that Saber, Rin, and Shiro are all like, you know, she's too, you know, they're too proud. But Arch, I think at some point could have brought that up, maybe of just sniping her, but he's not around anymore, so... He uses the Grail, goes back to when Kirei was a teenager, and unfucks him, averting all the bad shit. Oh, okay, sure, he uses a wish just for that? I mean, that's some pretty hardcore level, heroing, I guess. Like, hero boner, a boner for, you know, I have to be a hero. Even if it doesn't make sense, I gotta be a hero. Even if it's, like, the hardest thing in the world and unhealthy for me to do this, I gotta be a hero. That's like an unhealthy level of wanting to be a hero, which he already has an unhealthy level. It's not that he has an unhealthy level of wanting to be here. I mean, he does, but his motivations are what make it so unhealthy. But a Catholic priest with an under 18 boy, time travel theory, yeah. We just have to have time travel, then everything can be legal. Don't kill her. Since we killed Berserker without killing her, please don't kill her. I mean, to be fair, if she ends up running away trying to steal someone else's servant, then that could be bad. But we should at least try to not kill her if we come this far without just sniping her. Saber repairs herself. Ilya is staring at the place where Berserker used to be with empty eyes. Not able to comprehend it.
ちょうどいい。何のつもりかは知りませんが、追う手間が省けました。
Good.
潔く。
I do not know your intentions, but we would not wish the trouble of chasing you. Except your... What, fate of dying? I think it's a little much to be like, yes, we're just going to kill you right now. Especially with her master dead. I mean, yeah, she's a strong master. Sorry, her servant dead. She's a strong master and can take a new servant, but... I don't know, I think you don't know Shiro well enough if you don't realize that he's going to try to stop this from happening. I don't feel like in this route, with his Wolverine power and Caliburn, he's not going to get past his hero complex. It's probably going to get worse, because while he's a death wish, he can't fucking die. Yeah, that is kind of fucked. Yeah, probably we need the true end for him to be like, yeah, I'm a real boy, and I don't have to worry about the hero complex. I can just, you know, be a real good, healthy boy. Yeah, this route, it might just get worse. We'll see. We'll get to see together, although you might know, but you'll get to see me see.
ダメだセイバーイリアには手を出さないでくれバーサーカーがいなくなったんならイリアは
Saber, don't hurt Ilya. Since Berserker's gone, she's... I stopped her with my remaining strength. Don't make me waste my last command seal on this. She must not realize we're here. She's just thinking about her loss and what it means for her. How she, you know, always felt like she was so on top of things. I think the fact that this happened after the Archer incident is making her more stable because she's used to the potential of disappointment. Whereas if this had happened without the Archer incident, she probably would be going a little more mad without even know how to process the failure. Staring at the ground, Ilya murmurs.
嘘。まさか死んじゃったの？
No way. Did you die, Berserker? I mean, yeah. Did you blink and miss it? She sounds like an abandoned child. I mean, she literally was by her dad. Good times. I mean, not that her grandparents probably wouldn't have wanted anything to do with her dad after what happened, but...
Ilya.
Ilya slightly raises her head and... Uh-huh. Let it out. Are you gonna run, suddenly? Falls to the ground like a marionette with cut strings. Okay, as long as she's not running away. If she runs away, that would be the sign that we don't catch up to her and someone else gets her, and it'd be a loop. She kills someone else comes her, but... Good, don't run. That's the smarter move. I don't know if you're even being smart, you're just being pure, though, but... Yeah. I don't know what's going on. I just stare at the girl on the ground. And then there's Rin. Thankfully, you're not dead. As if to replace her, Tosaka gets up. Tosaka can't replace freaking Ilya. How dare you? Ilya, best girl. And now that Ilya doesn't have Berserker anymore, now maybe Ilya can help me in the fight too? Eh? You're to be honest, now that Rin's used up her jewels, she's probably not as good in the fight as you are, Ilya, if we're being clear. Berserker's hand has disappeared, and it seems she's free. So how badly injured are you? Because I assume you're super fucked up. Like, unless you have Wolverine powers. Dash. I must have relaxed seeing Tosaka's safety. Feeling about to faint. But I can't whine like that. Even though we defeated Berserker, we're still in the forest. We have to push our wounded bodies and get out of this forest now. I mean, we have to deal with Ilya first. I look up at the dawning sky. Uh-huh. The town is far away and I can't find any uninjured allies nor any place on my own body that's not hurt. I mean, if you count Ilya as an ally, then I think she's fairly uninjured, at least physically. But still, we made it to the morning. Yeah, you did it. Good job. The night I was prepared not to live through. After driving off the greatest enemy, we leave the winter forest. Wait, what about Ilya? You can't just drop that. What about Ilya? You're just gonna change? You can't fucking... What you fucking... The sky is thin. Okay, I gotta pee and stuff. But what about Ilya? What about best girl? That's Ilya, by the way. We just left Ilya in the forest, lol. Oh, is it Ilya? I'm so bad with names. Like, I'm bad with spelling. I should say that. I am bad with names, but I'm bad with spelling in general. Okay. So. Oh yeah, it's this song that I like. I really do like this song. It's like the flashback song. Alright, I think we're gonna go for about another hour or so. This does feel like a good beat to stop, but I don't want to stop. I want to keep playing, so shut up. So yeah, I'll probably go for another hour or so. Get a little idea of where this is going now that the Berserker issue is over. Rin just suplexes the little girl. Rude. The sky is thin. Is it dawn or dusk? It's the road to dawn. Didn't you beat Reverse Rebirth? Jeez. As I am watching from outside, I cannot tell. So this is the flashback song that plays when we flashback. So I'm assuming Shiro was having another one of his great dreams. And that probably sounded like sarcasm, but it's kind of genuine. I think they're pretty great dreams. I enjoy them. A vast sky and high field. A sky that seems unreachable even with arms outstretched. And clouds that do seem reachable with arms outstretched. That's a paradox. This is a battle she once went through. Are you... I guess Shiro's having a dream of Saber again? After their Mott's incident? There are no cavalry alongside. Is this a flashback to one of Saber's battles? Where she had no people to fight alongside her? Is this a dream of when Saber died? The grassland, once golden as far as the eye could see, is gone. Under the dark gray sky, the only thing stretching out is the remains of battle, which he is well accustomed to. Oh, shoot. Shiro probs fainted after the battle and is now dreaming of Saber. It seemed, I don't know, did he faint? Maybe that's why. But I felt like, it seemed like, yeah, we just walked away. Yeah, this image, right. This is, okay. I think the idea is that this is all her dead comrades. Because that was the thing from Fate Zero. I hope you have some nice food, Tom. Are you gonna come back? Oh, you did say BRB. I didn't read the whole thing. Yeah, we saw this image before at the beginning of the game, I think, when they were like, Unlimited Blade Works, or whatever. And I guess the idea is that this image is the battle where, I don't know if this is where she died, but I think this is where all of her followers, or all of her followers that were following her in battle at least, met their end in some tragic battle, which I think is in the status, but I don't know. Oh, is this updated with his normal phantasm? Wise up, yeah! 12 labors, a hidden ability. Regenerates automatically even when killed. There is a stock of 11 regenerations. In other words, Berserker needs to be defeated 12 times to be eliminated. That is just a factual lie. We only beat him 8 times. But the last time, we just counted as fucking 7 eliminations. Which is kind of bullshit. But, you know. Anyways, Saber. What did I want to check with Saber? I've already forgotten what I came here to check. Oh, right, her story. Does it say how she met her end? Arthur bears the red dragon, symbolizes the reddish people, and he himself has the attributes of the dragon. Since he has the karma of the dragon, the embodiment of the divine mystery and transcendia, strong magical qualities, on the other hand, he is weak against heroes who have defeated dragons in the past. So he's weak to people that beat dragons. It doesn't say how he met his end, though. Unlimited Blade Works, maybe it represents the immeasurable number of swords that her comrades had now that they're all dead. There was a lot of blades, but they all, you know, oh, it's just another blade to add to the chair, in Game of Thrones speak. If he took all the blades from all of her comrades, it'd be quite a chair. End of legend was marked by King Arthur's death. Hold on, what was King Arthur's death? How does this happen? Does it say? His son Galahad did obtain the Holy Grail, but abandoned it due to his lack of greed. The Round Table search for the Holy Grail. Did I read this already? I'm pretty sure I did. We're reading stuff. The real King Arthur was called Dux Bellorum. He was a great leader who led the 12 of North Goodwin. The identity of the real has many variations, even an option where the 2 people considered to be the king. The legend of King is all too famous. The exceptional Magus Merlin paired a sword and said, "Whoeth pulleth this sword or this stone is rightwise king of all England. Arthur pulled out the sword. He was recognized as the King of England. Child of the King of Britain, Uther Pendragon. Yeah, I did read this because I remember the name Uther. It stands out to me. That was a price for Merlin's assistance in ensuring he had to leave their child in Merlin's care. Okay, I do remember this now. God, this child, one very destiny protects him for the royal family. I remember bits and pieces of this. Arthur's life had been sought many times by the Princess Morgana, right? His older sister by a different father. At the end of the battle between him and the Knight Mordred, born from Princess Morgana's scheme, his legend closed its curtain. Okay. Started when his most trusted knight Lancelot disappeared after becoming ashamed about his affair with Arthur's wife Guinevere, losing his trusted knight, losing the sheath of the holy sword, and even losing his own country while on a long expedition. King Arthur failed his last battle in the land of Camlan. Maybe this is supposed to be Camlan? Maybe this is Camlan. Maybe she's dreaming of Camlan. There remains a battle which she is well accustomed to. There is no emotion. For her, such scenes must have been ordinary. There is nothing left in her lonely heart. Yeah, now that I'm looking at it, you can tell there's a bunch of piled up bodies, which I don't think I really got a chance to appreciate the first time I watched this scene, because I think it played by without me being able to pause on it. Leaning on her golden sword, she breathes deeply once and slowly relaxes her shoulders. The battle must be over. After glancing at the bodies of the defeated soldiers, she returns to her camp. So she's still alive, so Saber hasn't died yet. I don't know if this is Camlan, but if it is, she's not dead yet. That was the battle she experienced. Which one? I'm sure she's done a lot of battles. The calm attitude is the same as now. No matter what trouble she's in, she's just as I know her. Yeah, this is Shira's point of view still. He's dreaming of more Saber stuff. In that way, I see the dream of a king. From the moment she drew the sword from the stone, she was not human. Fucking don't dehumanize her like that. You did so much to humanize her with her being a servant, but you being like, no, you're a real girl even if you are a servant. So now you're gonna dehumanize her fucking in your flashback? Back when she still was literally human and like now where she is actually not a human? It's reverse. After becoming a feudal lord like her father, she became a king with many knights. She was called King Arthur, or Artoria, and the girl who had tried to become a knight had her life turned around. Flipped it upside down. She acted as the son of the king. That is because the one to govern many territories and control the knights had to be male. The only ones who knew that the king was just a girl were her father and the magus. You mean Merlin, or do you mean Archer? Because we know Archer is a magus. Is Archer Merlin? Oh shit, is Archer? No, because I think they made a distinction that they were two different people in that flashback. The last one. I think they made that distinction. She literally covered herself in steel and sealed the truth for all her life. So, it was just the father and the magus. Is the magus in question Merlin? Or is the magus in question Archer? Because if it's Archer, then that would explain why he was so caught off guard. If it's Merlin, Archer could still have been caught off guard by just, you know, recognizing her from his past, because she must have been from his past to some extent. Of course, it's not like no one grew suspicious of her. Very Bishonen. What, do you think I'm not manly enough? No, it's not that you're not manly enough. It's not, I mean, yes, you don't have enough muscles. You're not a muscly enough man to be our king. You need to be taller and buffer. You're much of a puny guy. I mean, you're not a guy, but that's not the point. But it could be, but it's not. The King of Knights, with the Holy Sword, will not suffer wounds or age. That's kind of weird. Excalibur bears the protection of the fairies, making its possessor immortal. Oh, so, but Caliburn didn't do that. The fairy sword, Excalibur, did that and made her immortal. Okay, that's kind of weird. So that's weird. How long until she died then? Yeah, they mentioned this earlier, I just forgot about it. How long, because that's weird to think of. Was she, you know, because mentally, if she died when she was like 16, and then they brought her, back for the Grail Wars, and it's not as weird to be like, hey, romance with Shiro. But if it's like she lived for like a dozen, 24 more years with this young body, then mentally she should be at a very different place than Shiro. But if Shiro also is some spirit from the past who just doesn't realize it yet, then he could also be super old, which makes it less quick. Never saw you piss, Your Highness. Yes, do it without squatting. The masking can for me that I have a dick. The only way the real King Arthur died if she somehow lost her sword. Yeah. Therefore, nobody questioned the knight's small body, and the face that seemed like that of a girl became honored by the knights as a good-looking king. Bishonen. The king was truly invincible. There was no room for body size nor looks to enter into it. The people living in fear of savage invasions wanted a strong king, and the knights of the battlefield would only follow an excellent commander. And she was both, I'm sure. The king met all of these criteria. And so, no one questioned who the king was. I'm sure some people did, but you're generalizing. It doesn't matter if the king is a child or a woman. I think for some people it definitely would have mattered if it was a woman. They just weren't thinking about it. But some people were thinking about it. But also, it being a child also, I'm sure, matters to some people. But if they know that the sword makes you not age, if they know that, then they wouldn't mind as much because you would be mentally more mature. But, the only point is that it must function as the king to protect the country. Oh, you just called him an it. You just called Saber an it. I guess you're referring to Saber in the sense of how other people viewed her, and I guess that would make you upset. The only point is that it must function as the king to protect the country. It being Saber. That's the sadness of a lot of, royalty stories is, oh, I had to play the role even if I didn't want to. Sometimes the people want to, but, more often than not, the people that want to are not the people that are born into it. They're usually the people that take it by force. Because, they take over or whatever, and like, I'm the king, my child will be the next king, and then the child is born, it's like, I don't want to be the king, and then some other person kills him, and it's like, I'm the new king, because I wanted to, or something, but... The new king was fair and selfless, and always stood in front of the army, defeating enemies in the battlefield. Fair and selfless. Maybe in the context of the times. Many enemies and many people died, but the king's choices were always correct? Bullshit! That depends on perspective. The king's choices were always correct, totally. Then again, I guess Shiro would definitely think that. Shiro would want to think that because he's Shiro and has a hard boner for her. The king's choices were always correct, and she served as the king better than anyone else. She was definitely the bestest. I'm just going to take that as Shiro's POV. Most worthy lords are usually those who don't want the throne. Yeah, generally. If they want the throne, they're typically D-bags. Not always, though. Sometimes you can want the throne and not be a D-bag. Sometimes you can want the throne because you actually think, oh shit, we're fucked up, we gotta unfuck. But people that don't want to be lords generally can relate to the masses who are not lords better, usually. It depends. There was no doubt and no need for doubt when the king was right. Because the king is always right. But then that's how history works, is whatever the king does, as long as they succeeded, is right. Because if it was wrong, nobody will know that it was wrong, because they will have succeeded in their mission of killing the innocents that were in the way. And if they failed, then what they did was clearly wrong, or something. Saber, she wanted to pull the sword to become king, and she was a good king. Well, yeah, there you go. Was she a good king, though, if she ended up failing ultimately? No. I'm sure she was a good king, even if it didn't last forever. Though theoretically with her, it theoretically could have, because the sword stopped her aging, which makes it harder to quantify. Because if you're someone who, will eventually grow old with age, like, you might be a good king, but your kingdom, you as the king is only going to last for 20, 30, 40 years, maybe. Generally 60 on the highest end, I would assume. Maybe, yeah, probably 60 would be as high as it goes. But Saber, if she actually does become immortal with the sword, at least it stops her from aging. Maybe not the same immortality as Berserker who can't die, but just that you don't age. She theoretically could have kept being the king forever, and therefore to fail at any time I could see as a disgrace, because with other people it's like, oh, I did a good 20 years, maybe I could have lived 20 more, but I think the fact that I made it 20 is pretty good. But with Saber, it's like, no matter where you cut it off, you could be like, oh, I did 30 years, I could have literally done an infinite number of years, I could have done hundreds more. Oh, I did 50 years, I could have literally done hundreds of years. Oh, I did 200 years, I could have literally done thousands of years. So no matter where you cut it off, there's always an infinite more potential, so there's more reason for her to get bummed out about not, you know, because of the sword. There's a sort of, you know, that's one problem that comes with living forever. The responsibility, if you have some. I think living forever is super cool if you don't have to worry about responsibility. If responsibility is an issue, though, living forever sounds like a drag. The problem with what we saw from backstory is that things went to shit when she left. She lost her country while on an expedition. Oh, hey, you mean like the one I went on and ruined Terra? I still need a few more gems to go back on my second expedition. And with Lancelot betraying her as well. Well, it was kind of betrayal. He cheated on her with another girl or something, with her pretend wife. And he ran away. I get it. It's still a betrayal. But it wasn't like... I hear betrayal and I think, oh, you stabbed me in the back and politically turned to the enemy. Which is not what happened, but... Knowing no loss on the battlefield. Her army reconstructed the now lost cavalry, and literally ran through the battlefield defeating foreign infantries, and crashing through numerous ramparts. The now lost cavalry ran through the battlefield. Ramparts. Remind me what a rampart is? I know most war terms, but I don't remember what that one is off the top of my head. Hold on, I gotta look up rampart. I remember the name rampart rings familiar, I just don't remember what is it. No, rampart definition. Don't give me rampart film. A defensive wall of a castle or walled city. That's what a rampart. That's what a rampart is. Having a broad top with a walkway. I know exactly what that is. Okay. I understand. I didn't remember it by that name, but I know exactly what that is. Alright. Crashing through numerous ramparts. That's pretty fucking good. Was she always in the front of the army because her country was behind her? Well, she couldn't bear to have any of her people die but instead of her. She was taking all the responsibility herself, just like Shiro does now in the present. But she also does it now too. But they can take it together, like how they finally learned to do that when they used the Caliburn together to beat him up. It was cute and stuff. They should have cried out, Caliburn! But oh well. She had to discard many people to join battle. I mean, yeah, but usually you'd think you'd discard more by not joining the battle because they would die in your place. As long as she joined battle, she had to defeat all her enemies. Oh, you mean she discarded the enemies. I see. Well, I think generally you have to care more about your allies, usually, typically. In war, you can't care that much about your enemy's thought process. I mean, usually. Shiro still tries his best, though. That's what happens when you thrust kids into a war when it should be for adults. It was normal practice to meet military needs by sucking everything out of the local village for the battle to protect the country. Yep, that's another one of those great things of war. She probably didn't like that, but, you know, for the country. In that regard, there could not be any knights that killed more people than her. Sounds about right. I do not know if she ever found that a burden. I don't think so. I think she focused more on the lives she saved than the lives she slew, is the sense I get. Them sharing the sword of the king is quite symbolic, where she had to do everything as the king. With Shiro making and using Caliburn, he upholds the mantle of king with her. That's cute, yeah. I wasn't thinking about it like that exactly. I was just thinking about they were both, you know, they're both wanting to do everything themselves, and then they did stuff, you know, they did it together with Caliburn. But that also makes sense, where Arthur was the king because of the swords, but then Shiro bequeathed the sword to her, so she was more willing to accept Shiro as, yeah. That is not something I can tell from a dream. You're recognizing it's a dream. Usually that's not how dreams work. Usually you don't know the dreams until after the dreams are over. But there is no doubt in her figure, running through the battlefield. She does not even narrow her eyes in grief when she sits on the throne. The Iron Throne! What throne is her like? I don't know if it's... Is it also iron? Is it a different, A king is not human. Liar! A king is totally human, you jerk. A king is more human than a frickin' spiritual Grail war summoned thingamajigger. It depends on how you define human, though. If your definition of human is just humane, then stop saying human and just say humane. A king is not humane. I think it's true. Saber had to strip away a lot of her humanity, but I still think she's not a terrible person to the point where I would say she's not humane. So I just disagree with your word choices. One cannot protect the people with human emotions. Yes, you can. Sure, you normally should be cutthroat. That's generally the practical way. But there's also the side of, oh, what if you're caught being cutthroat and then the populace turns against you? You know, cancel culture, as it were, which is a lot easier with social media. But being cutthroat is generally practical, but that doesn't mean you can't do good things by not being cutthroat. You certainly can. It's a harder fought battle for sure, but you can make it work. She kept that oath strictly. She settled every problem and worked hard in government affairs. She balanced the country without any deviations and punished people without a single mistake. Punished people without a single mistake? The perfect judge? I doubt it. No judge is perfect. After ending yet another battle in victory, commanding the people without disorder, and punishing hundreds of criminals, King Arthur does not understand human feelings. Yeah, I think she understands them, but doesn't use them herself, was the idea. That was the sense I got. Is that Saber understood the idea, but, like, she didn't think they applied to her. Both, she doesn't think they apply to her in the present because of her being a heroic spirit, but she also didn't think they applied to her in the past with her being a king. But I don't think that means she doesn't understand them. I think she just doesn't think they apply to her. Or she used to think that way, but it's changing now that Shiro's, you know, rubbed up against her. Rubbed off on her, as it were. And rubbed up against her a little bit. A knight close to her murmured. A knight? Is this Archer? Nah, if we don't get the voice, then it's not. Perhaps everyone felt that way. Wait, hold on. Was that in quotes just now? King Arthur does not... Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, maybe that... I don't think that was Archer. I think that's some random knight, since it wasn't voiced. The more perfect she became as the king, the more they questioned her as a ruler. What? Because the more perfect you become as a king, the less you can relate to the populace? That's fair, that generally the best kings are the ones that can relate to the populace. But, you know... There's a middle ground, I think. You gotta be cutthroat, but if you don't relate to the populace at all, and the best kings, theoretically, are the ones that are doing it for the people and not for themselves. But if you're cutthroat because you truly believe that's the best way to do it for the people, then you're still doing it for the people. If you're doing it just for yourself because you're a selfish prick, then you could be a smart king, but you wouldn't necessarily be good at being a king by definition. If my definition of king is someone who is meant to lead and protect the people. So, but anyways. A person without human emotion cannot rule over others. Okay. Several reputable knights left Camelot, but the king took it as a natural event and accepted it as part of the process of government. Uh-huh. Thus, the fair king, honored by her knights, isolated herself. Did she not make new knights? Have new knights? I guess it does sound like she's getting a little too antisocial. There is certainly a thing of taking it too far, where you try so hard to distance yourself to protect them that you lose sight of what they want. That definitely can happen. Seems she was a king who focused on battles, resources, order, but not the morale of her own people. Yeah, losing sight of what they, you know, were feeling or wanted, for sure. Now, protecting them and giving resources and doing good in battle and protecting the order is certainly important, but like, man, if you don't unban Stratos, why does nothing matters? I can't use that joke and have it actually be timely, though, because he got unbanned a while ago. But for a while he wasn't. So just pretend this is a period piece. Pretend you're seeing this streamed about a couple years back, and Stratos was still banned. Then the joke would be funny. Such trivial things are of no concern to a king. No, they should be. That's the point. The fact that you're thinking of them as trivial concerns is what's making the people fed up. Her mind will not change even if she is abandoned, feared, or betrayed. That's fine, but you have to protect and lead the people, and if the people are the one abandoning you, then that kind of defeats the point. I mean, I guess it depends on how many people, but if you look at people as just a number, and you're protecting all the people, you gotta start keeping the numbers in mind, because once a certain number start leaving, then the number that are left, do they equal the number that leave? You want to protect all the people. There's no right or wrong. Depends on perspective. People must love having peace and being full with food. That's all they need. Everything else is not necessary. I guess because she tried to focus so hard on that. Because that would be taxing. That in itself is very taxing. And it's hard, I guess from her perspective, very hard to do the whole people thing. Because she's a guy. As far as the world knows, she's a guy. She can't flaunt herself too much because she's a guy. And the world doesn't know that she's a girl. And so, like, you know, the whole people thing was always going to be weird for her. She abandoned her emotions from the moment she decided to pull out the sword. I think it's good that she gets them back. Better late than never, I say. And in that way, her final battle began. The battle to what? Reclaim her emotions that she didn't know she wanted? Or started? The battle at Badon Hill ended in complete victory, and because of the overwhelming results, the savages sought a reconciliation. The country that would have just awaited destruction earned a brief period of peace. The chaos that demanded an absolute hero had ended. Britain is finally returning to the country she had dreamed of. Hashtag Brexit! Sorry. Or not sorry? I guess depends on what side you fall on. The scene starts to fade away. Yeah, but that's the thing. Britain's finally returned to the country she had dreamed of. What does she do after that? Once the chaos that demanded an absolute hero is over, once it doesn't demand an absolute hero anymore, I feel like that's when you really need to know what the people want. When it's not just about protecting them from bandits and raiders or whatever. Once that is passed, which I mean that'll never fully pass. There'll always be more bandits. But knowing how to deal with the general populace, if you lose sight of that while dealing with some big war, then once the war is over, you're not going to be a very good king anymore. It really depends on what's needed of the king at the time. A good war king does not necessarily make a good peace king. Of course, usually, in theory, the king should be a peace king that has good war generals. A king should be someone who's a bit of both, war and peace, and has war generals that are primarily about the war, and has people beside him that are primarily about this is the peace. Have two on both sides, but they should be more in the middle, where it seems like they lean to Saber leaned more towards the war side. Anyways. Somewhere in my head, I realize that I'm waking up and the dream is ending. Okay, what is this like when you wake up, though? What's going on? Where's Elia? I will lose consciousness and wake up soon. That's not how losing consciousness works. You lose consciousness... you gain consciousness. What? I guess you mean you lose consciousness in the dream? Before that, something really annoys me. About the dream? She's stupid. That's bold coming from you, Shiro. In what way is she stupid? I think I know what you're about to say, but in what way? Certainly she must have been strong and good at fighting. But that doesn't mean she's well suited for it. Because she's a girl? Fuck you! She's very well suited for it. That doesn't mean she should turn off all her emotions. But she's still good at fighting, so fuck you for saying otherwise. Sexist pig. I'm also angry at the people around her. You're just angry at everyone because you fucking love frickin' Saber too much. Fuck all you guys. You're not supposed to make Saber your king. She didn't notice that someone else around her had to tell her, or she'd keep making the same mistake forever. What, you mean the mistake of turning off her emotions, and that no one told her to turn them back on? I mean, most people didn't even know the truth, so, I mean, there weren't many people that could actually confront her about it. Jeez, she had so many people around her, so why did none of them tell her the truth? The truth that she should turn on her emotions, or the truth that she's not suited for fighting? Because she's very much is suited for fighting, and you're just being biased. Wrongly biased. And we're back in our house. Well, fuck. Dash. Okay. I wake up. We escaped Elia's forest and came back to this house yesterday afternoon. Where's Elia? Tosaka went back to her room saying that the wound in her stomach was hurting, and I also wanted to go sleep since my headache was still around. Okay, where's Elia? Also, Tosaka went back to her room. Is she just gonna live with us now? Because she could go back to her house. But, like, you know, I think she has that boner for Shiro and wants to see this fight through to the end because she's has the fightative personality and doesn't want this to end just because Archer's gone. She probably hasn't even considered it. And so she wants to stick with us more than ever, because if she goes back to her own place, she's separating herself from the fight. But then how's Sakura going to feel? Because Sakura gave us like a week or whatever. And is Tosaka going to want to move out? Like, she said that she'd take a week. And in this week, I don't know how many days have passed since she said that we have a week. It's been a few. I don't know if it's been a full week or not. I wasn't paying full attention. But I think even if Tosaka said that she was going to say, hey, Sakura, give me a week, I don't think she's actually going to give it up even after a week. But, like, that's the thing. We should be going to check on Sakura, because I feel like by now Sakura would have found out that Shinji's, like, dead and stuff. So I think now that we've dealt with the Elia thing, our first priority should be what the fuck is Sakura's mental state. But, yeah. Also, what about Elia? It must also have been because I carried something heavy all the way here. Oh, Elia. Oh, you calling her fat? Is Elia gonna start living here too? Is she actually gonna? That would be so great. She joins my harem. Yes. Did I save her with my penis? I guess I saved her with the sword that I made, which is phallic imagery, so it works. When I got to the room right down, I couldn't even get back up. Which means she was sleeping in the room with you? Because that would be so good. If you carried Elia all the way here and she was just in your room. That would be great. I would love it. Or do you mean Saber? Did you pick up Saber? Please say it was Elia. Oh! Saber was the only one unhurt. Never mind, she was unhurt, so you wouldn't have picked her up. So Tosaka and I went to sleep, letting her keep watch over the house. Right. So Elia's would be right next to you then. She's gonna be right next to you. This is gonna be great.
半日眠ってたわけか。さすがに頭痛は収まってるな。
What did Elia do this whole time then? What did she do? Is she gonna start helping me fight too? Yeah. Maybe if she has a transition, she's probably gonna, I think she'll get over it because he was a dick. But she's probably gonna, I would assume, if she has this development, to be like, oh, I can just, help Shiro, and she might start feeling a little bad for killing Shinji if she starts to come to the realization that, I don't have to just do what my grandparents say. I can be my own person. But if she thinks that, then she might feel a bit bad for killing Shinji. Personally, if Shinji is a dick, I think it's fine. But that might be a thought process that goes through her head of having to reevaluate, and maybe someone like Shiro being like, I don't know, even though he's not the one who killed, he could be like, no, it makes sense. I would see him as being the one who's like, no, it's fine, it's the Grail War. Just you don't do it again, or try not to do it again. I'm out of the war. Grandfather's orders no longer applies. I mean, there you go. Exactly. So now we get to fuck Elia. She's had half a day to think about it, so I think that's probably what she's done, because she wanted me to be her servant, and now she can't do the thing her grandfather wanted to do, which is going to put her in a fucked mental state. And so, with Shiro taking Elia all the way here, and her time to process, I assume she's fallen on the realization, well, I was getting rid of Shiro because it interfered with grandparents, but if grandparents is gone anyways, I guess I just have to do Shiro? This might be where her mindset is. At least seems my headache's gone now. I'm relieved. The thing with Berserker. The headache that started when I duplicated Saber's sword was terrible. If that headache continued, my head would have broken before my body did. Headache because the inner you is breaking to is trying to break out because there's some secret super alter ego maniacal thing. Wait. Oh wait, Saber's in your room. I thought it was is Saber in your room because she wanted to make sure Ilya didn't do anything, or is Ilya doing things and that's why you're all embarrassed looking? Is Ilya cooking dinner? Is Ilya cooking dinner? Does Ilya cook? She probably has her maids do it, but maybe she's like, cooking is amazing because she's never done it before and wants to try doing it to impress Shiro, maybe. Maybe. If Shiro did take Ilya the whole way, that must have endeared him even more since Shiro was kind of half dead and he still carried her for hours back home. Yeah. Beating Berserker without killing Ilya was definitely a good way to potentially save Ilya from herself. It was a hard-fought way, and one that Shiro didn't even think of. I don't think he was even thinking along those lines. He was just thinking, "Don't kill Ilya." Like he just kill the servants. That was his thought all along. But not killing Ilya, I think, is a good way to break her from, because she's so been fixated into this idea of. Whereas Rin, I think, is just more interested in the fight in general, and maybe wants Shiro's dick at this point. Or Rin is more interested in the fight in general. I think Ilya had everything, wanted to do it according to schedule, and had everything thought out and thought of everything in advance, and was like, this will work this way, this will work that way, and so we'll be super caught off guard, and we'll have to readjust, and this might be the best way to do that. The one issue I can see with making Ilya our ally at this point is she's too good. Like, she'd be too good. Like, yes, Berserker's gone, and even ignoring her practical prowess, she's done research into everyone, so theoretically she should know stuff about the other masters. Maybe she only knew stuff about us and did find things out about the others, but I don't know. If she becomes our actual ally, I feel like she could just tell us a bunch of shit. Maybe she doesn't have a bunch of shit to tell us. She could at least tell us about Makiri. So I don't know. It feels kind of like, wouldn't it be too OP if she became our ally? I'm not sure. We'll see. Saber sitting Japanese style beside my futon.
なんだよ。朝から辛気臭い顔して。
Saber, why the sad face?
何かあったのか?
Did something happen while I was asleep? No, it was before you were asleep. It was the part where, you fell asleep and she felt bad for you. And so she wanted to watch over you. Also, you made her her old sword back, which she probably was like, oh, that's so sweet, but also what the fuck? But oh, that's so cool, but oh, that's so sweet. And so, more than ever, she's probably getting horny for you. Unless Ilya's skills are thrown off and her confidence of her own abilities are gone because she lost while having fucking Herc on her side, that's a very fair assessment. Even if, it's true that she might be flustered, but she still knows certain things. I assume she knows things we don't know about the other masters, which might be a little OP with knowledge, but maybe not. Maybe now's the time for us to get some extra insider knowledge. Maybe. And as for her confidence thing, that could be a real character arc I could see happening. That might be interesting, but that wouldn't really affect her knowledge that she already has. Now, she might doubt her knowledge, but that doesn't mean she can't give it to us and have us make of it what we will. Saber, why the sad face? Did something happen while I was asleep?
いいえ、ただ夢を見てしまったもので。
I just had a dream. Oh, you too? Was your dream the same as my dream, or did you dream of something that related to me because I dreamed of something related to you? Now that we're connected because of the mods.
いえ、何でもありません。それより朝食にしましょう、シロ。もう起きる時間です。
No, it's nothing important. Let us eat breakfast, Shiro. It's almost time to get up. Have we been? How long? Wait. Normally you sleep in my closet, right? Were we just sleeping in the same room? Because that's something Shiro wanted to avoid, I know. And you didn't want him to avoid it because of practical reasons, but maybe you now didn't want to avoid it because now of emotional reasons, even though the reason he wanted to avoid it was because of emotional reasons. But yeah, did you dream of fire? Yeah, that's because like Shiro, for him it's fire. So, and if she did dream of the fire, she should know full well about that fire, or would she? Because she wasn't really around to see it. I don't think. I don't know. It's almost time to get up. Saber gets up and leaves the room quietly. It seems like we both have our clothes on, though. Or at least you have your clothes on. Do I have my clothes on? Where's Elia? I don't know why Saber's acting so weird. Because she's super horny for you. She was kind of horny before, but then you had moths, and now she's super horny. She wants your dick so bad. I don't know, but...
枕元に正座してたってことは看病しててくれたのかな
I guess she was nursing me since she was sitting by my futon. But what about Elia? Oh yeah, there's that. Because you were nursing her. Cute. As soon as I think so, I recall that scene.
何考えてんだ
Now what am I thinking? Being a pervert? I mean, it's fine. The battle's over for now. Go ahead, be a pervert. Now's the time. I shake my head and clear the thoughts out of my head. That's right. Saber and I touched one another because I'm her master. Because of, because of the mots. I had to do the magical organ transplant sex. Even if it was sex. I have to think like that or I won't be able to look at her properly. Because you'll want to have more sex.
平常心平常心
Stay calm, stay calm. Eijoshin.
昨日帰ってくる時はいつも通りだったじゃないか
We were acting normal on our way home yesterday. Were you? We didn't get to see that part. We, the player, didn't.
それでいいんだそれで
Should be fine. But what about Elia? Don't ever go away, naughty thoughts. Midst of the battle is one thing, but it's not midst of battle. Dirty thoughts 24/7 if we're not doing something important like the midst of battle. Dirty thoughts are the important. Well, no, I was just too tired yesterday. But stay calm as always. You were too tired to think about the dirty thoughts. First of all, Saber will be troubled if I act like this. She wouldn't have been troubled in the past, but now she probably will be, you're right.
よしとにかく落ち着いて朝飯作らないと
To calm down and go make breakfast. Okay, he's gonna go down to breakfast. He's gonna see Rin. No, Rin might be too hurt to make breakfast. Maybe Sakura's making breakfast. No, that's a little too juxtaposed because Elia is gonna be the surprise of Elia. What the fuck? She's gonna be down there. Is she gonna be making breakfast though? Maybe she's gonna be trying her best in a little of a goofball fashion, like she's never made it before, but wants to make it for Shiro because Shiro saved Elia if she's had enough time to process that far. And it might be terrible because Elia's never done breakfast because she has her maids to do that, I would assume. I take a deep breath and start changing. Usually I don't like the trope of the girls being bad at cooking, but this game has already shown girls being good at cooking, so I wouldn't mind having girls being bad if other girls being good already exist. It's 9 in the morning. If Sakura met Elia, that would be quite a meeting. Especially because Sakura is basically Shiro's, he's not I wouldn't say childhood friend, but she fills the trope of the childhood friend, the friend from before the game, the first girl who wants to get Shiro's heart or whatever, or balls, or both. And Elia, Elia is now the new girl who is very possessive, especially if she's actually going to be in this position. Now that she's done with the Grail War, assumedly, she's going to be very possessive of Shiro. On top of that, she fucking killed Shinji. So, that would probably make things extra awkward. It's 9 in the morning. Saber must be really hungry as we haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon. It's only 9 in the morning? It could be later than that. I guess you can't call it morning now that it's past 9. 9 is totally morning. What are you talking about? It's not past morning till 10 at least. I'd say 11. 11 is lunch hour. 9 is totally morning. You're crazy. Sakura, childhood friend. First girl. Rin, Tsundere, Ilia, Yandere, Saber, Kudere? I don't think I'm familiar with that one. Hold on. Saber Kudere. What is that? Kudere. What is that? Sometimes written as Kudere or just refers to a character who is often cold, blunt, and cynical. They seem very emotionless on the outside, but on the inside they're very caring. Oh, that's a kudere. Okay. Yeah, Saber fits. Sure. What are all the deres? Yandere, Sundere, Kudere, Dandere. Ooh, remind me what Dandere is. Dandere. Refers to a character who is often silent and to themselves. Due to shyness, just because of the quiet type, however, when alone with the person they're attracted to, they usually come out of their shell. So, basically, a more intense version of a kudere, I suppose. And what's kudere's definition? Remind me. Cold, blunt, cynical. Oh, I see. So, the dandere is super shy, just in general. Kudere is cold and cynical. Okay. But they're caring when it comes to their loved ones, whereas the shy person is shy more in relation to not them thinking that they just have to be a cold person because they're a cold person, but the shy person is shy probably has to do more with their mental state of just being an antisocial person. Anyways, I would not call Ilya a yandere. I would say at this point she's solidly fit into the yandere role. Maybe going forward she won't be, but up until now, she's definitely fit the yandere role. She was like willing to turn Shiro into her familiar to have her to herself. I'd call that yandere. Yeah, the emotionless one is dandere. Ilya may be at Rin's mansion right now because she may either think that this house is way too small or she may just want to go where Kiritsugu lived? Kiritsugu lived in this house. Or may not want to go where Kiritsugu lived. Yeah, that might be weird, but I don't know if she knows that Kiritsugu lived here. Or even if, no, she probably does. She did a bunch of research. I don't know if she ever actually was here personally, though. She might want to be here to try to get closer to Kiritsugu. Because she was trying to get close to Shiro, I think, partially in effect, to reminisce about Kiritsugu, in a way. And so I think she's conflicted about that, and maybe trying to go... So I don't think it would be a weird idea for her to try to get closer to Kiritsugu by being in this house. You know, try to connect with her dad beyond the grave, as it were. Going to Rin's mansion would be very out of left field. I mean, I guess she might want a bigger place. But, like, doing that without Rin's permission... I don't think she would care to get Rin's permission, but it would just seem like such a weird move. It would feel like a Taiga Dojo version of herself. I guess you can't call it morning now that it's past 9. I think that's definitely still morning. Considering Saber, I'll make a fairly large meal. And Ilya's here too, right? I assume? We're still not talking about her.
Shiro, 今朝は私とあなただけですが、リンを起こさなくていいのですか?
What? Where's Ilya? I thought for sure she was here. Shiro, we are the only ones this morning. Should we not wake Rin up? Okay, where's Ilya then? What the fuck? We didn't just leave her, did we? Because I've been so stupid.
ああ、みんなまだ寝てるんだろ。昨日が昨日だし、無理に起こすこともない。飯は作っておけば勝手に食べるだろうし。
Okay, so Ilya is here too. He said they. I don't know what that translates to in Japanese, but in English he said they. No, they, as in both Ilya and Rin, should sleep, right? It was a hard day yesterday, so there's no need to wake them up. They can eat whenever they want if we leave their meals out. Ilya's just dead, starved to the forest. Shut up! That would be a fitting forest for the Hunger Games, because, you know, hungry.
そうですか。それでは早めに支度をしてもらえると助かります。もうこんな時間になってしまいましたから。
I see. It'll be helpful if you can start preparing soon. It's already late. Aw, you hungry? Or are you just itching for some of my cooking because you like it so much at this point? That's so cute.
分かってる。体の調子もいいし、食べ終わったら道場に行こう。
I know, I feel well, so let's go to the dojo after the meal. Oh, that could be interesting. More training with Saber. If you actually think of it the way Archer taught you, though, of, you know, focus more on fighting yourself, you could maybe make more of those swords to have some actual interesting practice. Saber would still obviously use a wooden one, but...
道場に行くとは、まだ私と剣の鍛錬を続けるのですか?
Yeah. I was thinking with a whole half day, Ilya might have been able to transition over But if they were going to do that, I feel like they would have done a gag of Shiro forgetting that Elia came over. And like, Elia, what are you doing here? Oh, that's right. But they didn't do that. So I think Elia probably is still resting and is going to take a little bit to get used to, you know, stuff. Go to the dojo. Are you still going to continue your training? I mean, yeah, totally. Especially now that I'm learning sword birthing. There are other masters to defeat still, and even after the masters are done, Shiro wants to just be a general superhero, which isn't going to stop when he's a teenager. He's going to want to go fight bank robbers and shit, or something. Go stop fires, go, you know, basically be a policeman, but be a Batman type, because he doesn't want to join the police. I don't know. Maybe it'd be weird for him to join the police because he's related to the Mafia. Or it would make total sense for him to join the police because he's related to the Mafia. Depends on the police in the area, if you know what I mean.
なんで日課じゃないかあれ
Why not? It's a daily routine, right? Oh, that makes Saber blush because...
どうしたセイバーなんか変なこと言ったか
What's wrong, Saber? Did he see something strange? Oh, maybe Saber was thinking more about just relaxing with Shiro. And it's like, I mean, I could train with you, I guess. But like... Or maybe she's thinking about the whole training of the sword birth of... maybe we could train with the swords? Would he be able to do that in command, though? I doubt Shiro can do that in command yet. Like, even if he is able to make those swords, he probably needs a little bit more of a push before he can really make it on command. For now, I think it's probably tied to his emotions. Now he can be a legit superhero, yeah. Modern superhero actually wanted to save people, would probs fight in war zones and help people. Yeah, something like that.
いえ、その、もう鍛錬はしないのだろうと勝手に思い込んでいました。
No, I selfishly thought that you were done with your training. Because you beat Berserker or because of the sword birth? Which part?
バーサーカーが倒れた今、シローがそこまで必死になる理由はなくなったのではないかと。
I thought there was no reason for you to be so desperate now the Berserker's defeated. Well, for one thing, there are still more servants to beat, and I still don't want to be sitting in the back lines. For another thing, I just discovered this power, so I want to, you know, train more with it. And for another, he wants to be a hero long into the future.
そっか言われてみればそうかも
Don't agree with her, damn it! I see, when you put it like that, you may be right. No! Come on, Shiro, you know she's not right. For once, Shiro, for once! I always thought this training was a dumb idea. Now I finally think it's a good idea. Don't fucking give me this when you put it like that, you may be right. Gah. Tosaka and Saber and I, our common enemy is now gone. And me and Tosaka are no longer enemies, conveniently, because Archer is also gone. We cooperated because we were targeted by an enemy superior to us, and that's why I trained as well. Yeah, you shouldn't underestimate your other enemies by not training. There's still 3 more. There's still Lancer, Caster, and, you know, that other one, Assassin, that's the one. And we know Assassin's pretty strong. And Lancer, he's not to be underestimated just because we know about his super move now. We know his super move is a good move. It's what fucked up Saber so bad in the first place.
でも鍛錬は続けるぞ俺はまだ半人前だしセイバーは剣を持つと本音を出すからな
We'll continue our training.
俺も話してて楽だ
I'm still inexperienced and you're honest when you hold your sword. That's a big help for me when I talk to you. Don't pull a Rin, Shiro. Wait, in what way would he be pulling a Rin? I'm confused. Which part of him is a Rin? Oh, fighting just for the sake of fighting? I mean, he already joined this fight, I think, to figure out more about the fire. I think that was the whole point. Because Kirai was like, oh, did you know the fire was caused because of something? But he's never really looked into it. He's just kind of went with the motion. He's not really much of a detective investigator. He's just kind of letting reveals happen, to be honest. Maybe Ili could help with that, because she knows, like, all the things. So she probably knows about the fire being caused as well. Would she know that? I don't know. I'm not sure the extent of her knowledge. Oh, underestimating people. Oh, that's what you mean by don't pull a Rin. Okay. Underestimating the other servants because, you know, they're not as good as Berserker. Yeah, we don't know how good they are. We can't just assume they're bad. When I say it's a help, I mean it's fun. It's fun to get your ass kicked by Saber? Or it's fun because, specifically, it's Saber kicking your ass?
はあ、道場での私は本音を出しているのでしょうか
I'm honest in the dojo? Well, yeah, you fight him without holding back, and it's good for him to learn what that's like, but also, I mean, you hold back, kind of, but, you know. You hold back, you know, as much as you can without holding back, if that makes sense. And you also, we get some confessions out of you, generally, about what your life is like. So, there's that.
出してるよ。少なくとも気兼ねはしてないだろう。
That works. At least you're not hesitant.
俺もその方が楽だし、セイバーも肩の力が抜けていいんじゃないか。ともかく、午前中はセイバーと剣を合わせるのが日課なんだ。
That's better for
数少ない
me.
俺の楽しみを取らないでくれ。
It's better for me. I promise you it's better for me if you let me say it. And I think it's relaxing for you as well. Anyway, fighting with you is my daily routine. Fighting with you is my daily routine. Ah, that's bad. That's bad, especially... I shouldn't laugh about that. I don't even want to talk about that, actually. It's kind of grody. Anyways, fighting with you is my daily routine. It's funny for a dark reason. Don't take away the few pleasures I have. It's because it's with you, though, that it's, yeah, it's such a pleasure. It's because it's with Saber. Shiro's... Shiro, you're so rough with your words. Better for me, and I think it's relaxing for you. It's relaxing for Saber to fight with you all the time? I don't think that part is relaxing. Maybe it's relaxing to know that Shiro is better equipped to not die as easily against other servants and masters, but... You know, Shiro, this is just your excuse to get close to Saber on a constant basis. You shouldn't even need an excuse. She's your servant. You could just be like, hey, want to hang out? You're my servant, so you should be with me a lot of the time. We could just hang out. But you feel like you need an excuse because you still treat her like a real girl over a servant. Which she is a real girl, but she's also your servant. But, you know, so you're using it as an excuse to hang out, when you could just hang out a lot of time anyways if you wanted. She would be totally down for it, especially now that she has a boner for you. Having a human punching bag would be pretty relaxing. I mean, not when you're an emotional kind who doesn't like seeing other people getting hurt, especially her who doesn't want to see Shiro get hurt. Specifically Shiro. Jesus. I take ground beef and pork, mushroom, onion. Ooh, those all sound good. Ground beef, pork. No, I pass on the pork personally. Ground beef, mushroom, onion. Okay, let's just go with those and skip the pork. Ground beef, mushroom, onion, and eggs. Sure. Out of the refrigerator and head to the kitchen. I'll also need breadcrumbs, alcohol. Alcohol? What are we doing? Salad oil? Is this a salad? And? Fancy salad?
そういうことでしたら、私も反論はありませんが。
That's a delayed response. In that case, I have no objections. Huh? Because she enjoys spending time with you too, and that's sort of your thing at this point. But also, you did show that you have the power to fight back with the Berserker, you making your sword. So I think it's because it's a pastime together that you recommended that's making her blush at this point. Because even though you could do things together, and she does want to start doing things together with you, she's not the type to come up with what the things would be, and you are the master. So before she fought against this, because she thought, oh, you don't need to fight. And now the Berserker's gone, you think she would normally say, you definitely don't need to fight. But a combination of both seeing that Shiro definitely can fight with the whole sword birth thing, and also being super horny for him, this is an excuse to spend time with him when she's bad at coming up with other excuses. I mean, you know, Shiro's bad too, but she's doubly bad. In that case, I have no objections. Ellipses? Saber remembers something in the living room. And blushes the whole time. I'm already in the kitchen, so I unfortunately couldn't hear her. Well, we the players could. Okay. What's up? I start mixing. Oh boy, making the food! I was really waiting for them to get back to Ilya, but I feel like at this point they've inferred that Ilya's resting somewhere and just haven't gotten around to it. What are you mixing? I mix onion, breadcrumbs, alcohol, egg, and salt, and put it in with the beef and pork. Just beef. Just, okay, now. What is it? What is the beef? Is this seems like some kind of weird salad. Decided to cook Japanese-style hamburger. Oh, that's, okay, salad. Okay, that makes sense. Japanese-style hamburger for breakfast. Yes, high five, hamburger for breakfast. I'm a big fan of the burger for breakfast. What does a Japanese-style hamburger look like? Hold on, I have to look this up. You've made me hungry. Legitimately, I'm just now starting to get hungry. I should stop now. I am probably gonna stop pretty soon. But what is a Japanese? What does it look like? What is a Japanese style hamburger? How does it differ from a non-Japanese style hamburger? Japanese style hamburger. Oh, that's very different. Okay. I understand. Normally, I think of a hamburger as bun, meat, bun. Japanese hamburger is different. From what I understand, Japanese hamburger is you take the meat and you cook that, and the vegetables sort of go around it as a side. There are no buns involved. It just goes on the plate without the buns. It's just the meat and the other food goes around it. So a Japanese hamburger, I don't think involves buns, generally speaking, is what it seems to be the big distinction. So a burger without the buns. Oh, okay, no, some Japanese burgers still have buns. But it varies? I think it depends. I think the typical type of Japanese hamburger, though, does not use buns. If I'm understanding my limited Google search correctly. Which, it's Google, so if I'm wrong, blame Google. But yeah, I'm a big fan of hamburgers, and I love the burger for breakfast. I'm a big fan of the burger for breakfast.
Rin, 目が覚めたのですか?
Is Rin awake? Have you awoken? I can hear Saber's voice from the living room.
父さか?
Rin? I turn around while cooking. Don't distract yourself too much.
おはよう。ごめん、牛乳飲ませて、シロ。
Morning. Sorry. Let me have some milk, Shiro. Milk? Is that your drink of choice? We have juice. I prefer juice. I don't know if we have any juice in the house. I would assume they do, but they're underage, so I assume juice and milk tend to be, or pop. Does Japan really do the whole pop thing? I don't think to the same extent we do, but I personally don't do pop, but as a culture, I mean. I thought it would be Ilya first, but I guess they're really building up and saving to the Ilya for last. Okay. Also, you look pretty fine. Did you use healing magic on yourself or something? Because, I thought your guts were starting to spill out a little bit. What do you mean she seems like she's half dead? She seems tired. That does not look half dead. I assume she'd be worse. Far worse. Tosaka comes over with an unhappy face and takes some milk out of the refrigerator.
寝すぎて頭痛い。ってあれ？何？朝から凝ってるじゃない。
My head hurts from sleeping too much. This is pretty typical of Rin, to be honest. She's usually pretty dead tired in the morning. You sure are putting a lot of effort into breakfast. I mean, yeah, it's a special occasion. We just beat Berserker. Let's party. Prob just swallowed some gems once she got home and just slept. That's true, because she's got, she got some gem healing. I mean, how many gems? I guess she doesn't have many precious gems left, but she probably has, some regular gems. I suppose that makes sense. Where'd that bad move from earlier go? Her eyes gleam as soon as she turns to me. Because she's got the hots for you, and she also likes your food and stuff. And she's like, what? He's pumped. Ooh, is it because of me? I think it's more just the general, It's not you. It's the times. It could be you, though. What would you be willing to sexually pay if it was you?
へえ、美味しそう。ちょうどお腹も減ってたし、助かったわ。
That looks good. I'm hungry, so that's really helpful. Drug lord Tosucker swallowing that crystal. It's nice that she's still alive. I like Rin. She's a good character. I like most characters in this game. But yeah, I was genuinely afraid for her life when Berserker had her in his clutches, and it really seemed like, but I misread the wording. I thought like the guts were starting to spill out, but it just said as if to start spilling out. So it was clever wording that definitely made things look worse. And she probably did heal herself a bunch with her gems, but I'm glad she's still alive. I definitely could have seen a scenario where she dastardly died there, and in which case Ilya coming out alive would have been a lot more morbid had Rin died. So I think it's ultimately for the best, because keeping Ilya alive definitely would have shown some chops to definitely always do the noble thing, despite the bullshit of Rin dying. If Shiro had still decided to not kill Ilya despite Rin dying, but this makes things feel a little more like, you know, a little happier, a little nicer, and it's good to be happy, especially after, you know, a midpoint like that. We could be down, we could definitely be down, they could have been grimdark, that also would have been interesting, but I like that we don't have to be grimdark. It does mean there's going to be more romance fighting, but maybe if Ilya can join the romance fighting, it can shake up the romance fighting that's happened until now. Closed her drug business after using all her supplies. I feel like Rin's death, if it happened, would only really happen at the end route. She's a waifu. Well, sure, but Archer, I don't know. Archer to me felt pretty important too. And you could argue Ryder is potentially a waifu in some pathway. It's true Rin feels like a waifu, but depending on how liberal they want to get with her death, because it does feel like we're very much on the Saber route, if that's a thing. So I wouldn't have thought it was impossible. So the fact that she didn't live, I have that exciting feeling. There's also that other thought of, ooh, it could have been interesting if she died, to see where that would have led, but I also like that she's alive, just as a general, you know, happy vibe. It's nice to have happy vibes. As morbidly interested as I do get in grim scenarios, it's nice when people live. Rin has the power of being the prologue character. Archer was in the prologue, so shut up. He was a very important character in the prologue. His death caught me off guard. So that's why I wouldn't have been totally surprised for Rin to die. You know, there's the steps that you take to making me believe things will happen. And Archer's death was one of those steps for sure. Who knows? Maybe the second half things get really fucked and everyone else but Saber and Shiro die? Yeah, it could. And I would believe it because Archer's death has sort of trained me to believe it. And I like that. I see, but you're the one that benefits, not me. She's really got a winning smile. She's got a winning smile. Can we just, you know, take a second? I said this a while ago. Once we finally started to see Rin after the prologue ended and we started to see the game as a whole, getting to actually see Rin's sprites made me happy. She's got a lot of, like, as a character I think she's fine, but I think she's got some of the most attractive sprite design. Rin's just happy to survive the forest. There's that, but I think, you know, it's nice seeing her so happy because you think this is something that could have made her super morbid with Archer's death. The fact that she's not falling into despair. I think that also has to do more with the straight arrow nature of just wanting to fight and having Shiro to fight alongside so she doesn't feel like she's out of it. But also the fact that she has Shiro to maybe go after this is over. Maybe she's found a resolution of what to do after the fight is over. Because her whole thing is, I feel like her was all focused on the fight. But maybe I've sort of saved her with my penis without fully realizing it. That, you know, now that the fight is sort of over for her, she can sort of double dip. And maybe accept what it's like to be post-fight while fighting. She doesn't want to stop the fight. She likes the fight. But she also has been somewhat saved by Shiro's dick. So when the fight is over. But that's only if she can be with Shiro, most likely to some extent. And then that's where the harem is going to become problematic. But, yeah. This must be what my father said. For someone to benefit, someone must lose. I mean, you think you count this as you losing? Rin's the one who lost Archer.
前から思ってたんだが、お前割と目ざといよな。
I've thought so for a while, but you're pretty sharp. I mean, I don't know how that's relevant to this situation, but sure, I agree, to an extent.
あら、人並みに目端が利くだけよ。それじゃあ私の分もよろしくね。
I'm only normally witted, so prepare some for me too. Normally witted? I'm confused. Why? Is there some stigma in Japan about how smart people don't eat burgers? I guess you could consider burgers junk food. I suppose there's that, and, you know, smart people don't eat junk food. I eat junk food all the time, and I consider myself pretty smart, not to be, you know, not to, what's the word? Humble. In some cases I am humble, in this case I am not. Waving her hand, Tosaka returns to the living room. I guess there's also the prim and proper aspect, that Rin keeps this prim and proper image. But we've known for a while that that's just an image, and that buried beyond that image, even though she feels like she has to keep up that image despite the fact that she hates it, or at least that's how it was in the past, we've always known that sort of beyond that image, she kind of always was rough and tumble behind that. So it kind of makes sense that she'd want to give in to the junk food. Tosaka returns to the living room. With a glass of milk in one hand, she takes position at the table. No. Should I say she's really relaxing or acting like royalty? Now she doesn't have Archer. She's just fully willing to let you dote on her? Is that what's happening? Archer used to be the one who doted on her. Now he's dead.
だらけていますね、リン。
You're acting quite lazily, Rin. I think this is good. I think it's healthy that she's not wallowing in despair now that she's been knocked out of the Grail War. I'd just be happy that she's not all depressed. Later on, maybe you can, get on her grill. I mean, I guess Saber's getting on her grill because I think that's just in some part. Part of it is that she feels that Saber is very duty-bound because of her past, so maybe she thinks other people in certain positions should be duty-bound. There's that. But there's also probably a tinge of jealousy, now that I think that's starting to come up within Saber, because she likes Shiro to a certain extent, possibly. Way to go, Saber. She sure is good at saying difficult things. But Tosaka waves off Saber's criticism lazily, like she doesn't care. Way to go, Rin! I like being lazy too! Lazy high five! Without Archer, you don't have to act like a strong, respectful master. Ho ho ho! Yeah, I can see that. She can just give in to her gluttonous desires. Yes, give in to all of them. Although one of them is probably macking with Shiro. Mac and cheese.
そりゃだらけもするわよ。
Of course I'm getting lazy. Oh, is this where we're going to bring up the whole Archer thing? And you're just going to be the one to bring it up?
バーサーカーがいなくなった今、あとはキャスターとランサーとアサシンでしょ。バーサーカーに比べたら大した敵じゃないし、今のセーバーなら余裕で撃退できるじゃない。
She's still thinking about this like it's her fight. She's not even bringing up. I thought she was going to say, yeah, of course I'm getting lazy. Archer's out of the picture now. I'm not really part of the fight. Now that Berserker's gone. No, she's saying the hard enemy is gone. So it's going to be easier to deal with the other enemies that are left, as if this is still her fight. She's not even considering the alternative. I mean, that's better than wallowing in depression, I suppose. But also, this is very much underestimating people. All that's left are Caster, Lancer, and Assassin, right? They aren't much compared to Berserker. You haven't even seen this version of Caster. They are... Villain behind glasses, thank you for 2 bits. They can easily be fought off in Saber's present condition. You're still treating it like it's your fight. As if Saber is working for you now. It's like, you never wanted a wish, that's the thing. You just woke up, you fell asleep after I shot an arrow at Berserker? Well, it's been a while. You missed a lot. But like, come on! It's like, in that case, she does think of herself as royalty. She never wanted a wish. That's, to be fair, she still considers it just part of a fight to be fought. So she's gonna continue working with Saber and Shiro, even though Saber used to be her enemy, but now I guess she doesn't have to be. So she'll consider Shiro winning her winning, which is almost better, because, Shiro and Saber want to win, so they can all win together in a weird way. Because Rin's wish is just winning the fight and fighting the fight. Even though she can't really win anymore, you could argue, because Archer got knocked out, but she's not going to look at it that way. As long as she is alive, she will try to find some way to fight this fucking fight. But also, there's the whole Shiro wanting to bag Shiro aspect, so that's fair too. It's just hilarious how jovial she's being about the whole thing. Like, before she was confident, back with the whole Ilya thing, she was staying confident, and I respected that. But now that it's past, this could have been when she wallows in depression, realizing that it's over, that she doesn't do that at all! It's straight to, nope, we're still fighting the fight. I'm still part of this, guys. I love it. Rin, you're great. You're weird, but you're great. I'm now far more appreciating. I thought you were so weird when you're like, I don't have a wish. But that makes me respect the fact that you're still gonna fight. It's hilarious and I love it. God. It's great. You're great, Rin. You're weird, but you're great. Weird is good. Oh, that's a good laugh. That's a good laugh. So happy that Archer is here to tell me to stop being overconfident and cocky as fuck. Now that Archer isn't here. I'm so happy now that my annoying servant is gone. Which means you're just gonna get worse about being cocky as fuck, really. Archer was good for our dynamic. Let me guess, Elia's gonna replace him. I mean, harem-wise, I think Elia will serve a different role. But smarts-wise, I think Elia is definitely not as cynical as Archer. Archer served a different role in terms of practicality, I would think. Elia's more pure, whereas I think Archer's more damage to the world. But in terms of being a smart person who is practical, Rin is smart. But in terms of being a smart person who is practical about the situations, I think Elia is going to start serving that role potentially. Reopen Clove's tabs. Ooh. Where is that button? I might. I don't think I've ever done that before, but it's a good button to have. I'm in such a good mood. Maybe I should stop here. Stop on a high note before I go forward anymore. You know what? Let's stop on a high note. Stop on a laugh. Rin, you're great. I thought it was weird when you didn't have a wish. But not having a wish means you're not all petty and stuff. About losing. And you don't even consider it a loss. Sugoi desu. Save. You're welcome for the stream. Right click the top bar. Out of just waifus. You're welcome, Fautor 2017. Thanks for the follow. Being a love interest to Shiro, I really just love Rin as a character. Yeah, Rin's a very... I'm starting to like her a lot more now. The fact that Archer's dead and she's still... This is a fun turn. I like this turn a lot. I mean, I like all the characters. Obviously, best character is still Elia. I mean, let's be honest. And thank you for one more bit, Villain Behind Glasses. Great as always. I like to think so. I think I've firmly settled on Elia's best girl, but like, you know, everybody's great. Rin's a great girl, and Saber is a great girl, and we haven't seen Sakura in a while, but I still like Sakura a lot, and Ayako, from what we've seen of her, Ayako was my initial favorite, but like now, you know, of course Neko-chan is the real best girl, but like, you know, we can't really compete with Neko-chan, so let's not even try. We're obviously, everyone's competing for second place, clearly. Alright. See you guys next time. Still don't have an outro phrase. Oof, we went over 5 hours. It was a nice, long, juicy stream. Not when we cut out the, intermissions. Might still graze 5 hours. Not entirely sure. Yeah, if we cut out the intermissions, it'll probably be short 5 hours with the uploaded YouTube video. But anyways, see you guys next time. It'll be on Friday. It'll probably be another long, juicy stream. Probably. Anyways, see you then. Stop recording.